everybody, and welcome to an exciting episode of the MinnMax Show. These are the MinnMax Awards. Thank you for being here. MinnMax is a place about games, friends, and getting better. My name is Ben Hansen. I'm joined by Haley McLean.
Howdy hoody.
I'm joined by Janet Garcia.
Hello.
I'm joined by Kyle Hilliard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm joined by Jacob Geller.
Howdy hoody for me too.
Kelsey Lewin. Howdy hooty.
Oh, hooty howdy hooty.
That's right. Leo Vader's here.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It just keeps coming. Jeff Markiafava's here.
There's literally nothing left to say.
Except for welcome, Sarah Podzorski.
Oh, thank you. So happy to be here.
This is it. This is the full damn crew for probably the biggest episode of the podcast this year. Thank you so much, everybody, for clicking on this, for being here. These are the MinnMax Awards. These are our best attempt to summarize the entire year in gaming. We have categories we're going to be running down, nominating entries for, debating the winner. The categories are thus: best thing, dumbest thing, biggest news, best games we didn't play, best moment, and the greatest work of art of all time for 2024. Those are the categories we're debating today. Next week's episode of the podcast is where we kick off the 210s, which are MinnMax's true Game of the Year list, where we're building out, some would say top 20, we say the 210s of the best games released this year, measured solely on our collective passion, however that measures out. And then a week after that is the grand finale of that debate. So this is categories, full list coming up next week. Heads up, if you enjoy this discussion, if you enjoy MinnMax as an outlet, if you've enjoyed our content this year, if you enjoy, I'm glad someone's doing this. I'm glad somebody has a big crew to try to wrap their podcasting minds around video games in 2024. You can go to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's, support us at any tier. Just a heads up, if you support us at that $10 tier, the Backstage Pass tier, you get access to all of the discussions early. Like 2.5 weeks early. You can check out just the unedited raw archive via the Discord of all of our Game of the Year debates. So if you're very eager for our full discussions, you can help support those discussions and unlock them weeks ahead of time by going there. Leo, how you feeling, sir?
I'm so excited. This is a great warm-up for the 210s.
This is like I feel like it's tough to get your feelings really hurt during this episode, unless you're Haley and we're gonna try crush Alan Wake 2's dance sequence.
I almost left MinnMax last year.
First and last year from Haley. It's a good reminder, everybody. We all have to solemnly take the oath. If you want to put your hand over your heart, or where your heart's supposed to be, and then put your hand in the air. And it goes like this. This is not a perfect science.
This is not a perfect science.
It's okay to disagree with people.
It's okay to
disagree with people.
We commit to all respecting each other and hearing everybody out.
We commit
to all respecting each other and hearing each other out.
We will have minimum pissiness on this episode. It's going to be reserved for the post-show discussion after the final discussion on the 210s.
Yeah, I'm already getting pissy.
What?
We're ready for the pissy zone.
Save the pissy zone for Backstage Pass supporters. Love now,
no
piss
maximum
later.
listed? Where's the branding on this?
Yeah, you're right. It's confusing. All right, everybody.
I thought you'd say in maximum fun, but nah.
Yeah,
all right.
It's
all right.
We're still learning.
Yeah, taken.
All right, everybody. I think it's time to dive into this. Y'all ready for this? Oh, by the way, shout out. If there are going to be spoilers for this, there will be timestamps in the description so you can dodge those spoilers. We'll give you a big heads up. Probably mainly going to be coming in best moment. Maybe they'll come through in best thing as well, or in other areas. So we'll definitely give you a heads up and check the timestamps if you don't want a specific spoiler. But this is fun. Let's see. Haley, youngest goes first. Board game rules. Youngest in terms of MinnMax employment. What would you like to throw in?
I'm not the youngest.
What do you want to throw in here for best thing?
I think I'll start out with the fire thing in Balatro, where your cards light on fire when you're going to pass.
Haley, that was literally going to be my first one.
Yeah!
We can move on at this point. All right, you've done it.
Okay, cards on fire in Balatro. That's the best way to put that?
Yeah.
Okay,
the
awesome.
score.
Your score.
Yeah,
Right,
score.
your score.
Yes.
Yeah, fire.
Score
I had
fire.
it written down as when the Balatro hand takes like 20 plus seconds to do all of the multipliers and catches on fire, which is not as succinct, but I think it's all part of the experience.
The feeling of just hyping and jumping into a hyperdrive.
What
or
is
something.
a thing versus moment?
Great question, Janet. Thank you. Great question. Best thing could be really anything. Could be an industry thing. Could be a feature. Could be
and more repeatable.
Yeah,
like you
I
can
wonder
say
if the
that when you
thing
get
is moment.
I don't like that for moment. I think there's an argument for that, but I think it's cleaner if moments are just one thing that happened.
Yeah, it's too easy of a shorthand to say best moment should be a narrative thing and best thing should be a features or mechanics thing, but that's kind of big picture how it breaks down.
Is it the Kelly Clarkson? It's a moment like this. That's best moment.
Right. It's all extremely clear. And by the way,
well, Balatro, that happens every time you play Balatro, so that's a thing.
If you're Jeffem.
All right, everybody jump on in. If you're eager, clap your hands and let us know and we'll get something on the list. Please.
Level 1
You said clap
intellect.
your hands.
I respect
It didn't take
Jacob
me
more.
up. I clapped. You just have to believe me. In Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Ichiban has personality traits, and they all start at 1. And for intellect level 1, he is dumbass. Just Ichiban level 1, dumbass. And then
Okay.
he gets smarter.
Perfect. Dumbass.
Canonical.
Squishing a teammate with a hell pod in Helldivers.
Yes. Perfect.
I want to nominate the Skyrunners in Metaphor Refantasio. They're just cool ships that can run. Freaking cool, man. They run. It's a ship that runs, Ben.
I do
on
like that.
feet.
It does, like it runs and
On
it kinda
legs, Ben.
but then it like jumps and takes off.
Yeah, I can do that too. But
Does
that's
it?
later.
Okay. All right. Skyrunners metaphor. Love it. I do like that. If you guys want to get geeky, and this is the place to get geeky, I suppose, is it came out really, really early in the year, but I really loved The Last of Us Part 2 re-release and how they included the cut levels from the game, including commentary track for those cut levels. That was cool. I thought that was cool.
That's pretty cool.
Here's one: the Minesweeper boss from Peglin. It's a boss where you're playing Minesweeper, and that game already has bombs in it, so you're like hitting away at the blocks, and occasionally there's a bomb, and it does the big Peglin stuff. But it is like, it's a remarkably perfect crossover of Minesweeper. That's just a random boss you'll get in Peglin.
I love it. Peglin Minesweeper boss on the big list.
Ice skating and Astro Bot.
Just the sound design, it feels so smooth, like everything in that game.
Yeah, there's something going on with your controller and with the sound design there, and I would do it forever if I could, I think.
Yeah, I think one for me is the shrinking mechanic in Astro Bot. I think that was the first time I was like, holy cow. And I think it's just in that one level, right? But that just feels unbelievably good.
For me, it's the sponge thing.
I
And
was
when the
thinking
oil,
sponge, too.
yeah,
So
when the
much
oil
Astro Bot.
touches the sponge and it like goes up the
Maybe
sponge
just, like-
a little bit.
Is it too cheating to just say Astrobot physics? Because I feel like that's what all of those
Janet, that's what
gesture
I
at.
wanted. That's what I wanted to say, but I mean it in a different way than these, which is like, you get to the end and there are a billion gems and you can just whack them around and it doesn't mean anything. That's the
Yeah.
Astrobot physics.
Gem
Sprinkles
whacking.
level, where there's like a million
Yeah.
sprinkles.
Yeah. There's the gems. There's like something else at 1.2. There's just a lot of assets on screen that you can throw.
Right.
around.
Yeah, is that a better way to phrase it other than gem
That's
whacking?
what
just
gamers
like
want.
so just like crap on the screen.
Here, like
Yeah, but that sounds so negative.
meaningless
Principle.
physics.
Art on the screen, okay? A lot of art on the screen
Yeah.
that you can
Fish
interact with.
tank rock movement.
Okay, things in Astro Bot.
Or things.
Yeah,
We all
you
know
become
what
like a
we mean.
Beyblade and you just kind of spin around. That's really why it's fun.
What about Prince of Persia, Lost Crown? What is it, down on the D-pad where you can take a picture and put it on the map so you can see exactly what the obstacle
I had
was?
that.
Okay.
Yeah, fixing Metroidvanias forever, yeah. it's
Right.
pretty good.
Every Metroidvania is worse if it doesn't have that forever moving
Yeah.
forward.
That's a good like crown to wear if you're like an entry in a genre that
A
like
lost
you automatically
crown?
make everything worse by like having this one mechanic that improves it across the board.
Best thing
Yeah.
is Janet not missing that joke.
Thank you.
I've got another one from Helldivers. Just how big the Hell Bomb is. It is a bomb that you have to drop on certain objectives, and every time I'm like, I know how big this one's gonna be. I've detonated this 1,000 times, and then every time it's a bigger explosion than I think.
Yep.
And it shakes the screen in a really satisfying way too.
In Batman Arkham VR, much in like the Arkham games, the final knockout is always very satisfying. You know, everything goes into slow motion. You know, you defeated everybody. But in Arkham VR, you often do this thing where you have to take both hands and go like down, and then when you do it, you get to see Batman's leg like kick someone, like it just like you just see it like eject an enemy in front of you. It just feels really good to be like, oh, and just Batman kicks the crap out of someone. I was always happy when it happened.
Is that a drop kick? What do you call that? Final kick move?
I don't know. Batman's final kick, I guess. Batman finally kicks it.
Okay. All right. Love it. What about on the Helldivers front? Before I forget, just when they were adding things to the game and then denying that they were adding things to the game, and the entire community was playing into the fiction by being like, "You got it, Sergeant. No questions asked. We're just fighting enemies." No, that enemy didn't change. There's not a new enemy that you're encountering on this mission. And like, just the idea of the community building into updates the lore and politely refusing to acknowledge the truth of what's changing in the game. How do you phrase that?
Helldivers community
roleplay.
Gaslight.
Yeah.
Gaslighting. Yes. Yep. Love it.
Roleplay is just gaslighting with more art thrown on top of it.
Roleplay is more consensual gaslighting. I have two things from Dragon's Dogma 2.
Okay.
Nice, Haley.
When you get caught by your buddy, like you go fly in the air and they catch you. And then the weird STD system where your buddy gets like cranky. And you're like, why are they being such a jerk to me? And then there's this underlying system. It had a name. I should have looked it up
Dragon's
before.
Plague.
Dragon's Plague. The Dragon's Plague system.
It could like infect like entire villages, right?
Yeah, your whole entire game.
Oh my God. That's fun.
If I can add on to that pawn catching you thing. So it's like you'll frequently get thrown by an enemy and you can get caught for no fall damage. But also, if there's like a cliff, you can throw your pawn off the cliff and then jump off the cliff and the pawn will catch you and you'll receive no fall damage.
Jesus.
Cool.
Is this... What about just the fact that Balatro is 64 megabytes?
That's a good
I had small install sizes in general for great games because Animal Well is
There were
also
quite a
30
few.
megabytes.
Right.
And UFO 50 is only like 400.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Small.
Amazing games, small.
Great small
installs.
games.
Right.
Good games come
Wow,
in
what a
small
year for
packages.
us ladies.
There we go.
Size doesn't matter. Like, I don't know what you could name this.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's how you use it.
Gamers collectively sighing everywhere.
This is so industry insider, but I loved the Microsoft presentations this year, like the developer directs, when they would have interstitial and little medallions that would tell you like, this is a game reveal. This is just a new trailer. And then they'd have a recap like multiple times throughout the stream as well to be like,
They've been
by the
doing
way,
that a lot.
Yeah, we're just going to tell you exactly everything you've seen so far as a reminder. Like that is just such a handy.
And they color code it and stuff too. They're like, this was never seen before. You've seen this, but it's just a new trailer.
Right, right.
Perfect.
Yep, it's really dumbing down the entire process, but sometimes we need that to remember what we're looking at.
Is this the place to put Troy Baker's Harrison Ford impression?
I think so. Troy Baker's Indiana Jones. Impersonation? Or just his Indiana Jones, period. Yeah.
He's making his way down the Star Wars cast because he was also doing his Mark Hamill Joker impression in Batman VR a little bit too, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Perfect. Carrie Fisher's next.
Did you
Look
kick
forward to
him,
everybody.
Kyle, when he did it?
No.
On the
I was like, this is pretty good.
on the Microsoft front, this is a specific thing, but you remember when they shut down Arcane, Austin, and it was not one of the best things that happened this year. But I thought this was so incredible when Dinga over there, the game director in Arcane Leon, the sister studio, who's the director for Blade and worked on Dishonored 2 and a ton of other games, director for Deathloop. But do you remember this where he just had a whole series of tweets right when Microsoft announced they were shutting down Arcane Austin, and he said, "This is absolutely terrible. Permission to be human. To any executive reading this, friendly reminder that video games are an entertainment/cultural industry, and your business as a corporation is to take care of your artists/entertainers and help them create value for you. Don't throw us into gold fever gambits. Don't use us as straw men for miscalculations/blind spots. Don't make our work environments, Darwinist jungles. You say we make you proud when we make a good game. Make us proud when times are tough. We know you can. We've seen it before. For now, great teams are sunsetting before our eyes again, and it's a fucking gut stab. As he phrased it. It was like, for somebody who's fully employed by them and directing their next big game here with the blade thing, I thought that was an amazing move.
How many beers deep was he when he wrote that?
Oh, man. I'd love to know.
7?
I'd love to know.
I don't know. It's pretty,
sober?
Yeah, like well written, you know?
Maybe he wrote it
a while ago, yeah.
And then drank 7 beers and hit post.
It could be. It could
Maybe.
be. Yeah, I just love that.
I like the way Astro Bot says, I am Astro Bot in that song.
Okay, so Astro Bot singing.
To the Astro Bot section.
That was an Astro Bot video. I think that was in Rescue.
It is, yeah. But it's good, no
yeah, but
doubt.
no one played that game, Kyle, so did it really happen?
It's their fault.
I'm the only one.
I played it.
Me and Ben.
But when it's just me and you, and I guess Ben, it's like, how many people is that really? You know, it's like...
3.
3 ninths?
Yeah, 3, too many to count. You know?
A third?
Mm-hmm.
I also like turning on all your things in your car in Pacific Drive before you're actually allowed to drive. That's the best.
Oh, like manually turning.
Like turn on the windshield wipers, turn on the car, go into drive.
Yeah,
I
close
do.
the
Like
door.
you have to put on your parking brake. I like that because like I'm sure a lot of people had that experience where you get out of the car and it starts rolling away and you're like whoa 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 whoa, which is fun.
That's nice. Dragon's Dogma 2 fans, what about the food?
Oh yeah.
Food looking so good?
Oh, you mean like the actual like video footage of like meat cooking?
Yeah.
That was pretty
Yes.
great.
Okay. Good. Dorky one, the Kit and Krista podcast, which I enjoy. They had an episode of the podcast, episode 130, that was exactly what I was hoping they would cover at some point, which they had a whole episode about like, hey, when we talk about like Nintendo, it's tough to get things through Nintendo. Everybody just assumes like, does that mean Miyamoto? What does it actually mean? And episode 130 of their podcast was just, when we say like Nintendo, here's actually who's in control of Nintendo in Japan. Like here are the like 6 people in Kyoto and we'll give you as much as we know about them. I was like, this is amazing insight. Yeah,
The
doxing episode.
What do they call them? I don't know if you guys watch Severance. They have the name for the people upstairs that they only talk to through the speakerphone. I forget what they call them. But it's
Oh my
basically
gosh,
that.
yeah, I forgot to.
How are you guys doing? I
This
have
is
a ton
one
more.
just for me, but Try's face from the new Zelda game. I love
Oh,
Try.
yeah.
I'm apparently the only one here that thinks Try is the cutest thing in the world.
Correct. It's a face only a mother could love, Kelsey, and so I'm glad. I'm glad that
Well,
Kelsey.
call me mommy then.
No,
Can you put the tiny blade sheep on here? Tiny blade sheep?
tiny blade sheep.
cute.
Or
They're
like
cute too.
when you destroy a building under the sheep, they get little umbrellas and they slowly float back down.
That's good. That's good.
Yes.
What is Triglade? I'm sure we'll talk about it more in the future.
Tiny
but-
Glade? Tiny
Blade.
Blade.
Sorry, I was combining those two.
It's a cute little builder thing where you
Okay.
just zone the hell out and make little medieval towns. It's very
Oh, right.
relaxing.
Okay, got it.
Can we nominate Zelda's bed as well as the best healing mechanism?
And you go in basic bed because you can make more.
General.
Just Zelda's beds in general.
Just
Okay.
being able to
It's a great
spawn a
display.
bed and being like, I'm done with this. I'm gonna take a nap.
The way I
Oh,
did know you could
great.
heal yourself in the bed until it was like 3/4 the way through that game.
Oh my god, that's
mad.
so
Like in all the
wild.
trailers.
I was drinking smoothies. I was like, why? Obviously, it's the smoothies because we make 8 million of them in that game.
Animal Well, when it's in windowed mode, and if you drag the window around the screen, the physics react with how you're pulling it around, like chains and stuff that's dangling will like move with the physics of
that's
how you
cool.
move in the window.
Another Animal Well one, the undistorted voices of the creatures. I think this was a get a load of this, where it's like the whale in that game sounds like woo, 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 woo.
Yeah.
But then if you take all of it off, it's the developer saying, hello. Hi.
Yeah, that was Emily Hopkins' video.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
on that.
Perfect. Light spoilers.
A lot of mine are spoilery, so I'm kind of holding my spoiler ones. But should I
Okay.
just do them now?
Well, spoilers up for a secret in Animal Well, everybody. It's apparently an ending, so spoilers up, everybody, for Animal Well. But apparently, one of the secret endings, if you have a printer installed, it will just print something out, and I think it's like a origami of a bunny that then you can then make, which is amazing. And Jacob, do you know,
That's really
like, does
cool. I
it
didn't know about
ask you
that.
if you want it to
cute.
happen, or is it just
I don't know. I've just heard that, yes, it sends origami to your printer.
That's so rad. Cool.
So I should not have played this on Steam Deck, is what I'm learning.
Or you should have attached a
That's
printer to your
hard.
Steam Deck. I think it would have been the nice thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Spoilers
Are
over.
spoilers done? Or I feel
Animal
like
Well.
I'm trying to help.
We got
people
it. We
here.
got it.
I'll break the Final Fantasy VII seal.
Sure.
Specifically, the graphics of the last cutscene, which is pre-rendered. Like it's
you like that?
There are pre-rendered cutscenes throughout, but I remember the last cutscene being just like jaw-dropping, where I was just like, I cannot believe that this is like rendered in this fine detail.
Interesting.
And it's like nothing to do with kind of the story or whatever, but I could have just like looked at it for hours.
Right.
I did.
And Hanson,
Yeah.
you hated that? Based
I didn't
on your
like
face?
it. I didn't like it
Yeah.
because
No,
it's like
I had an opposite reaction, Jacob, where I was like, well, it's not in game. It's it's like I don't know. It like made me. It soured me on it.
and like the art style is
Maybe
just
I
like,
was
real.
so checked out by the game at that point that I was happy to see it.
I'll take
I mean, it
it.
looked great. I'm not saying it didn't look great, but it wasn't. The fact that it was pre-render almost undercut it a little bit for me.
I don't
in a
like. Yeah, it's
weird
like
way.
10% different for the look, and it kind of freaks me out every time.
I
It's like an
loved it.
uncanny valley.
I'm Team Jacob. I loved it. It made it feel like, oh, here's the big final thing. It's a little different than the rest.
No, throw it on dumbest thing.
Yep,
dumbest
sorry.
thing.
Jacob's
That's the
opinions.
rest of the game.
Whoa. Hey, how about when Crafton, when they revived Tango Gameworks and committed to making a new Hi-Fi Rush game?
I had that under best news.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's
biggest
biggest
news.
news.
Which is also a tough thing.
that's
to
fair.
parse.
You're right. That's biggest news. That's true.
Hold on, a thing can be anything on the planet.
I didn't agree to this.
That's ever happened.
Thing is very
General
general.
way to talk about something.
Yeah, it's the last listed in nouns.
I'm gonna
I'd
say
like-
the garden in UFO 50.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Little secret, not so secret goals within every game that gives you a little trinket to give to this little pig who runs around his cute little house and plays
it.
on your exercise treadmill. You get him or watches the TV or whatever.
Love it.
How about putting 50 games into a single game?
Okay.
Best thing is UFO.
I think that's kind of where we're going. Into a single game. Yeah. Talk about a deal. All right. No,
I
that's
get
true.
it.
That's
I
true.
do get it.
What about in the Nintendo Museum reveal video, and I guess the Nintendo Museum itself, but when they had those giant Wiimotes that those people were like gyrating against and like wiggling around in that big way.
They were holding weird.
It was sensual.
It was weirdly sexual.
I don't know if I got that far.
I'm not used to museums having sexuality to their vibe.
Going to the wrong museums.
I guess so.
There's like statues of naked people in every museum.
That's
Yeah,
art.
but
It's different.
That
It's
doesn't
different.
make me as horny as the Wii remote.
That's true. You haven't seen her. What was it? Hear Me Out's next
Right,
thing.
right.
Nintendo Wiimote Museum.
Oh Christ!
Nintendo Wiimote Rumble feature.
We can't send her. Let's see. What
How
about?
about to sort of recenter us, the PlayStation 1 inspired games in Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, where you enter basically
Yeah.
the PS1 games.
That's sick.
Actually, what about the PlayStation Anniversary boot up for the PS5, where you can choose?
You're saying instead of Lorelei?
No. In addition, it just reminded me
But
of
they're
that.
taking it away, so it's like a bittersweet
Also-
best thing.
Dumbest
Okay.
thing.
The-
They're
oh, okay.
taking it
The
away.
boot up,
Yeah.
you can't customize the boot up part, which I was disappointed by. Like people said, you could choose which boot up you have. It's always PlayStation 1. You can change the color of the theme in the background, but not the boot up sound.
Oh, really? Oh, I guess I only went to
Yeah.
PS1. What about the character we all know and love in Star Wars Hunters, that free-to-play game that was absolutely fine. The character designs are really fun, and one of them was a character called Utini, and it was two Jawas stacked on top of each other and wearing one little trench coat, so they were like the normal height for a player. And I just thought Utini
Are you
was
going to
fun.
put an image of this in the doc here?
I have one in
Yeah, I
my
have no idea how
mind.
to search that.
Just Utini.
Ooh, Toonie.
Which is the sound the Jawas make when they.
They're like
when you hit
Pokemon,
them
apparently.
In Super Star Wars.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of lore.
What about Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, but specifically how Nintendo is ending service, but they're like, hey, here's a separate offline version, and you can import all of your stuff from the free-to-play game, and you can just have it forever, and your actual Pocket Camp will not be erased onto time.
Sure, write it down.
Sure, it could be the 40th thing on here.
That's gonna win.
Anything can be anything. The Pokemon trading card game animations, I think, are really well done. Like opening the packs.
Yeah. Okay.
They give you the good brain juice for sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rapid fire 2 from Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Please.
Because I think they both belong here, which is just the Sujimon entire thing and also the Dondoko Island entire. These are like 2 entire games within the game.
Yep. Okay. Sujimon, help me on the spelling here. Infinite.
That looks right.
You got it.
Great.
My Infinite Wealth best thing was the car full of thugs, which I believe is new
that's
to it.
good.
It's like any other roving band of thugs that you get in random fights with in Infinite Wealth, but they're like yelling at you from the car, and then when the fight starts, they hop out of it, and it's really sick. It's such a small little twist on that type of fight you've had a million times.
I don't know if anybody played it. Jeff, you're probably the most likely, but the Wizardry remake that released this year that we didn't really talk about, but remake of that classic game. It's a very cool idea where it's like dungeon crawler, you know. But the awesome thing is in the lower right-hand part of the screen, they have the original Wizardry running and showing you exactly where you are in that game. So it's kind of like that, Halo anniversary thing where you could pop back and forth with the visuals, but it was just like, no, we just took that old game, shrunk it down, and it's just like, it's always a picture-in-picture thing, so you can see what the old game looked like in this moment, which for a dorky game like that, I think is a really cool idea.
Cool.
Goddamn right, cool, Kyle.
We like it.
Help me out, man.
Still Wakes the Deep. I would say the Scottishness of the game overall, but specifically the fact that the entire game can be played in Scottish Gaelic, which is a language spoken by like 60,000 people. Like it's like an incredibly committed game to being truly kind of Scottish, including putting things in that just vanishingly few people would be able to understand without subtitles.
That's great.
You can learn Gaelic at
gonna-
high schools in my province, and it's like the only place on earth besides Scotland, I think, where schools teach Gaelic. Yeah.
What? I was going to say a different but very similar thing from Still Wakes the Deep, which is that I had the subtitles on, or whatever, I'm reading the text, and they are saying different things than what the text says because they assume you don't understand Scottish.
Oh, they have a translation for Americans.
Yeah.
Still Wakes the Deep. How do you summarize that? Translation difference?
Localization, basically. It was like localization, but they are literally saying the words.
Sure.
But they give you a different set of words to localize it for you. So if you don't understand, I wish I'd written down an example, but it would just be slang that only Scottish people use, and you would not know what it meant, and so it would just give you the American version of that slang.
Love it. Specific one, Beastie Ball, from the creator of Chicory. I love when you sprint in that game, your legs just turn into Sonic the Hedgehog spinning.
Yeah.
It's a really good sprint animation that should not work, but it does. Sorry,
the Omni movement system.
Okay,
from Black
here
Ops
we go.
6.
Who let this marketer in here? Jesus Christ.
Let me talk. Let me cook.
Silence.
All right, what's the pitch, Haley?
I can run wherever I want in any direction I want, and when I dive, I can shoot everyone's knees in every direction as fast as I want, and I'm goated now.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Amazing.
I did it. I did Black Ops.
The lucky hat in Indiana Jones, the upgrades that if you die, your hat flies off, but if you can crawl back to it and get it, then you get another life.
That is the best thing games have ever thought of in my life.
Yeah,
better than the Omni movement system.
Let's not get crazy.
No, you got me, Kyle. It's not better than the Omni movement system.
In Arctic Eggs, it is a game about cooking eggs and flipping them and other things, and then at some point they just start throwing bullets into your pan. and the bullets, after cooked long enough, will explode and throw all the eggs around. But it's just it doesn't really tell you, hey, now we're gonna throw bullets into your frying pan.
Love it.
The way food looks in Mario Party Jamboree, specifically a steak you do for a
great steak.
2-player, you cut it in half, and then it's like perfectly rare on the inside.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I had to get a new TV because I licked mine too much.
That's crazy.
I know. I'm serious though. Is this the list? Oh, go ahead.
No, it's not.
Okay.
How dare you? I mentioned it on the podcast last week, but the one die from Diceomancer.
Great pick.
Is a magical dice, a singular dice, that you can roll and replace any number on the screen with whatever you roll. And so like any number on any of your cards, and like boss's health bar, whatever, you just rewrite it. And it's pretty sweet.
I love it.
And then also slapping people in Thank Goodness You're Here.
Oh, what a great
Pretty much slapping everything.
Yeah.
Slapping being the way of interaction. Yeah.
Slap. Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Any other additions?
My Helldivers 2 thing was going to be calling in stratagems. Like, just want to shout that out, how fun that is to have to put in that sequence of arrows on the fly.
Yeah.
It's a really smart system.
It was in the first one, but we respect it all the same.
Oh, sure.
I like it. All right. What are we feeling is there more?
Yeah, I have one more, and
Please.
honestly, I should have said this one way earlier. In 1,000 Times Resist, light spoilers for 1,000 Times Resist. There is a character that is voiced by a child, like a character named Secretary, who's voiced by a just genuine child. And then at some point in the game, there is a time jump, and the character's voice changes. And the way that happened is they recorded all of the kids' lines, waited 2 years. His voice in real life changed, and then they recorded the rest of the dialogue.
Wow.
I was wondering if that's what happened, or if there's like the older brother or something.
Yeah.
They recorded the early parts and then waited 2 years.
That's freaking awesome.
Amazing.
It's amazing. It's really effective in game too. Like it makes a really cool. It's you're so tripped out, going like that sounds like the same person, but it can't be.
Leah, what about I know you're a fan of it in Star Wars Outlaws. Oh yes, spoilers over for Doesn't Resist. Star Wars Outlaws, how you can, what was it? There's like an ability so like you can reason with people or talk with people if you get
Fast
caught.
talk.
Fast talk.
Yeah,
What was
that is really
again?
good.
Can you explain it better than I did?
Yeah, you walk in a room and you get spotted. It's a skill you can unlock, and if it's like the attention bar fills, and you can press a button to put your hands in the air and talk to them as they approach you. And then while they're approaching you, you can start to plan other things to do, send nicks after them, or draw your pistol or whatever.
That's great.
It's kind of like Fake Surrender in Hitman, though. So.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll delete it. All right, what's feeling slam dunkish on this massive list of best things for 2024?
Score on Fire and Balatro seemed like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We all freaked out over that.
The 1,000 Times Resist one, maybe it's recency bias, but that's pretty damn cool.
That is neat.
I learned that a
one
couple
up,
of days ago because of Jacob, and I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it's weird that it takes knowledge from outside the game, but like, yeah, a lot of these things are kind of more industry.
It works in the game.
Yeah, totally.
You don't need to know the.
Right.
I love the shrinking in Astro Bot, but I feel like we're all split on 1,000 different angles for Astro Bot here.
I feel like if we had to pick one thing, like the gem whacking thing, it's just like everyone in this room did little dashes through all the little items, right? Numerous times over and over.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought the shrinking mechanic was fine, but I did not think it was like the best mechanic.
Is that just because like that's like your normal life perspective?
Yeah, actually.
We all respect each other. We took the oath, you guys. We took the
God
oath.
forbid someone grow to a regular height, Ben, and then decide to stop. We're not all 8 feet tall.
I feel like shrinking has been used before in video games.
Never this well.
Not
Genuinely
like a
never
crazy
this well.
mechanic.
I do think
Ben's
that.
just mad because a new Slender game didn't come out this year, so he doesn't feel represented.
Oh! Guys, stop it.
It's not cool when it's at me.
Yeah. I know it's industry-ish, but I like that tweet from Dinga from Arcane. It's very inside, but I thought that was freaking wild.
It's hard to have best thing be about layoffs, even though I agree that it was super cool that he said that.
Okay. Yep. Troy Baker's Indiana Jones.
I would do Indiana Jones hat over Troy Baker Indiana Jones.
Yeah, that's the one
like
for Indiana Jones.
We don't want to hand it to Troy Baker, even though he does a very good job.
Hey, but we're on the verge of saying you gotta hand it to him. We're right there.
I would
no circumstances.
All right.
I would throw up that Prince of Persia map one.
Yes.
Pretty, pretty huge.
I'm moving up slapping, and thank goodness you're here as well. That seemed to get a big reaction, right?
One.
Sure.
And then Janet, help me where what? All right, Prince of Persia picture of point for map. That's a big one, I think. A lot of great things on this list. Anything else should be in the slam dunk category?
I just feel like something from Helldivers 2, just because there's so much, but maybe that's...
Yeah.
Maybe there's too many like independently good things and not one that's a slam dunk.
It's a little Astro Bot in that way, yeah.
I feel like, those... I always favor the ones that are a little bit more like specific and not just like, oh, this game is really good, so like let's pick apart things that make the game good.
Things that won't get their due when we're talking just about why that game rules on later episodes.
Astro Bot has a lot of great things because it's like a great game, and I think the same goes for like Helldivers too. I'd maybe throw up the I don't know if this is good enough, but I do really like the Still Wakes the Deep localization stuff. I think that's kind of in tandem with Thank Goodness You're Here kind of having aspects of that too. I think it's just been nice to see different dialects come through in games.
The UK coming through.
That in that game too. There were like someone would say something very British and then it would say not the same words.
Right.
On the screen.
I do like the amazing game small file size because I thought that several times this year of like, this is amazing. Like,
Yes.
I do not have to wait at all. This thing just instantly downloaded itself and now I can play it.
And it's so
I
amazing.
can have it on my Steam Deck forever and literally never
that's really what it is. And it's nice when you have more moments like that in a year of like, Jesus, this thing is small compared to the like, how big
it's 150 gigabytes.
Yeah, Stalker 2's
I have to
update.
upgrade my hard drive.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so Slam Dunkies, we got the score and Cards on Fire in Balatro. 1000 Times Resist voice change, gem whacking things in Astro Bot, Lucky Hat in Indiana Jones, slapping and Thank Goodness You're Here, Prince of Persia, picture of point for map, Scottish Gaelic and Still Wakes the Deep, and amazing games at small file sizes. We need a maximum and a minimum here.
I like those top two, gotta say.
Me too.
I really like the Prince of Persia map thing.
I was good. If there was one that I would move up, it would be like, I don't think I've had another feature in a game or I've just been like, oh my God, that's what I've wanted.
Right.
Every time I've played a game like this.
Yes.
I think I played that game for 3 times longer than I would have if that one feature wasn't in it.
Okay. How's everybody else feeling about what's
my favorites are the top 2 that we have listed, which is the Prince of Persia map and the Score on Fire in Balatro.
Yeah.
Personally.
Lucky Hat's good. Slapping's good. Amazing Games small file sizes I feel like could bump up, but we're picking 2 here.
We're revisit Utini.
Yeah, I think you guys need to show a little more respect to Utini.
It's Utuni, and the fact that you got it wrong this whole time means it's just
fake fan.
Not the dumbest thing.
Oh,
Sorry.
forgive me, Ross Fund.
Ben, I don't want to introduce anything else to this, but like, do you have a different place that you're putting Queen's Blood?
Jacob, I like Queen's Blood fine. I'm not one of those sickos.
Okay.
I'm not.
Hey, fine with me. Don't need to overcomplicate this.
I'm part of the 1% that skipped it at every opportunity.
Well, that's wrong. That's wrong. You should go to prison.
Where it affected the narrative in weird ways.
Okay. Input. How are we looking on this list?
I'm honestly not that hot on Score on Fire and Balatro. Like, it is great and it does feel great, but it's like kind of a simple UI thing that's probably been done similarly before and will be done similarly again. 1000 Times Resist voice change. No game will ever attempt that again.
I like that reasoning a lot. And that falls into the camp of like, that's one of the big reasons we're boosting Balatro up, other than the systems, right? Is like that presentation. I think Balatro will get its due.
Yeah.
Whereas 1000 Times Resist, we'll never talk about again.
Okay, that's not true though.
Yeah, okay. I know.
I mean, this is, that's not like that deep. For me, I actually would keep Balatro up there because I feel like the voice change is a cool thing. It's a cooler thing, but I don't think it's a better thing. And the category's best thing. But it's not that deep for me. I got Prince of Persia up here, so.
As far as it making me feel something, it made me feel more. I don't know how you measure that, but.
Yeah, I felt
like
a lot when the flames came.
I think it's part
but but genuinely, I do think like part of the dopamine rush from Balatro is like not just the visual presentation, because Leo, I think that's a really good point. Like a million games have done like you're on fire, wee, you know, like sure. But I think that combined with like the stellar sound design, it like feels like you're quite literally feasting on.
But at that point, you're just saying the game.
The execution.
I agree with Kelsey.
Yeah.
That's the game.
It is great though. It is a great feeling.
To some extent, but it also, like when your score catches on fire, you know you've already beat the blind. And so like I have a like Pavlov's dog's response every time a number bursts on fire while I'm playing that.
It speaks to the animal within, you know, people, I think. But yeah, I think you can't really go wrong. These are all great things. You can't go wrong.
And
yeah,
specifically,
we will only pick 2. So let's figure it out.
Leo, it's if you get the score required for an ante in a single hand. So it's like if you need 10,000, you could get 4,000 3 times, or you could just get 10,000 with one flush.
Right.
And so it is just like not only am I beating it, I'm crushing the game.
It's like the best attaboy in games.
I actually don't love the Prince of Persia one as much. Like I do like that you take you take a screenshot, but like that screenshot is not as helpful as all the games that you can just put a stamp that means like what that thing is that you want to go back to. Like I took screenshots and then I would look at the
like it chooses the stamp for you.
I know, Kyle, but I would look at the screenshot and then I would be like, what was it about this
skill issue? No,
this room that was so special about going back to? I don't think that it was this helpful.
That's an interesting argument. I like that argument.
Even though I like the Prince of Persia picture thing, it gives you a limited number of pictures you can take, and even if you delete a picture, it doesn't give you one back, which is very strange.
I don't remember.
Okay. If we all had to choose...
Animal Well, you could just write... They basically just gave you a little pen that you could just write whatever it was, your own notes right next to you on the map.
Bro, you kind of wrote down my prayers. I wouldn't have found my way in there.
But yeah, that's too much work.
I don't want to play PictoChat. I'm trying to play a damn platform.
Oh, okay, so it's a laziness issue.
Yes!
Okay.
Well, yes.
Okay, Lorelai lover. Too much work.
Yeah. I never said I was smart, Jeff. I said it was helpful.
Leo.
Yeah.
Sarah?
No, that one button input. No.
Sarah, how are you feeling if you had to choose 2?
I like the voice change thing.
Okay.
Sounds like
I don't feel strongly about any of the other ones.
Well, that's a problem,
I think
Sarah.
they're all like, meh. But yeah,
Do you
the
want
voice
Indiana
change.
Jones hat back?
You said Elvis?
I kind of want Indiana Jones
Sarah.
hat.
Wow, the hat makes a resurgence.
Hat's back,
It
everybody.
is cute.
We grabbed
It
it.
is like the
cute.
Balatro thing. It's just like a number. It's just kind of like a Pavlov response. Like we like the way that this graphic looked, which is fine. That can be the best thing. But I don't know. I just feel like there's got to be more.
There's got to be more. I agree.
Sure.
For the 1,000 times resist thing, that the kid's voice is also fantastic. Is another thing to point. It's not just a kid who grows up. It's like that was a kid. I get like the kid's a fantastic little freaking voice actor.
Yes.
I thought it was an adult doing a child voice.
Yeah.
And
Except
also,
it sounded too good.
Except it sounded completely legit. But like
I know what you mean.
he's a good actor, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like surprisingly good for how young he must have been for his voice to sound like that.
Yeah, that was like the moment that I bought in on the game, was like hearing essentially like a Charlie Brown level voice come out of this robot.
Just a quiet reverence to it, and like it always, another thing I love is he always talks downward. There's always a downward inflection on his voice, and it's so comforting to hear. It's like, okay, Watcher. Sounds good, Watcher. And you're just like, oh, I'm home and cozy with this little child. It was great.
So that's why I think we should put the Prince of Persia picture of point for map at the top of the list.
You're not a
It's not working? Damn it.
Your disrespect for
Harrison
actors.
Ford impression there.
Nothing comforting about that.
Is this list maximum best thing, 1,000 times resist, voice change, minimum best thing, Lucky Hat and Indiana Jones?
I don't think the Lucky Hat should get put up there just because I brought it up.
I don't
think it needs to go up there.
Okay.
I mean, I think I haven't played Indiana Jones, and I'm like, when I heard that the Lucky Hat thing was gamified that way, I was of course, that's freaking genius.
But it's like I haven't I haven't died yet in that game.
Okay.
Like I have that skill, but it's like I haven't. It's
You'd have
like
to be drunk to die in that game.
the Prince of Persia thing and the Balatro. It's like I experience that every time I play. Functionally, the Indiana Jones is like a check mark on a menu.
Sure.
Because I only know that it happens in the abstract.
Okay, Jacob, you got a lot of fingers in these cherry pies. Which one would you put at the top 2?
Yuck. Which one do we have to eat? Like,
I would truly be happy with either Prince of Persia or Balatro. And 1,000 Times Resist.
So it in your mind
3.
It's,
So you didn't
so
answer.
1,000 times
I
resist.
want the 1,000 Times Resist up there, and then either Prince of Persia or Balatro, and I genuinely can't get a sense of who's like what there's more passion for.
I really like the map.
I feel like we're valuing a lot this idea of like, oh well, this Prince of Persia thing was innovative, when the category is just best thing, and your score lighting on fire in Balatro makes everybody feel happy every time that it happens.
that is true.
Well, then let's just put the physics for Astro Bot. I mean, if we're
Well, I guess
that is
But nobody
point.
was arguing for that one. So
here's the thing. It is possible
let's
that
not
best
do
thing,
that.
maybe not a very clear category. You know, it's maybe
the fun's in the ambiguity. It's the ambiguity.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like not to just make this even worse, but I really like all the little stuff in Astro Bot.
I do too.
That brought me
I do
probably
too.
the most just like raw joy of anything this year.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't that like a question in your rapid fire, Ben? You were just like, is there anything better than like going down a slide with a bunch of balls?
Yeah, it was like what's
that's
guaranteed
that's
to be
the
fun
physics,
in
right?
games, and it was exactly that. Yeah. So, I mean, okay. Are we moving
I
up?
guess
Astro
what
Bot?
I
is-
still like the map. I think
What-
Metroidvanias are this genre that we've been playing for decades, and this is a mechanic that I will miss in every future Metroidvania I play. It streamlined a very difficult thing in a genre that I love, that I just will like forever be grateful for, and will miss if it's not there. Like they identified something in a very established genre and fixed it and made it great.
Okay,
Same.
my 2 would be Astro Bot and Prince of Persia. Haley, what would your 2 be?
Mine would be 1,000 Times Resist voice change. And I can't choose between Balatro score and gem whacking.
Yeah, but you need to. That's the point.
You got it.
Gem whacking.
Gem whacking.
I felt it in my teeth when I did. You know what? Do you guys know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, can you imagine
You
a bunch
wanna
of
bite
teeth
all the
came
little
down?
things.
Oh, that'd be satisfying.
That's my same top 2 for what it's worth.
Oh,
Okay, Janet.
I've got Prince of Persia, and honestly, I mean, I should just like, you know, go follow what everyone else has go on to like make my vote matter. But I'm gonna still say Balatro score on fire because I do think
Okay.
it feels really good.
Okay.
But I think this all comes down to what do you consider best? Is best a feeling emotionally or intellectually? Because I feel like that's really what the conversation boils down to. And I think 1,000 Times Resist, for me, I hear that it hit y'all a lot emotionally. For me, it didn't. So that's why it's not on there. It is a cool thing. I just learned that like today, and I'm like, that's cool. But
Right.
to me,
right.
it's coolest thing, not best thing.
Yep.
that's a good differentiation to me because mine are truly like one makes my monkey brain scream with glee, and the
Yeah.
other's like I love art and what it does.
Exactly. And I want to go with I guess mine are kind of like that too, because the Prince of Persia thing I would say is more in the like mind side for me.
You're not,
Yeah.
but that's not a difference between intellect and emotional. That's just saying one thing makes you emotional and the other doesn't. And many people here have said like that does make us really emotional, right?
Yeah, I never said it didn't.
Is it Balatro and Astro Bot?
I think
So
a
I
lot
feel like
of
there's a lot of
early-
1,000 Times Resist. I feel like I'm hearing a lot of like the voice change. Sounds like a high up there for people, but
Okay, is it
It's tough because it is a mix of such different categories, and I like it having being kind of one of one and one of the other. As here's maybe the more intellectual and here's maybe the more emotional. If both of our best things are our monkey brains got tickled, I would be disappointed.
Okay, that's fair. So should we have one
I do-
tickle?
I like that distinction. Like one,
Yeah.
we get one brainy one and one monkey brainy one.
Yep.
I do get that 1,000 times does both for the people that it hits both for.
Yeah.
For me, it doesn't. It just happens to not hit on both of those things for me.
What about maximum objects in Astro Bot, minimum 1,000 times resist?
Are we bending the rules?
That's good, but switch the gems with Balatro.
Okay.
Because I like whacking gems too. It does feel very good, but it's not tied into the core. Like the entire game, you are sweating those blinds that you're trying to get to, and it is directly tied into like, I have succeeded at this in the best possible way. Yeah. I know it before I even see what my final score is because it's on fire right now, and that makes me feel really good. That makes me feel better than hitting gems and like running around. All that stuff is very it's tickling the same part of my brain, joy. But this is more tied into like the actual goal that you're going towards.
I hear that and I respect that. How many people who played both would put Balatro above Astro Bot? Leo. People are crumbling. People are crumbling.
It's still time to put Prince of Persia above either, Just throw that out there.
I agree.
It's just good arguments for Prince of Persia for sure.
Is it?
Let me hear more about the Batman VR kicking stuff.
How big were these emotes?
Cool. Imagine if you were Batman and you were kicking stuff.
I do like Kyle's Batman VR arc.
All right. Is it best thing?
I like just
more
all
Batman
the stuff.
Later.
Yeah, I like all the stuff that Kyle was posting in Slack about.
Yeah, I liked Batman. Kyle getting really into Batman VR. That's my
plug gonna be hacking.
Secret extra best thing. I felt like I was like playing the game through your experience.
Kyle's joy, best thing.
Yeah.
Okay, is it Score on Fire?
I really felt it in the Chili's tonight, It just was nice.
Score on Fire and Balatro is the best thing of 2024, and minimum best thing or runner-up is 1,000 times resist voice change.
We did it.
I could be happy with that.
I could be happy with that.
I've never been happy, and nothing was going to change that.
That's what we like to hear. All right. Next category.
I have nothing to win and nothing to lose. It's like it's gonna be.
We spent an hour on it.
Oh, no. Well, we spent an hour, but just in case anybody's tummies are rumbling, you should check out Factor, everybody. Factor meals, only the finest around. No prep, no mess. All these meals ready in 2 minutes. Delicious chef-prepared meals, Jeffem. You know how you like food in your mouth, Jeffem?
Almost as much as Fire and Balatro.
That's right, but sometimes it's like, it takes so long to make this. What am I supposed to do? The answer is Factor meals. Don't you just want some easy meal options in your damn fridge? I know you do, and that is what Factor meals is all about. They got a delicious peanut Buddha bowl, which I enjoyed thoroughly. Tex-Mex beef bowl, is looking forward to that. It's like I was in a rodeo in Texas when I ate that. Truly, I love Factor, so I sincerely hope that you give it a try and keep them around as a supporter moving into 2025. So you can head to factormeals.com/50MinnMax and use code 50MinnMax to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping for Factor meals. That's code 50MinnMax at factormeals.com/50MinnMax to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping while your subscription is active. Check out Factor meals. Have some good, easy, quick meals and eliminate all stress in the kitchen for a slice of it at least with your Factor meals. Dumbest thing. What's dumb, y'all? What's dumb?
Proboy in the Backstage Pass chat suggests the worst thing or the best thing category for dumbest thing.
Oh, interesting.
That's my max.
Okay.
We haven't even gotten to greatest work of all time 2024.
All right, dumbest thing. Who's got one they're passionate about?
This one floats.
Everything.
Well, this one floats kind of in the news zone, but I feel like I got to mention it. Like GameStop, not necessarily GameStop shutting down Game Informer, right?
Okay.
Specifically, GameStop shutting down Game Informer and posting what appered to be an AI-generated tweet about its people.
Not tweet, like whole
That's
post.
a great distinction.
Still, if you go to GameInformer.com, it's still that stupid AI message.
So frustrating. So dumb.
Wasn't that last line was like keep gaming gamers or something? So make it like extra.
Stop reading it halfway through.
I think that specifically really took it over the edge.
Right.
I really felt it when
leveling
they said
up with us all these years.
And the fact they called
taking
the
on the
final level,
bosses together.
the final
an admitted
level.
bias, a very personal thing.
No, I get it. I think it's a great spot for it.
Keep a grand tradition of something by GameStop being the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
Although sometimes, honestly, Matt Miller's writing, I can't tell the difference between that and AI. It's just indistinguishable, you know?
Aww.
I joke because his writing's very flowery and the opposite of exactly what that was. What about, if you remember, cast your minds back very early in the year when the dumb thing happened and we all said, what? When Rockstar sued Remedy for their logo because it was a big R. It's like, what? Like, they're making the Max Payne remake. You guys are working together. Like, what is happening? So dumb.
Very weird.
I think that was legit.
It's their letter. It's their letter. You can't.
Yeah. Actually,
that's actually really funny, Haley.
Definitely wasn't involved in the litigation around that.
Before the video game Stellar Blade came out, it had been claimed by a number of actors on the internet as like a return to great anti-woke video game-ness. And then just before it came out, it was revealed that one of the outfits in the game, in which your character wears like a bunny suit, had its cleavage reduced. And all of those people who had claimed it immediately turned on the game and said that it was an example of video game censorship and blatant display of them not caring about gamers. And it happened within like 15 minutes of just like, this is going to save gaming, this is killing gaming.
Famously woke character design in Stellar Blade.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
How about the voice actors of English-speaking characters in the Japanese dub for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth being voiced by Japanese people who cannot speak English at all?
I love that. Can you get it down to 5 words? So Infinite Wealth.
Weird Like a Dragon localization.
Yeah, kind of
Native
language.
English speakers can't speak English.
English inception confusion. Like, I don't know. Like, how do you...
There were some, like... I mean, this is like a white character, from America speaking English and using just like the most heavily accented, like not even the correct words in their voice acting. It was egregious.
In a game with a full English dub. Like anywhere.
Yeah.
I feel pretty strongly about idling in Farm Together 2, which is a game I've played a lot of with my sweetie. It's really fun. When you sit on a bench or in a boat or whatever, you do your little idle animation, and within 5 seconds, your character takes a phone out and starts scrolling.
No.
Like that's my fucking fantasy. What if I sat on my phone here?
Nasty.
Ish.
It's insane.
Yuck. Review bomb it!
Whoa. Jeez.
What about...
Yeah, what am I scrolling? Woke stuff? Come on.
Do you remember when Kojima revealed at the end of that State of Play that he's working on the game called Fizzant? And then it was like that really elaborate drone shot. It was like the big surprise was the end, the drone pulled out and revealed, he's on the Columbia Studios movie lot.
That was cool. Yeah. I liked that.
Look, we can like a dumbest thing, but you gotta agree it was a dumb thing.
That's... Once again, distinctions, we're their ugly head.
Some things dumb. Sometimes fun things are dumb, Janet. Like my tongue.
I do think it was more cheesy than dumb.
That's
but
dumb.
I feel where you're coming from.
It should still be on the list.
Yeah.
In Metaphor ReFantazio, a game that I'm not nominating for its name, the 2 highest levels of damage are severe and extreme, and the game does not make clear which one of those is more damaging.
Well, it's obvious.
Yeah. So you just unlock severe and extreme damage and have to guess which one is worse.
Did you figure it out?
No, I have no idea.
After 100 hours of the game, still unclear. I love it.
The Dune popcorn bucket. Was that this year?
What?
Okay.
Dumbest thing.
That was this year? That was this year?
An icon.
She was a bit of an icon, but she was pretty
dumb. The memes we got out of that popcorn bucket?
Yeah.
The conversations that were had?
We got a whole SNL sketch.
I got a spoiler one for dumbest thing.
Okay. Spoiler
it's the ending
warnings.
of Life is Strange double explosion.
I know.
Okay.
This is good.
Life is Strange. Spoilers up, everybody.
That's all I have to say. I don't have to tell you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can tell you what it is if you want to hear it, but
I want to hear it.
I would like to hear. I'm never gonna play it.
This is the place for it, actually.
Okay, spoilers up, everybody.
Right. The ending. Besides the ending just being really bad, check out the spoiler cast if you want to know how bad it is. It after the credits, it cuts to black and it says Max Caulfield will return.
Was like the return? Like, how many returns does she have?
She will re-return. It was also like most traumatic thing, but we don't have that as a category, so I'm going to put it in dumbest thing.
Okay.
So.
Right, just because it's building the Avengers idea.
Can we get a most traumatic thing category for next year, Ben? Can you write that down?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, biggest trauma.
There we go.
Anyway, the end of the spoilers for Life is Strange.
All right, spoilers up.
This is an Xbox marketing campaign.
Great, okay.
I was looking at that right now, Kelsey, and I've been wrestling with how I feel about it, but I
don't know what this is.
Oh,
this is
what
an
do you
Xbox,
think it is?
Kyle.
Wait. What do you think it is?
So it's a marketing campaign. This is Xbox.
This is an Xbox.
Xbox.
This is
What do you think an Xbox is?
Yes.
A video game console that I have in my
You
home.
would think.
That's where
Not
you're wrong.
anymore,
You
baby.
would think. That's where you're wrong.
What if I told you had an Xbox in your pocket right now, but it wasn't
I'd
as
call
creepy as it
bullshit.
sounds?
Oh, whoa. Discord censored for us. That was amazing. And
Kelsey,
Kyle,
what is this thing?
Oh,
It's just their marketing campaign is just like big text, like control text, over any piece of technology, and it's just like, this is an Xbox. So like your laptop, your Microsoft Surface or whatever, this is an Xbox. Your like anything, your phone, your like Chromecast, whatever. There's probably a Microsoft version of that. I don't know.
So
But they're like,
maybe?
yeah, they just think everything is an Xbox, and that's the campaign. Is just
And they put it next to like stuff that isn't an Xbox also, and they're like, this isn't an Xbox. So it's meant to highlight, where you can play.
they're like,
so it'll be like, bento box?
there's a
This isn't
bento
an
box.
Xbox.
It'll be like,
yeah.
this is a bento box, but this, like your cell phone, that's an Xbox.
And they sell shirts that say this isn't an Xbox. But Leo, you were going to say something about this.
It is stupid, but it almost also is their next step with how bad their consoles are doing.
Okay.
This is going to be what Xboxes are. Xbox is going to be an app now. And that's dumb, but true.
And Kyle Bossman pointed out the absurdity of like the entire marketing campaign, because like if they would have shown an Xbox 360 in that, it would have been, this is not an Xbox, because it doesn't stream the Xbox games. So I was like, I'm just confused.
That's funny.
Interesting. Love it.
Right.
On the
dumbest thing.
On the Xbox front, you remember when they had the nice, clean, clear system of the Game Pass?
Oh, yes.
And then it was like, suddenly we're throwing it into chaos and we're upping the price, but then we have a new standard tier that's this other thing, but then we have the ultimate tier, which is also going to be this compared to the console tier that we're phasing out. Just like complicating their one clear messaging point with the Game Pass.
Game Pass went full PlayStation Plus, is what you're
Yes,
saying.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I honestly think it might even be more confusing, which
It's
is
weird.
hard to do because it was already really confusing on PlayStation.
They were like, we're winning on this front. We should change that.
Yeah, and I think like Game Pass day one vagueness is sort of how I think the dumbest aspect of that reflip.
Yep.
Sorry to have this be a running theme in my dumbest things, but there's a game coming out called Farm Folks, which is, as far as I can tell, just like a farming game. Who knows if it's coming out?
That's the question.
But they tweeted this year, all right, folks, it's time for some serious game development talk. We're tinkering with character physics in Farm Folks. Burning question, which version has the perfect breast jiggle physics? Okay. And then it had 3 different characters with various levels of jiggle. And it's just like, what? It's a farming game. What's wrong with
Wait, what do you play farming games for?
Look, I saw those trailers at the Game Awards last night.
On a completely different note, the Game Scent box. Do you remember that from this year?
Oh,
where it's a device that you hook
I
up,
think
and then it emits different smells.
Fun,
stupid, still dumb.
That could be good. Yeah, Fun Stupids can be a dumb thing.
So it's based on audio. So like if it hears bullets being fired in the game, then it'll release the scent into your room of ammunition.
Has anyone here smelled this?
Yeah.
What does that smell like?
No, but apparently it's
smells
abysmal.
Awful for a lot
you
of things.
have?
They also have like human feces is one of the scents that they offer. Also, I think
they
in
hear
there.
like pooping noises.
Just the Metal Gear Solid scenes. Yeah. Okay.
You're just walking through.
Do you guys remember when Resident Evil 7? Like they sold
the
a
candle. I
candle?
do. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That smelled like the Baker's house. Yes.
Yeah. It was horrifying.
I thought that was Gwyneth Paltrow. All right. What about, do you all remember Final Fantasy Theater Rhythm? The game from 2023.
Oh, yeah.
But it made news this year because it just stopped working on Leap Day. You just couldn't boot up this single player music rhythm game because it was programmed and they didn't take into account Leap Day.
How does that happen? That's hilarious.
I guess.
Oh my god.
They weren't bug testing on that one day.
That's really funny.
No, I completely understand.
Why is it tied to a calendar
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Code execute on Monday the 13th. Like, is that how
One
it
by
operates?
one every day of the year.
Like the opposite of getting a birthday cake and Kojima games on your birthday.
Right.
I think Concord getting deleted is going to be biggest news, but I have something to kind of include it here, which is once the news hit that it was going offline, everyone wanted the platinums, and then the fastest way to do that was to jump off the edge of the map. So me, who actually kind of enjoyed that game, was like, I want to see this thing out and play a couple rounds. It was just everyone jumping off the edge of the game, and it sucked.
That's awesome. Frankly.
Dumbest, and I hated gamers more than I've ever hated gamers.
It's kind of like
no.
the most ludonarrative harmony you could achieve.
It was almost weirdly poetic.
Yeah.
Alarmo.
Alarmo.
Just Alarmo.
What about
Just
it,
Alarmo.
Jamie?
Yeah. Mine was just going to be the Alarmo, the fact that they have the Great Fairy in there as an alarm. And it's just a woman moaning.
Really?
Fast, like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you guys don't know this? No, like in Alarmo, one of the alarms is the Great Fairy Fountain. And it's just the Great Fairy noises getting louder and louder as you roll around.
Okay.
That's how I want to wake up.
Adding Alarmo to my Christmas list right now.
It has.
So edit to sexy Alarmo and then kind of.
But also that you can't use it if you're sleeping with more than one person.
Right.
Right?
It
That
self-destructs.
You have to
That
sleep
makes sense.
alone to achieve
Single people
Alarmo.
only. That's so funny.
That's what the Alarmo is for. It's for the singles.
On the Nintendo front, what about remember when they announced Princess Peach Showtime? And then people said, yeah, who's developing that game? And Nintendo said, how about you beat it and then look in the credits yourself? And that was the official PR message, is play the game and beat it to find out who made it.
Didn't they do that for Brothership too?
Yes, they did.
Was this a last year
So
thing too? Like
insane.
Nintendo's weird studio thing? Or did that just start
I think
this
that
year?
was this year's really, where it really...
And they did that for
That's my
Mario's
bigger
new
trend, though.
voice.
Yes,
They're
that's
like,
what it was. It was the
"Ooh."
voice. That was the equivalent. That's why it feels
Tell us,
old.
you
Yeah.
weirdos? What the hell?
It made me so mad.
Remember when the Days Gone dev got mad that it was an Astro Bot?
Yes.
What a loser.
Oh, yes.
That was so dumb.
John Garvin.
That was dumb.
Days Gone guy mad. at
I have
Astro.
kind of a serious one, which is that the U.S. Copyright Office struck down the exemption that was being proposed for it was basically the Video Game History Foundation and a lot of other really smart people had a petition were petitioning to allow libraries to remotely share digital access to like out of print games and stuff. So the same way you can rent a digital copy of a book, you would be able to rent a digital copy of a video game.
Right.
And they were like, absolutely not, think of the profits, and just completely like read this 87% of games are unavailable, and we're like, nah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, that's the ultimate dead end for just that entire crusade then.
It's not a dead end, but it is pretty difficult to fathom like what would convince them at this point.
Right.
Like, if they are simply okay with losing 87% of stuff, it's like, well, then I don't really know what would convince you. That's a pretty enormous amount of stuff to lose. Yeah, maybe 90%. There we go.
Way to be optimistic, Kyle. maybe 90.
What about when Balatro was delisted on the Switch because of the gambling imagery?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty
Came back pretty quickly, though, right?
It was pretty quick, yeah.
That's good.
Did they change it?
Yeah, they added more fire. And then Nintendo's like, this is too cool.
Yeah.
That was great.
Scaring this
That was
girl.
the whole thing, though, right? Is that there wasn't anything to change. It is not a game that promotes gambling in any way, which is like a frustrating
And then also,
thing.
didn't the developer...
Oh, I did go to Vegas after playing it, so I don't know. To see the greatest one of all time.
Didn't Local Funk also say, like, I'm putting it in my will that the Balatro property will never be used for anything associated with gambling? It's like, that's so rad.
Yeah.
Haley, I know you have to be quiet here, but I do think that's rad.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Cloud Strife on a Segway.
No!
It's dumb,
Biggest
but
thing.
yes.
It's
Yeah.
cool,
Best
but it's dumb.
thing.
Dumb
I mean-
can be like a loving thing.
Yeah.
Love it,
Remember,
love it,
If
love
we're
it.
doing that, then it's got to be Red 13 on a Chocobo, right?
Oh,
Okay.
that's even better.
If we're
That's
doing
good.
that, then it has to be chocobo stealth things in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah.
Any
Stealth.
stealth.
If we're
for
doing that,
capturing-
then it has to be everything from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Specifically, what about this? The box throwing section with Kate Sith.
Yeah.
Oh,
Box throwing
that is
controls.
The part
worst.
that had me screaming at my game, how could anyone have ever thought this was fun?
It was unbelievably dumb. And I'm a Kate
It's
Sith
just it's
defender.
a cool idea. I haven't seen it, but that just sounds really cool.
What about when you had to push those zombie guys because they weren't walking fast
That
enough?
is
and
pretty
was
good.
Like
Yes,
a whole,
yes.
15 minutes of the game.
Yep. Pushing robed guys in open world is that entire side quest.
Sorry, Rebirth.
No, I love that.
The game that
Sorry.
learned I played 100 hours of looking at my PlayStation.
yeah.
wrap-up.
The cursed PlayStation wrapped.
Kelsey, does
No
this
one can say
count
an
as a dumb thing? That Nintendo finally re-released Mother 3, but it's only on the Japanese Virtual Console or eShop?
Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
Okay.
But also very expected. Like, their whole handling of Mother 3 for the last 20 years has been dumb, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
maybe I've just fully accepted into my heart that that's how it's always going to be.
No, never accept it. What about Cheech and Chong being in Call of Duty? For the kids?
Are they?
They are.
That's like, I don't care.
That's fine.
You know, it's like Nikki's
fine.
in Call of Duty. Everyone's in Call of
All right,
Duty.
I guess
That was awesome.
I guess it's not dumb to have people in
great.
games. What about something we can all agree upon, which is Mini Shoot Adventures having that apostrophe after the word mini shoot.
Yes. Good one.
Good one.
Thank you. Thank
Didn't
you.
make sense after you played it?
No, I
Never
just beat it
explained
this
that?
morning and I was
I
waiting
just
for a
didn't regret your
conclusion.
words.
In the credits.
When you were typing that out, you forgot the apostrophe and went back.
Yep. Okay.
Also, Ben, this needs to be some sort of category on Trivia Tower if it's not already. Like game slightly unusual name. Because it's like I didn't even know this was true until you said it right now.
I like that. You like, what is this name missing? You know, and like I photoshopped
there's
it.
like
So
something
it's like,
there with it, like because I would never expect Mini Shoot Adventures to have an apostrophe after
yeah.
shoot.
You never expect
It's like
Mini
the
Shoot
famous
apostrophe.
Bob Buell segment, Nolan: Double or Trouble.
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Who could forget? I did love that segment. It was very fun.
What about Helldivers 2 came out? Great game, great success. It took off, and then months after it released, then Sony's like, actually, Steam users, you need to log into your PlayStation account real quick, please. And then everyone said, forget you, buddy. But just them trying to shoehorn that in after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
That was pretty
Like,
dumb.
it's
That was pretty
worse though
dumb.
because it's like that is still true of every like
Yes.
Sony PC game.
Yeah. Although they got rid of it for Helldivers, right? Is that like the one exception now? I think they got rid of it, and the reviews started to bounce back because of
I
that.
do
remember
think
if
they got
brought
rid of it.
back. Yeah, I think they got rid of it.
Okay.
The noun Clownpocalypse from Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Clownpocalypse. Yes.
Will not be telling you what that means or what happens in a Clownpocalypse.
I'm looking at Mini Shoot Adventures right now. The developer has said the title comes from the contraction of minimalist shooter adventure into Mini
so-
Shoot apostrophe adventure.
Oh, okay. I should have
It might be
deleted
completely dumb though. We just grew fond of it.
Doesn't
Not sure
work.
if we can still change it or if I would have had better ideas. But I think Clown Apocalypse not having an apostrophe should be dumb as things.
Yep.
It's an easy, sad one, but the Black Myth Wukong streamer regulations
Yes.
that we've made fun of all year that said don't talk about feminist propaganda while playing this game.
Nah, that
Or
was
radical
legit.
feminism.
That was cool.
Right.
I like
Haley actually worked on that copy, so
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Also, do not
Also,
use...
don't discuss. It also had some stuff about like not discussing China, like
Yeah,
don't
you just
discuss
don't
any
talk about
Chinese
China. Or
politics
COVID.
or
Yep.
policies.
Do
or
not
anything
use
like
trigger
that.
stuff in
words
there.
such as quarantine, isolation, or COVID-19, or do not discuss content related to China's game industry policies, opinions, or news.
Crazy.
Good times.
Legit.
Good times.
Valid.
The NES World Championship game that came out, where it's all about like comparing your high score and stuff in all these different NES games. There's no friend leaderboard in it. There's no leaderboards in that game.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
That's the game, and they didn't include that in there.
Fair.
I feel like this category is just the Square and Nintendo category sometimes, but you know what? You got to call them where you see them.
It doesn't have to be. Any year they can change it.
Yes. No triangle strategy this year.
That's right.
This is a really niche one, but the Slitterhead, like all characters, places, relations are coincidental. You know that thing that it says in front of like every piece of media where it says this doesn't have anything to do with real life. In Slitterhead, it says this game is purely for entertainment purposes and represents no opinion whatsoever on real cultures, faiths, politics, etc. It represents no opinion whatsoever.
That game is so crazy, I almost want to believe that's facetious.
That's so good.
I had a Slitterhead one too, which is the cutscenes, where it's like you do a level and then it will give you it gives you like essentially a mission structure, but it's like 5 different ones, and each one is like you have to go in and select each one after another, but each one is like a 15-second like just dialogue cutscene, and the cutscenes are weird too because it's one character that will be sitting, but they're not actually sitting on anything, and the background of their apartment or whatever just kind of slowly rotates, but they don't, so they're just kind of like floating as they do it, and you watch that for 5 seconds, and you go back to the mission select, and you do another one, and it's like every time they give you like 5 or 6 of these that you have to go through, and it's very silly.
That's not silly.
I like those cutscenes. But the idea that you have to select them all individually
cool, but they're dumb.
is ridiculous.
I was just thinking of, speaking of like things that are silly within games, the Indiana Jones, either the AI or maybe just the fact that the characters are literally copy and pasted. Like I fought in a room and it was 6 identical men dressed exactly the same with the same faces waddling over to me to be shot one singular time in any part of their body and immediately fall down.
Yep.
Concise that into what you want to.
Yep. They all look the same to me.
That was not flattering.
Yeah. But honestly, lovingly done. It was I haven't laughed like that in a long time.
In Dragon's Dogma 2, there's a mission that you can get where you have to go back and find, like, there's 50 things you can collect in the map, but the mission asks you to go back to where you found the first one. And I really wanted to beat the mission, but I had done that like 20 hours ago. And so I had to backtrack and go back to all the locations where maybe that first one I found was. I couldn't quite remember. And like I had lost a bracelet at high school and I had to trace my steps to what classrooms I attended that day and stuff. And I was like, this is the worst way to do this. Love that game though.
I can't get over the Nintendo Museum video and that big reveal and our big reaction stream. We're very excited, Kelsey in particular, about them finally taking time to dive into Nintendo's history and give it justice. And they spent an egregious amount of time talking about the cafe at the Nintendo Museum, and specifically Miyamoto is talking about you can order anything you want on your burger and you can mix and match different ingredients on your burger. He explained it multiple times.
Just explaining how a restaurant works.
You go to the Nintendo Museum website and they have a whole section about the cafe and the different ingredients, and it does math of like, can you believe there's up to 36,000 different combinations for this burger? Like the amount of attention on this Nintendo Museum burger is outrageous. Burger focus.
Miyamoto's a burger fan, right?
I think he must be.
He always had to get in and out, like specially delivered to E3 and stuff like that, I think.
Yeah. What about the PS5 Pro? It's the Pro model and it launched for $700 and it doesn't have a disk drive.
No one wants the disk drive.
That was dumb.
Okay, I guess they're justified then.
Or maybe just the side-by-sides in that presentation of like, this is the PS5 and this is the PS5 Pro version.
Yeah,
and it was like,
just,
I'm streaming at 1080p. I'm like, this looks completely identical.
I'll just put PS5 Pro. Yeah. Pitch. Maybe that's where to put it.
That's good. Just, PS5 Pro, just the whole thing.
Yeah. What about when Embracer was like, here's how we fix our problems. We're splitting into 3 different companies, and lo, they are called Middle Earth Enterprises and Friends, and Coffee Stains and Friends. I hear a resounding hell yeah.
We're all
nodding
put it on the list.
thoughtfully.
All right.
Yes.
Sarah, you got any to throw on here?
Oh, mine is like the Twitch mobile app changed this year. So now when you open the app, it scrolls like TikTok. And instead of just going to a stream you want to watch, it like puts the stream on the entire big thing and you have to like scroll. or exit somehow. It's really bad. The Twitch mobile app is unusable now.
Yuck.
Because UI designers across the board need Jesus.
What about Ubisoft released that hot new game, and it was an NFT game, if you recall, but they released it this year. Does anybody know the name of the NFT game from Ubisoft? Why, of course, it's
Chronicles or something?
Champions Tactics : Grimoire Chronicles.
Sounds fun.
And that's the thing, is actually the reviews, GameSpot gave it a 10, which I thought was amazing.
Didn't.
No, they did not review it.
Okay.
Can you imagine?
Good call, Haley.
Dumbest thing was me believing that just now.
I would go for Ubisoft putting all their chips on XDefiant, which started and stopped this year.
Yeah, putting chips. I mean, to the point that a studio shut down there in San Francisco. Okay, yep. I like it. What about recent, but Itch.io being taken offline by Funko?
Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Yeah. And it was a weird thing of like people claiming different things, yada, 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 but ultimately it's tracing back in 1,000 different ways and everyone's blaming each other. But Funko took down Itch.io. Is it dumb that the bosses in Metaphor are called humans?
No, it's awesome.
Oh, okay.
Nah.
I agree. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, I agree. All right, what else we got? Is this a list?
Wait.
It could be a best thing, but just to shout it out because I thought it was fun. The wanted posters for Zelda and Echoes of Wisdom are very good.
Yeah, where it's like her face, but they look all wonky.
Yeah, she got the big nose. It's fun.
Yep. Echoes of Wisdom. And then didn't they sell some merch with that too?
You could get a tote. Yeah, they had like a tote if you had enough Nintendo points, which I was looking at the other night. But,
good tote.
Yeah, I wouldn't
mind
a poster of that. I think would be fun, like a little poster.
Okay. I think, is this the full list of dumbest things that we have here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen?
It's a good list.
Great list.
It is a good list.
What's poppin', y'all?
Game Informer's making it on there.
I'd like to nominate. I'd like to nominate one more.
Yes, please.
When your computer freezes while you're doing your year-end stream, and then when you restart your computer, Windows insists on doing an update.
Okay. Yeah.
That takes 10 minutes.
All right. Yeah.
Fun.
Noted.
I'm passionate about the Concorde XP jumping off the cliff.
That seems like a great one.
Yeah,
That's a really good one.
That seems great.
Yeah, I admitted bias for Game Informer, but the Concorde one, I think that's really just crazy.
Yeah,
all of that
for sure.
I felt crazy that day that was happening. I wanted to.
It was watching everyone jump to their deaths, and you're like, I just wanted to play the game.
I was in voice chat. I was like, where were you all when the game really needed it?
Yeah, because it's not just you. Everybody who thought that game had something going on, who really loved it, they were powerless. They did not get to experience it.
No.
Mini Shoot Adventures apostrophe got a big pop.
That's pretty popular.
The explanation actually makes it worse.
Okay.
Like the contraction.
I like that part of the explanation is I don't know if we can change it.
What do you want from us?
I still feel pretty passionate about the Infinite Wealth English.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
English voice acting.
Yes.
Not the English voice acting.
I hear ya.
Acting of it's difficult to explain. But the
English
Japanese,
Inception.
real life Japanese people doing voice actors for English in a language they don't speak.
Yep.
It doesn't have to win, but the Kate Sith box throwing,
it truly sucks.
Just the fact that game cost like $200 million, and that is like it's like a Wii Carnival Games level mini game.
But also, yes, but I think Wii Carnival has better controls than that too. Like that's the part that just freaks me out. It's like, well, Kate Sith is wacky. I guess everything can be silly in his section.
It was like a true nightmare for those of us who struggle with depth perception also. It was just really like a depth perception nightmare.
It would have the thing where it's like, I must be doing something wrong.
Yes.
There must be a puzzle that I haven't completed. And it's like, no, the physics are just that bad.
Yep.
Like, you just
also
have
like,
to do it.
It is, which maybe this is like more worse thing, which doesn't exist as a category, than dumb thing, but the speed with which you need to slowly re-walk over to retry whenever you fail too made it especially
unbelievable.
Especially silly. I think this also doesn't need makeup there, but I did like what you guys had to say about the metaphor extreme to severe, just because
Sure.
and it's also interestingly unique in a game that's kind of known for having smart design everywhere. It just seems like a really strange choice.
Yep. Okay, for contenders here, we got GameStop posting AI GI goodbye message. allegedly Concord Platinum jumping, mini shoot apostrophe adventures apostrophe, infinite wealth, English inception confusion, Kate Sith box throwing, metaphor, extreme or severe damage confusion.
I'd like to say metaphor. That sounds really stupid, but I was also kind of like, well, if you have to choose, extreme is like your extremities, the most extreme. That's definitely going to be the higher one. I looked it up. Severe is the higher one.
No.
That's great.
I never thought.
I'll have to look this up, but I'm pretty sure that is the ranking of damage for all Shin Megami Tensei games.
Oh, okay, so it's good then. Never mind. Leo, unless you're attacking Shin Megami Tensei 3 on this very podcast.
I just forgot.
Atlas didn't exist until Persona, so I'm like, what? What's going on? I feel like the top two are the top two. And honestly, the GameStop thing is almost dumber if it's not AI. So, which I like to think someone genuinely sat down and wrote that down.
The person who wrote the letter is so bad.
Yeah. Literally, every week I'm in tears. Yeah, just literally.
Being part of our epic quest. I mean, your gaming adventures never end.
Is it?
Or someone leans over, hey, can you give me just a bunch of video game words? The original AI is just putting down bad ideas and posting them.
We won't be transferring your XP. We still value it. You accumulated.
Yeah, I like the idea of that there was a first draft of this document written by a person that then became a final draft.
There will be no New Game Plus for your health insurance. What about, is it maximum is goodbye Game Informer message? Minimum Concord Platinum jumping?
This is uncouth, but we'd almost have to promise not to put Concord in biggest news, which I wouldn't have a problem with. I think this celebrates Concord.
I feel like Concord is the biggest news.
There's a place on this list where Concord might fit perfectly.
Greatest work of art?
Best games
we didn't play.
Oh,
but Haley played.
I played a ton of it.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Those games that we can't play.
I mean, just as a peek ahead.
X-Define on there as well.
Okay, what about Kate Sith for second dumbest?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna.
Wait, because
we're
fighting.
I like Concord. I like the Concord one.
But if Concord's a real contender for biggest news, and I think it's number one biggest news personally.
You have Concord win more things. Is that the worst scenario?
It's not the fault that they did the dumbest thing, and also it was the biggest news story.
Yeah, also we haven't even done biggest news yet. There could be a bigger one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest news.
Okay. We don't know.
I agree. It's the most memorable news, but might not be the biggest.
It was just such a everything was coming together at once in one weekend, and it was just the dumbest weekend of all time. It was crazy.
Yeah. It has it all.
Okay, so is it number one, GameStop posting a goodbye message, and number two, Concord Platinum jumping?
I like it.
Congratulations, dumbest things of 2024. You made us all proud on this day. And the rest of you got off easy.
How happy are you guys that GameStop is the number one dumbest
I feel
thing
like it has been for a lot of years.
I mean, we already knew that, but
yeah.
Did it? I know it gets brought up every year. Did it win last year?
There certainly have been some GameStop winners in the past.
I always remember their NFT that had the falling man from 9/11.
Oh, that's right. That's
right.
If
they do the dumbest thing of all time, that's probably the winner.
God. I mean, we all got one just to be safe because you don't know how it's going to work for your investments. But
you don't know how much it's $400.
Yeah.
No. All right. Biggest news of 2024, everybody.
Concord getting deleted.
Yep. Let's all just write down Concord getting deleted.
I'll just make it bold right now. Concord getting deleted is a great way to put it. Just PlayStation hitting the delete button on hundreds of millions of dollars.
Being shut down too.
Yep.
That's
absolutely.
kind of all like one thing, but
Yep.
Yeah. I know we don't like to package things, but it does just feel like collapse of live service, because Suicide Squad I feel like is the other one that should be out there where it's like catastrophic failure. They have already ended support for it.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That was I didn't even think of that as the dumbest thing, but just like just like the DLC that they integrated. I tried to play as Joker. Like, I'm probably the one person who is like, all right, let me give this a shot. No, I couldn't even unlock him. Like, it's like, well, if they can't get me, like, then who is this for even?
Right.
We're done with dumbest thing.
Wait, so I know we say layoffs every year.
Yes, we do.
And it just gets worse every single year. There's a GameIndustry.biz article that says 21% of European game professionals have been laid off in the past year.
Holy F.
1/5 of the entire European game industry has been laid off in 1 year.
Yeah.
It's literally twice the number as last year. Like last year it was our biggest news, right? And it's 2 times as many people have been laid off this year.
Yeah,
Are we just numb to it now? You know what I mean? Like
maybe a little bit.
That's
like,
what they're hoping for, Haley.
I know it
Don't
sucks.
let
I don't
yourself
want to
get numb.
Yeah, I mean, it started with the year with Microsoft.
So numb. Sorry, sorry not to think about that song when people were talking about being numb.
Oh yeah, but Microsoft started the year laid off 1,900 people, and then Sony not too long after that laid off 900 people, and then there were the layoffs at Bungie after that. I mean, it has just been. I mean, it's the bundling of it is tough because like I think it's separate, but it should be I think biggest news like that day when Microsoft shut down Arcane Austin and Tango Gameworks in one day.
Yeah,
like that's absurd.
The Tango one was particularly like I don't know how you could be any more successcul than what that game.
It's exactly what Microsoft said they wanted. It makes me mad to this day. I still think about it, and
came out and said, "Oh, it blew away our expectations on all metrics." And thank you for your service.
Yeah, argued with people. I'm like, no, actually, don't believe the reports. It actually is exactly what we wanted. And they shut them down and then say, no more Hi-Fi Rush. And then afterwards, there's a messaging of like, what are you looking for? And Matt Booty had that quote where he's like, we just want like smaller games that can win awards. That's what we're looking for. It's like, God damn it, you guys. But hey, South of Midnight, best of luck.
The Xbox president said, one of the things I really love about the games industry is it's a creative art form, and that means the situation and what success means for each game and studio is really unique when asked about why they shut down Tango Gameworks.
Thank you, Sarah.
Can we go back to Dumbest Thing?
I was literally thinking, I was like, another contender for Dumbest Thing.
But then also that idea, Phil Spencer in that kind of funny interview from last year where he's like, he's like, ultimately, Redfall, like, buck stops with me. Like, I got to own that failure, and then actually, how about we just shut down the entire studio instead, and I'll be sitting.
Leadership means never having to own your failure in a tangible way, just conceptually.
Infuriating.
Podcast.
Silver lining follow-up news that the IP got sold for Hi-Fi Rush, though, which was nice.
Yep, absolutely. That's absolutely. Is that that's what we talked about throwing that one here, right? Yeah, so Crafton buys Tango, revives Hi-Fi Rush, in theory.
I wish they'd do that more.
Save
Games
everybody?
In general.
The streamer license.
What?
Remember streamer from last night?
The racing game?
The biggest news is, is it coming back? Yeah.
They made that game for you. Ben,
sorry.
Exclusively, and no one else.
Screamer's back. I really have been thinking about that a lot. It's like, God, there's something about Screamer. I was trying to explain it when we were streaming the reactions, but do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like that thing that's just so deep in your brain that you completely forgot about, especially like with video games I played a lot as a kid, and you think you'd have everyone cataloged at this point. Then there's one where it's like, oh my God, Screamer, the racing game on PC, of course. So yeah, Screamer returns.
Screamer. I mean, can we? It's like finally seeing what Gen Design is up to. I don't know. Is that dumb? That's like not.
No, the greatest work of art of all time.
I was going to say that's where it belongs. Yeah, the Game Awards thing. I was thinking like, what is the biggest? Like, it was a great show. I think we all agree. But
Elden Ring
stuff. Yeah, just like a new Elden Ring surprise.
Elden Ring never dies.
I know it's recency bias, but.
Yeah,
a version that I'm less interested in playing.
I agree, Kyle. I'm right there with you.
But like, Elden Ring was the biggest success ever. Of course there was going to be another Elden Ring.
Well,
it was cool to see, but
I don't think people were expecting
but also so fast,
to be
too.
announced. Yeah.
Yep.
That
and
fast.
To me.
But it's also not correct me if I'm wrong, it is not just like another Elden Ring. It's like a kind of co-op spin-off of it.
Yeah. I mean, Kelsey, it's not going to win, but just...
Kind of like Resident Evil Survivors of Elden Ring.
Wow, Ben, we all thought it, but you didn't have to say it. You know what I mean?
But I was thinking like, with the biggest news from like, the Game Awards, and it's like, I do think Sarah's right. I do think like the idea of like Okami sequel, and also Kami is coming out for reviving a studio and calling it Clovers. Like making.
Yeah, I forgot to nominate that for best thing actually. That he's naming the studio that used to be called Clovers.
Right.
That's best thing, not dumbest thing. That
is good.
It could be, yeah.
Nintendo's suing for patent infringement. Palworld for patent infringement.
Yeah. Suing Palworld. Yep. That's a big one.
Akira Toriyama's death.
Yeah. That's huge.
That's good. I mean, it's not good. It was devastating.
Wow. Quote him.
Where were you?
Clip that.
Suspicious.
Rare Kyle L. I gotta know.
Yeah.
I played Sandland.
Yoshida stepping down.
I couldn't be a murderer.
Again.
Sorry, Janet. What?
Not gonna win, but just Yoshida stepping down. This is like notable.
Yes. Yeah. No. That's
things to run through.
Absolutely.
And then I'd also throw out IGN acquiring most of Games Media.
Yes.
Eurogamer, GI, VG 24/7, Rock Paper Shotgun, and other ones.
And then there were layoffs recently. Kind of the
throw in their Games Media equally demolished.
Right.
Yeah, and then removing everyone from game industry except for one worker.
Oh my gosh.
Sidebar.
Jesus.
IGN acquiring so much game. I
don't know. It's too long to fit on the screen otherwise.
So much game.
No, I do think we kind of gloss past it, but I do think Shueisha leaving PlayStation after 31 years is wild and kind of a changing of the guard up there for sure. On that front, like Itsuno leaving Capcom after Dragon's Dogma 2 was out the door. That's a biggie.
This is like not that meaningful or whatever, but like the size of the success of the Fallout show. Like that Fallout was like the biggest show on Prime after the Lord of the Rings show that they spent $1 billion on. You know, is like we had game adaptations on the list last year, but it's like that's a pretty mainstream breakthrough.
Yep, for sure. And the fact that it's revived, like, the sales on the games were up like 8,000%. Like, it's just insane to see that.
Yeah, like I can watch some of the success of that stuff in real time at the store, which is very fun. It's like, Fallout 3 goes from being an $8 game to like an $18 game overnight, basically. I don't know. It's kind of cool.
That's fun. Mike, the president of Blizzard left earlier in the year, and the co-founder of Blizzard, Alan Adam, left again, and then they canceled their survival game. I know Blizzard's always in a state of turmoil, but that was a big one of like, whoa, okay. President leaving and new game being canceled.
Also, there was we're starting to see some momentum with unions this year in the game industry. There were unions created at Blizzard and at Sega, at Ravensoft, a couple of others.
You betcha.
Yeah, the biggest one ever.
Right.
At Activision Blizzard.
Right.
In video games.
The FTC ruled that Fortnite has to give out $72 million in refunds to players for deceptive marketing strategies. That's actually huge, and that'll change how that company operates.
For Fortnite?
For Fortnite.
For Fortnite.
They tricked our kids.
What was the idea? How did they trick them?
It's like, you can't really, it's like a whole bunch of things. Like, they were levying a million different claims. But, like, to the root of the problem, it's like, you don't have to buy Fortnite coins to play Fortnite, but sometimes they made it seem like that was necessary in order to play Fortnite. And also, when you market towards kids, there's certain rules you have to follow. And Epic was not being very diligent in its marketing towards children.
Love it. I don't love it.
Those kids get a little check in the mail. Don't worry. They could buy more skins.
Like, but you get more if you get the money through Fortnite back to you. Was the Switch 2 announced this year, or was that last year?
Well, not announced.
The successor to the Nintendo Switch console.
They said they're making that, yeah. So Nintendo confirming Switch 2.
I didn't say it was exciting, but it's like, look, it's Nintendo. It's going to be kind of like,
It's going to happen.
I don't know.
No, that's all right.
I wrote it down in my dream journal,
What about...
them dragging their feet on that is like actually messing up a bunch of developers' scheduling plans, I will say, on that side of the developer thing. They're all just like, please announce it, God. We want to know whether we added to our porting agreement or not. Like, they're just waiting for that, essentially.
What was it? Was it the ukulele devs? Where they said, like, it's coming to the next Switch, and then Nintendo to be like, take that down. Shut up.
Shut up.
Yeah.
We will kill you.
We hate you. What about the Game Freak leak?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Oh, Typhlosion or whatever.
Yeah, can we pick one thing from the Game Freak?
Well, that's in best thing.
Damn
the
it.
Typhlosion fanfiction.
Yeah.
We'll never recover
if you know,
as a society.
If you know, we're not reading it out loud here. New Show Plus.
Of course.
Yeah, that was a really like especially damaging leak because it did just have a lot of stuff in there that was clearly like, I mean, hopefully everyone listening to this podcast is smart enough to know that that was not like a scrapped idea from Pokemon. This fan fiction thing that was probably written as like a weird exercise internally, but it had some wild stuff in there that was like definitely not for public consumption.
Yeah, chat's right that we haven't hit it yet, but just GameStop kills Game Informer. Seems like one.
Did that happen this year?
I think that was this year. I
forgot.
Interesting.
This sucks to bring up, but just kind of Gamergate 2.0 in general, but if you want like a specific inflection point, the like Assassin's Creed basically apologizing to them because it's like the whole kind of campaign of woke game, there shouldn't be a black guy in Japan, and they were like, sorry, we take historical licenses, we didn't mean to do anything, and it's just it is the same bad faith actors that have been around for years, but it's like they are really, really big and widespread in a truly horrible way now.
Mm-hmm. How do you summarize that?
I got it.
I don't know. Gamergate 2.0 affects industry.
Oh, okay. Specific. I was framing it through the Assassin's Creed thing. But.
Yeah, I mean that's if you want.
They
want,
wish they'd get on our biggest news list.
Yeah.
Don't give them the satisfaction.
Look, they're 35 down.
They're right now wringing their fingies watching this. Can't wait for you to write Gamergate 2.0. Don't do it.
Woke clown hates gamers. That's my title for this year.
What about Disney investing $1.5 billion in Epic and saying that they're making the Disney Fortnite version in development?
Yeah. And then they were pissed when 72 mil had to go back to the kiddos.
Yeah. Disney Fortnite, that was a big deal. Of course, there's the purchases. 2K buys Gearbox. Let's hear it up, everybody!
Woo!
Let's hear it for Sega selling Relic. Woo!
No.
What about Atari buys in television?
We both went barking. Nice. Right on.
What about PlayStation released their first game on the Switch with Lego Horizon Adventures? Yeah, that was a weird thing.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You just need an excuse to talk about Lego Horizon Adventures because you know it's not going to come up on the 210.
It's not going to come up? I saw Time's top 10.
Maybe
it was like number one.
Maybe when we name it at some point. But yeah, it is kind of a fun fact. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, that's news.
Huh.
I got more.
And why don't you just rapid fire your list?
Okay.
We know you've got like 30 more.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Is anybody else keeping score?
It's like, I feel like we keep coming back to this PlayStation thing.
What about Valve and Deadlock? Like Valve publicly testing and kind of acknowledging, I guess.
I don't know.
Valve getting mad that one journalist wrote about their game that wasn't so secret, and then
right, and like I didn't click
any on the list.
information. Yeah.
New Valve games are weird to see.
Yeah,
I agree.
Also, Valve Half-Life footage shown.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's like again, it's not news, but it is like newsworthy. It's like, oh, we saw what Half-Life Episode 3 would have looked like.
Absolutely. Yeah, check out that Secret Tapes doc.
There was goo.
Oh, the goo. What about when Annapurna's team resigned en masse?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That was a big deal, yeah.
En masse? How do you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone.
Yeah, because they didn't
It was
get
everybody.
a deal that they wanted.
I just didn't know how to type that.
They wanted to like spin off basically.
Yep.
Every indie dev client I have talked about that. Like that was like a huge like, oh crap, if Annapurna's hurting.
Well, there was
I'm
the
scared.
whole like Humble Bundle thing too, where Humble Games closed and a bunch of games were left without a publisher at like the last second.
Yeesh. Was that a separate story, Sarah?
Oh yeah, well I mean the Humble thing was like another thing that happened to indie games this year.
Right.
Right. Yes, I forgot about that. Sorry. Toys for Bob splitting from Microsoft, going independent. That was weird. And it was like right before they killed all those studios, where it's like, good for them.
They got out right before.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. They got their lucky hat. I think that's it for my list. Anybody else got anything to throw on there? This is a list, folks. This is a list.
Good list.
Great list.
I guess a quick shout out to Outersloth, I think, was founded this year in the fall.
Was
like
it?
Innersloth making the thing that can fund indie games.
Yeah.
Again, probably isn't going to hit the top, but I think it's an interesting piece of indie news from the year.
You betcha.
Yeah.
All right, biggest news. What feels Concord feels like a real contender, obviously, right?
Yeah. Concord's
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
It's like not just what it is, but what it represents.
Yes.
I feel like is the Concord.
Well, now,
thing.
a bunch of other live service games that were in development all got nixed. Like, it's affecting things already for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I really think that is a theme this year, is live service finally collapsing, finally, like, not looking like... I don't know, the ratio keeps getting worse and worse of our chance to actually do something. When's the last game that actually broke through?
Right. And there's the phrasing of like, Concord isn't exactly live service, a different roadmap going ahead and all that stuff, but it still feels like that's the larger umbrella.
Nintendo Power World, I think that should bump up.
I think you're right. Yeah. Can you help me? Oh, there it is. Suing Pal World.
Which isn't even done yet. Like, that could be also next year's too, depending on what happens.
Yep.
Yeah. Even if Nintendo hadn't sued Pal World, I think Pal World would be on this list as someone makes a Pokemon clone with guns that sells a bajillion copies.
7 million in 4 days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's like Splitgate numbers. What about like GameStop kills Game Informer? That feels like it's a tough one to distance ourselves, but then again, should we distance ourselves from it? Like, if it's the biggest news,
want the dumbest thing to and the biggest news to both be the same. Concord.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy with it being on dumbest thing.
Okay.
But
what else was so huge we should bump it up to the debating world?
I mean, look, the actual answer, I think, is the continued layoffs, like Jacob said, being twice as bad as last year. But I know it's kind of a boring answer.
Well, it's just, I don't want to...
Maybe that's against the spirit of the list,
It's like a death of 1,000 cuts answer sort of thing. Like, you can't just say, that one time it happened. It was just like over the course of the year.
But also, this was our exact debate last year.
And then next year we're going to come back again and we'll be like, it's actually 3 times worse this year.
Right.
I mean, maybe that really does just disqualify it from the list because it's just, we're going to have the same conversation about that every year. But it needs to be said that like, that is the true answer. We're just not going to do it.
Yep.
I don't think it's disqualified. It's super relevant. Yeah.
I think
really funny. Ben,
I think
my thing is dumb. I was gonna say, Ben, did you write this Game Freak Big Leak #Freak Leak?
I did not, but I appreciate whoever did.
Because that's just really funny. I had nothing to add to the overarching conversation. It was just amusing to me. I wanted the listeners to know that it was there.
I think moving up, Microsoft shutting down Tango and Arcane, I think absolutely is a contender. That was like in terms of
provide maybe a framing.
Yeah, sir.
CEOs bad at their jobs. Biggest news.
Okay.
Right.
Biggest duh of the year.
Yeah, I always like this category to be like the headlines that you see.
I'm joking. It's just all of our biggest ones are CEOs.
You're right.
I'll get into the CMS right now, Ben, and crank this thing out real fast.
No, I do think like, I always like biggest news being that moment of like the headline that you see and you go like, Jesus Christ, like that stands out to me. And so I think like Concord and Microsoft shutting down Tango and Arkham Austin were my 2 biggest this year.
Concord's my biggest, and that's coming from the Nintendo patent girl. Like, Concord getting deleted is such a example of multifaceted, bigger problems that are going on. But it's just like an easy 2-word thing to say. Concord deleted, you know exactly what we're talking about.
Yep. And got talked about for a long time.
Yeah.
I also put Concord up there. It was also like, I don't think anyone predicted that outcome, and maybe that's just people wanting to be nice, but it was talked about in so many shows across the industry, and no one said, well, clearly they're going to delete this entirely and close the studio,
2 weeks.
Which this does, I think, also get at some of the layoff stuff, too. It's not exactly the same, because there's always different causes for a layoff, but I think it fits in the idea of cutting talent in the industry.
For sure.
Is this different than the collapse of live service in general, though? Like, is that the...
It's like a
I know you want it to be more specific, but
Yeah, also
I really like the specificity because it really surprised me when it happened. Because I think even on the MinnMax show, I was very much like, well, they're not going to shut it down.
I made a bet with Janet
they'll limit
about
it.
Yeah.
It'll be online.
My tasty $20 that I used to get my eyebrows done.
Hell yeah.
But
They'll make it free to play was my I just assumed that's like, well, it'll go free to play in
I thought they were going to do that too.
Yep. Yep.
So when that didn't happen and it just disappeared, I was really shocked.
Yeah.
So I like it as number 1.
Yeah.
And could this be my last soapbox place to just say that game was perfectly fine? Like everyone's like, oh yeah, got rid of it. Was a decent, well-scoped shooter. Like it was fine.
Yeah.
Like
That's
it
the
didn't
other
play
thing.
badly. It wasn't buggy.
Yeah.
I liked it. It was fine.
Yeah, and maybe it's my own perception. Maybe I was just ignoring the negativity, but I felt like the reception was that generally. It's like the game, we didn't think it was bad. We have other live service games that we're more invested in.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Here's a brutal take. GameStop killing Game Informer was huge in a lot of our lives. Very relevant to this outlet. At the same time, you saw it and it was like, is it news if it's like, I've been waiting for this to happen, not with bated breath, you know, but like I'm waiting for this axe to drop for the last 10 years at least. And it's like, oh,
it was a slow motion. Yeah.
Right.
Like
it happened today. It wasn't like a what, you know, but obviously huge. So like, it's a tough thing to gauge for this category is like,
but also it is like Game Informer was a fixture in ways that few other gaming sites are, but like there were a dozen other gaming sites that were also demolished this year. And so it's hard to put Game Informer as like way more important than I know it was a physical magazine as well. It has
print media
legacy, but it's like it happened to so many media places.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
It's on Dumbest Thing, so I'm happy.
Okay. Are you guys with me that Microsoft shutting down those studios is like top tier?
Yes, because that was like their one shot.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Right.
They just threw away.
Right.
And it was so
it's the Nintendo suing thing, but I get how that's a niche thing.
I don't think that's niche either.
I don't
Not
think
at
that's
all.
niche.
Not
I think,
niche at
I
all.
think that's the other one that's right in contention there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the shutting down Tango thing really was just like, again, it's another news story that just illustrates the problem so well. That's like, we just want small games that'll do really well. And then they had this small game that did really well. And we're like, yeah, we're still not going to pay for it.
Right. And I kind of like it here because it's kind of like the beacon of the larger issue of a ton of layoffs this year, you know, to represent that somewhere on this list without just having the broad headline of industry in trouble, which we could do every single year. It's trouble in the Middle East, you know?
Yeah.
So I should put trouble in the Middle East on this list, or what are you guys saying?
Maybe there's a little bit of recency bias, but I think Screamer coming back should be okay.
God, check out that reaction video if you want to see a freaking Screamer. When they announced that? Oh,
Okay.
My landlord.
yeah, I went full Leo landlord when that happened. So Nintendo Pal World was huge, but I don't know.
I kind of like Tango over Pal World just because I feel like all of our reactions when we saw Pal World is when are Nintendo going to sue those people?
Right.
And so I don't know. It's like, it's still big news, but it's also like, well, I thought it would happen every day until it did.
Right.
Yeah.
For me personally,
it was a surprise that it hadn't happened. Like every day was like, it hasn't happened yet.
Right.
I think it was
the
more
news story
like
until it finally did.
it was just more that like the way, and Haley, I don't, maybe back me up or don't back me up if this is stupid, but like this was not what I think anyone expected them to sue over. Like, so I think the shape of this lawsuit was the big news, the surprising news.
I agree with that. Everyone came at it from a copyright perspective first. They're like, look at this Luxray. It's like, that looks like Luxray. And then they disappeared for a while and were like, patents instead. And I was like, whoa, because I did not expect
I feel like
the patent angle.
The long-term implication of the patent thing has me more worried than like, oh, a big company laid off another studio. Like,
yeah.
Because
I don't know.
not
For
so
me,
much...
it's like, what does this mean for the future of game patents?
Sure.
They're doing it to scare indie devs, and it already worked. Like, before the decision gets decided, before any, like, you know, we could say, oh, but next year's probably when the case will be finalized or they'll settle. It's like, it doesn't matter because devs are already like, oh, does that mean I can't do throw thing over there, catch it mechanic? And then they'll not do that forever now because they're scared. Like, that's what they're suing them for. They don't care about the actual lawsuit. Like, they'll probably settle it and be happy with that. As long as everyone's like, Nintendo, it's like the scary force over there. So they've already won, I think, from an IP standpoint, which is stupid.
How's everybody else feeling about Pal World versus Tango and Arcane?
I think I'm trying not to use the word like because neither is good. Pokemon Pal World is my sort of choice. I really thought, and maybe it's just naivety, but I was like, everyone was like, Nintendo's going to sue, and I was like, I bet they're going to announce Pal World on Switch before they sue them. They want to get the benefit of having that on their console, but that was completely wrong.
Yeah, you shouldn't run any video game companies.
I'm ashamed of my words and deeds.
You should be.
It was like the final declaration that they care more about protecting IP than their public image.
Yeah.
Like this was the final shout of like, we don't care if you think we're mean, we're doing it. Sorry. Because
I hope it's the final shout. I think they got a lot more shouts in them.
I think they do, but this was the most like official declaration.
Screamer returns.
Going after emulators and stuff, it's like you can at least leverage like piracy is bad. Some, you would steal a car or whatever arguments, but this was very much like a creative art form attack rather than like don't steal our back end high tech stuff. I don't know. It hit different.
At the same time, I do think like Jacob's point, it falls a little bit like in that GameStop kills Game Informer thing of if we all said, well, this company's getting sued and then they got sued. It's like, well, there you go. I don't know if that's the headline that makes people like,
I didn't say that.
Well, sure.
Haley had a good argument for the implications of it, I think.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sarah
Yeah,
too.
and Sarah.
I think I'm torn because Microsoft shutdown and Nintendo suing are a better, well-rounded list if those are our two. But I think Concord got the most conversation.
I think so.
Conversation.
Yeah, I think that was the wildest for sure. Are we going Concord and Pal World? Silence doesn't work on podcasts, y'all.
All right, yes.
That works.
Yes, please.
All right.
Sure.
Okay, there we go. Congratulations. Or not. All right. Category. The best game that we didn't play.
I've been praying for this all year by
game.
not gaming enough.
A quick thought before you move on. Do you think there would be a year where the two biggest news is like gamers are happy and everyone's playing?
Yo, Haley, I was just thinking, I'm like, they're always like dark stories. It's never just like some, strange philanthropist gave a bunch of money to a lot of creative people.
Those
and he's
mass-
in exchange.
Mass hiring.
Mass hiring.
Yeah, the mass hiring, we all said with a somber voice.
It's just sad that it's kind of like saddest thing.
I know.
Biggest news.
I know. All right. Best game we didn't play. The game, and the way you've judged us in the past, I think is the good way to go. The game that's like, oh, I've been meaning to get to it. You feel the most guilt, but like we just haven't touched it. What have you got on here?
I've heard a lot of people recommend Emio the Smiling Man Famicom Detective
Great.
Club, and I don't think a single one of us has touched it.
And
I played the other Famicom Detective Club games, and I liked them, and I meant to play this one. So
wow, that's big.
That's the new one,
hits
right?
for
It's not a
me.
remaster.
This is the new one.
No, this
Yeah.
is like a
New
new
game.
one in the series from the original Famicom Detective Club guy.
Yep.
And Ben, you sent me a code and I redeemed it and haven't booted it up.
So
That's all the more.
you are
Oh,
a
hey, this is
monster.
confession hour.
Did you know they can see if you don't like redeem the code? Like they can check the code
Yeah.
to see if you've redeemed
Don't
it or
say
not.
that, Sarah.
I genuinely
Oh,
did
no.
not
They
know
can.
that.
The devs
They
know
can
they
see
can
how
actually
much
play
you've
the
played it.
game.
Oh,
No,
God.
I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Okay.
But they
can
can
see if
tell
you
if it's
redeemed
been
it,
like
which is-
used or not.
Oh.
I believe that because I remember before Fields of Mystery came out, like I loved it, so I wrote like a review, and like a day later, you're like, "Thanks for the great review," and I'm like, "Oh, they're reading all my review." It shows how much developers are actually locked into what's happening behind the scenes.
They know when you are sleeping. What about EA Sports
Santa.
College Football 25? Anybody play this juggernaut of a game?
No.
No, and I heard it's good.
I heard it's great. It sold a gazillion copies. I think it's like the second best-selling game of the year so far, I think.
A lot of people were surprised that
Yeah.
it wasn't at Best Sports Game for the Game Awards. And I'm like, hey, soccer's doing great. So I did what I came here to do.
Kyle, Dragon Ball Sparking, but you did start it, didn't you?
I did start it. Yeah, I played the first like 15, 20 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
I
I think
that's
it's
a
worth
ding.
like putting on the list. I still think, I don't know, I know Haley played a lot of Concord, but is it ridiculous to put that on the list? Is it
It is
too
because Haley
tongue-in-cheek?
played like
Several of
40
us
hours
played
of
Concord.
it. Yeah.
I played
yeah.
like
I played
50 hours of Concord.
Yeah, I probably played like 6 hours of
What
Concord.
about X Defiant, Leo? Did you play X Defiant?
Yeah, I played a good amount of that, and it's not
Okay.
good. So
Okay.
Did anyone play All You Need Is Help? And was it good?
I did,
didn't
and
play it.
it was
I haven't played
charming. Yep, I liked it. I liked it a little bit.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay,
liked
well,
it
you
a
played
little
it though,
bit.
so you
Did
ruined
anyone
his chance.
play Satisfactory?
No.
No, and that one is supposed to be
hours.
really good too.
Damn it.
I'm 8 hours into Satisfactory.
Oh, okay.
Leo.
Is it good?
Okay, this isn't gonna win because I don't think any of us are World of Warcraft people, but just judging by how much my partner has been playing all year, World of Warcraft The War Within is just apparently so good.
Really? Okay, War Within.
It's like the only video game he's played all year.
It ruined a lot of my friends' lives. Gotta give it credit.
I mean, on that sort of same tier, Destiny 2 Final Shape.
Ooh, that's a great one.
That's a good pick.
The annual MinnMax fighting game slot, Tekken 8.
Tekken 8 is what I was thinking of with this category.
I played like 2 or 3 rounds with my daughter.
Oh,
okay.
That's something.
That's something. I'm putting it in the.
Did anyone play Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip?
Yep, I liked it.
Oh, yeah, damn. All right, well,
did anybody play?
I might not play it still. I don't know.
Did anybody play Bakaru?
No.
This is one that I really have been meaning to get to. It's from the creator of Goemon, but it's supposed to be fantastic. Like reviews are loving it. It's beloved, but that's the top of my list of things that I feel bad for not getting to. Personally,
did you guys play Tavern Talk?
You're just making up games now.
I hear that's pretty good, so I would at least throw it on the list.
On the list. What about
Sumerian 6? Anyone play that?
Ooh.
No.
Good things I've heard. Shadow Gambit type deal, but the demo keeps crashing on my Steam Deck.
Okay.
Aww.
Let's see. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind.
No, but it just came out. I feel like I'm gonna play it, and I played it at PAX, so I would not count that. I don't think.
Okay. I mean, but we haven't. Okay, we're just playing at PAX. Sure.
But it just came out.
Okay.
If you come out in December, and you can't be mad I didn't get to you. You know, I wasn't gonna get to you anyway, but maybe I would have. You know what I mean? Like, giving me a chance to fail.
Jeff, did you play Sumerian 6?
No.
Exactly my point. What about from Don't Nod, one of our favorite developers, Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden?
No, I want to though.
Okay.
Was that number 9 game, that Bandai Namco game? Was that this year?
Yeah, Unknown 9 Awakening. Those two are interchangeable for some reason.
Did anybody play Unknown 9?
No.
Whoa. Anybody on Earth? Did you play Unknown 9? Sound off right now. Stalker 2, Leo tried.
Leo played it, yeah.
I played
Only
like
a
the
couple
first 10 minutes. Yeah.
Ultros?
Yeah, I played that.
Okay. Never mind.
That's a received a code and redeemed it from Kyle, but haven't started.
Okay.
This came out after it came out 2023, but after we recorded this last year. Asgard's Wrath 2.
Yeah.
Currently has a 86 on Metacritic. You know, commonly cited as like the best giant role-playing VR game.
Did you play it, Kyle?
Did that come up on the list last year, though?
I think maybe in the camp of it's like the Rita's Rewind of last year.
Yeah, I did start it.
That's okay. Look, Kyle. That's a factor. That's a factor. Oh, okay. Jesus. All right, guys. Come on.
Has anyone played Phoenix Springs?
No.
I demoed it, but I didn't play the full build, so I don't know how you want to put that.
Yeah, I've been really meaning to play that game, and it has like a 9 out of 10 from a lot of outlets. I really want to play it.
Behemoth?
I was just recommended this game that I had never heard of, but is apparently a very good like sci-fi narrative game called Minds Beneath Us.
Minds
Beneath Us, and I might try to check this out over the break. But
okay, right on.
Heard of that one?
Did anyone play Mad Cell?
Mad Cell?
No.
Yeah, I found it when I googled generate video game name.
Oh, boo this man! Boom. Kyle.
Hey, that's funny, right?
Yeah, that's hilarious. What about Behemoth in VR?
Is that out?
It's out. Ooh, yeah.
I kind of want to check that one out.
Okay.
But I didn't play it.
Okay, that seems accurate then.
There's a game that's a combination of Nonograms and Minesweeper.
Oh, that
our
game
community
does not have
point
good
out.
Reviews, Ben. Sorry.
Proverbs.
Okay. Proverbs.
Did you play that, Leo? After we were like, oh, I'm playing that. Because I didn't yet.
No, I did check out a good few from that stream, but
cool.
That one
then, because I really want to play that game.
Hey, do you guys know that a game released this year called A Quiet Place: The Road Ahead? And it was supposed
I did know that it released.
To be good.
I did not get to it.
Okay.
I did not hear a single thing about that game.
I think like Saber published it. It's supposed to be all right.
Job.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Good one. I walked myself right into that one, didn't I?
Yeah. All right. What else we got on this list?
The Crimson Diamond looks really good. It's like an old school looking point and click adventure game, trying to look like old Sierra games.
Sweet.
It's set in Canada too. I've been meaning to play that one.
Caves of Cud.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
Oh, you talk about
yeah,
that
that's a good
game like
one.
it's the second coming of Christ.
That's
I
a good one.
don't even know what it is.
I haven't started it yet.
It's a classic Cud like. It's QUD if you want to look it up at home, everybody.
Jeff, if your computer freezes again, we can say Dice-O-Mancer.
That is true.
No.
Now for a controversial topic, Marvel Rivals.
Haley's played a lot of that.
I've played a lot of that.
Haley
Okay,
played
so
it
not on the
too.
list. Not on the list.
And it sucks.
And Leo thinks it sucks. Okay, noted. There's a
You can
game.
play with me and Alex Stadnick and you'll have fun, Leo.
I'm sure I will.
There's a
You can
game
also
that
just go out to lunch and have a good time.
Never thought of that, Kyle.
Wow,
You're right.
Kyle, that's like so funnily, subtly mean. Because people say that all the time with like, it's fun with friends. Yeah, you know what else is fun with friends? Literally anything that's also just fun on its own. Like no one's ever dared to bring that up.
There's a game we did a code giveaway for, and it's like the reviews are good. I just have never heard a single person talk about it, but I was like, oh, I should get to that. It's called Gory Cuddly Carnage, and it's like a little cat on a skateboard. And I'm like, it seems good. Yeah.
Okay.
I love it.
Stop selling.
right.
Oh, he looks different than I thought he would.
He's a little blinksy.
He looks like Blinks.
Yep.
He's very Blinksy.
I love Blinks.
All right.
Someone also brought up Trails Through Daybreak, which I like the Trails series, but I am so many games behind at this point. Those are massive JRPGs, so I'm probably never going to be caught up again.
Trails 3 Daybreak. Good to have on the
Did
list,
anyone
though.
play? This is a weird one. Did anyone like play Pal World? Like really play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? No.
We played enough.
I mean,
Not
mean,
like
on
really,
stream.
really, but
I
enough.
liked
yeah, we streamed it.
Okay.
Yeah, I played it for like 6 hours. I liked
I
it.
fully beat Pal World. Like I finished the
Oh,
quote unquote story.
Whoa, Haley. God damn. You've been holding on to that one
If
for a
you
while.
even-
And now
All
you're
that
being
story.
sued by Nintendo. So
Yeah, I know.
All right. What feels like a contender? Emio got a big pop.
I like Emio. Yeah.
Tekken 8 just kind of makes sense, but it's just because we all aren't fighting games.
Tekken
I mean,
8
I do
does feel
genuinely
right, but-
think that's like the best game on this
Yeah.
list, probably. And I know, Kyle, you played a couple rounds, but it's like none of us tried to get into it.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Is anybody
contender.
feeling guilty about not getting to Tekken 8? Is anybody like, God, I should actually jump in and play that?
I'm
Only
always
as
guilty.
like a podcaster. Like only
Yeah.
as like none of us know how to do this fighting game thing. Like that makes me feel a little bad.
Right.
I see a lot of Sparking Zero gameplay in this house because I'm partnered with a Dragon Ball fanatic, and that game is rad looking for someone who doesn't watch Dragon Ball.
I mean,
like it's crazy looking.
If we're measuring guilt, Bakaru and, for me personally, Bakaru and Sparking Zero are super high up.
Like I almost was like, pass me the controller with that. Almost.
Almost.
Not quite.
Emio is interesting because it is. I was just double checking. It is like published by Nintendo. Like it's a
Nintendo
first-party
game.
Nintendo
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Right.
It's-
which is kind of wild that I wouldn't have at least.
Yeah,
I think that's a good contender for number one,
dark.
even.
Yeah.
Who's feeling guilty?
Guilt for Caves of Cud is pretty high for me.
Okay.
It's like Dwarf Fortress kind of, but a little bit more adventure-y. That's my read on it. Text adventure.
It's
kind of
NetHack.
Sam.
It's NetHack Dwarf Fortress is the
Right.
how I would pitch it.
Right.
And they've been
A combination of words we all know exactly what it means.
and they've been developing it for 15 years.
Oh my God.
In that Dwarf Fortress vein of like they worked on it forever. It came out, and we couldn't even bother ourselves to at least. I downloaded it because it's a small download. It's one of those small download games.
I've played it for 15 minutes on Steam Deck, and it's too small to see what's going on. It legitimately hurts my eyes. I need to try it on a bigger screen, but that's my experience.
I mean, Kyle dabbled in Tekken 8 and Dragon Ball. Is this list Emio number one, Caves of Cud number two? For guilt?
I mean, we could put Caves of Cud above Emio. And like, I don't think I'm going to play Emio, and it sounds like there are several people on this who like want to play Caves of Cud.
Who's
Well,
eager?
I want to play Emio.
Who else wants to play Emio?
I mean,
Sorry,
I do.
like the way you
I
asked
do.
I'm used to this. It's fine.
I do, but it's like I have to be honest with myself.
Of
kind
course,
situation,
of course.
Right? So
I
I don't
expect
think I'm going
nothing
to play
less.
Emio.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in it than Caves, if that means anything. But I gotta be honest, I don't feel guilty about not playing any of these games,
Janet,
which I think is a good sign for how many games I played this year.
That's true.
Like I tried to hit up everything.
Have you looked at gameplay of
Backlogged? You were hustling this year.
Just look up a trailer for Backroot, Janet. Tell me you don't want to play that. Come on, I know you. I'm gonna watch you. I'm gonna watch you melt when you see Backroot. Thank you.
I mean, we did like that. We tend to like these games that no one else cares about. Maybe this is the next one. I don't know.
This was a trailer that you guys watched in the New Show Plus that I found like agonizing to watch. It was like the most grating trailer I'd ever seen.
Quit selling. Is this the one?
So the one where it's like, it's not the Japan you live in.
The one you know.
yeah. One of the worst trailers I've ever seen for a
game. You're laying it on a little thick for what seems like a great game. Okay. Is it Caves of Cud number 1? Emio Smiling Man number 2? Hang on, I'm waiting for Janet to be in tears. I don't see it.
They sound like good games, so.
Did you see that Backroot trailer?
Well, here's the thing. It's like if we're going on guilt, then sure. If we're going on like something else, I think they're the most guilty ones. It seems from the group. Because I think college football is like kind of the biggest L. But that's because I'm not ever gonna play. I don't know if I'm ever gonna play an American football game again. I played Madden 03 and I had a great time. Let's
also
just let that be that.
Chet is reminding me that Backroot is from the same developers as a Yoshi's Woolly World, Janet.
Woolly World is.
But does it look like Yoshi's
that's
Woolly
the strong
World?
one.
It doesn't look like it, but it's good feel.
Is it handcrafted?
Also, Ben, how's playing Woolly World going for you, by the way?
It's great. It's great. Yeah, let's play it after we get to Backroot. Does that change your perspective on Backroot at all, Janet? Can I get a Backroot backer?
It kind of looks like, you know what it looks like? It looks like that bootleg Splatoon game.
Right.
Remember when that came out? What was that
Foam
called?
Stars.
It's like they had gum. And older. They had like a thing that you could whack people with.
The one that Sarah
Janet.
It looks like that.
Sarah worked on it?
Someone on this call worked on it.
There's currently one person playing Bakaru as we speak.
Yeah, they're happier than we are.
That could be the one.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be
rude. It does look like that.
There could be at least 3 playing.
I don't mean to be rude, Ben, but like I'm looking at this trailer and I'm like, what is about this is like makes you want
a cute platformer from like the team that made a ton of Kirby and Yoshi games.
Happy.
Like, yeah,
it does look happy.
And
is
the
it like a
reviews are good
because it looks like a Power Stone kind of thing.
No, it's a platformer. Almost. It's a 3D platformer. Yeah, from Good Feel. Okay,
I think it's Caves and Emio is what I think is the point.
That's what I'm learning here. All right.
Bakaru didn't need to get dragged for us to conclude that it's Caves and Emio.
Yeah, I haven't played.
Yeah, and also that other game that I couldn't remember the name of that I played, Ninjala. That's what it was.
Yeah, careful. Sarah
it has a similar art
a
style
long
to
time
Ninjala,
ago, though, right?
She was comparing
I was just saying that
Yeah. But I agree, we should put Ninjala on this list as the best game we didn't play, other than Sarah, who probably played like 300 hours of it.
I played so much of it.
There we go. Number 1, Caves.
I'd love to give Emio number 1.
Oh, okay.
And that also feels like...
Yeah,
that's
sure.
just...
Okay, Leo.
I mean, that's fine, but does anyone feel super strongly about any of these? Like, Emio is probably the strongest on this list for me, but I'm not like... I'm not falling to my knees about it.
I feel very strongly about Backroot and Dragon Ball Sparking Zero for what that's worth.
Then, I mean, maybe those should move on.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't care.
Again, if we're going like outlet guilt, it's got to be Tekken 8.
I was thinking that. I feel more about like I would have fun if I took the time to get into Tekken 8.
Yeah,
than
that's
anything
true.
Else on here.
That's true. So is it Tekken and Caves of Cud?
I would go Tekken and college football if I went with 2 outlet guilds.
Caves of Cud is the one, even though I looked at it and I was like, I don't know if this is really my genre, was the one that the internet at least convinced me that I need to drop everything and play it. Like it was like, don't miss this. Like this is like an amazing, where Emio was, I'm more like, oh, it's weird that I didn't really give attention to a first party Nintendo game. Like that's pretty rare for me to do.
Okay, so Caves of Cud number 1, Tekken 8 number 2. Is that what we're looking at?
It's not just good. We've got other Caves of Cud guilters here, right?
Yeah.
People are, it's bleeding out. It's seeping into the group. Caves of Cud, congratulations. The best game we didn't play, but we agree is probably good. And Tekken 8 for the runner-up, the minimum best game we didn't play in 2024, but we agree is probably good. Now it's time for a Twister-Rooney, a new category. Plug of the Year! The thing you're most proud of that you worked on, the thing you want to plug, doesn't need to be from MinnMax, does not need to be from MinnMax, could be above and beyond. Sarah Podzorski, the floor is yours. The category is yours, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. I see I brought this on myself.
That's
but
right.
This year, one thing I'm really proud of is launching Fields of Mystery in early access. It's been such a crazy ride. We're kind of seeing it all come to fruition now. We got like Twitch's #1 wholesome game of the year with 1.6 million hours watched. Just to Fields of Mystery on, which is like it's more than like 100 years. So it's the first game that I've ever worked on from start to launch to finish kind of thing, right? Usually you just kind of work, when you do a lot of marketing, usually you just work on one end or the other. Rarely have I ever gotten the chance to sort of like shepherd a game through the entire process. So this is like a very big deal for me.
Hell yeah. Great job.
And you got nominated for an Indie Award.
Yes,
that's
nominated
huge.
for an Indie
your
Award.
work
We got
in particular.
Community management, and then we also got 15 on Polygon's Game of the Year, like 15 out of 100.
That's
we
awesome.
got Fields of Mystery on there, so hopefully is a sign of more good things to come.
That's so huge. I mean, I was blown away by like overwhelmingly positive at launch, and it's like it's maintained that way. It has such a groundswell. Like
98% overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam.
That's absurd. Once it goes 1.0 or hits a console, and not looking at you for details, like that thing's going to explode even further into the stratosphere. That's ridiculous. So congratulations. Huge. Kelsey, what are you proud of this year?
My obvious answer is that my book launched this year, so it feels a little... Oh, thank you. It feels a little weird to be celebrating it now because the book was done, but I'm trying to remember my timeline. I'm trying to remember my timeline, but I think it was like literally completely done before January 1st of this year, so it's like...
But you can't count it.
Still counts.
It still counts, yeah.
That counts.
And my favorite thing...
It is very cool to hold something you wrote. I'm sure a lot of you ex-Game Informer people can relate. To hold something that you wrote in your hands and be like, wow, here it is. I made this. I made this happen.
And my favorite thing about Kelsey's plug of the year is she has not mentioned what the book is.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's called Animal Crossing. Here. I made Animal Crossing. No, it's a book all about the original. It's mostly about the original Animal Crossing, and by original Animal Crossing, I mean all 4, 5 versions, depending on how you like to count. The Nintendo 64 version that only came out in Japan, both Japanese GameCube versions, the US/European versions, which are both slightly different. Like they're all of the same DNA. So it's the story of that game, and I'm honestly mostly proud of, because Nintendo doesn't like to give interviews, of course. So I'm mostly proud of the interviews I was able to get, and like the kind of outside of the box thinking I did that I think made it a better book than if I had just spoken to developers. Like, talking to a lot of people from the community and from like the marketing sides and stuff like that. So
yeah, hell yeah.
And on the book topic, you can't hold it yet, but I have a game called How a Game Lives that was funded by Lost and Colt, and it was their most successful book ever in terms of like funding, whatever.
He called it a game, but he meant that it was a book, everybody.
How a Game Lives. So in terms of my plug of the year, I would have to say Finding Love and Getting Engaged. Time to become a wife guy.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Leo, you got one?
Yeah, my Dumpkin Cabbage documentary with Joe, Kobe-Soft Joe, which if you're upping to the Backstage Pass tier to get the Pissy Zone and all that stuff, you have access to that now, so go find that in the Discord.
Yeah, that's so sweet.
It's a 5-hour extended cut that I'm really proud of. I edited the 5-hour cut just as hard as I edited the public one.
That's so cool. Yeah, that seems like exactly... Hopefully I gave you this feedback of like watching, oh, this is exactly what I would hope MinnMax would be, and something I could never do, but like it is exactly like, it's insightful about games. I still think about parts in there that are about the game industry and the indie scene. But then like, oh, it's also just clearly about friendship, and it's funny as hell, and it's informative. Like it's perfect. It's perfect. And it's funny because like, yeah, my plug of the year is related to that a little bit, where like when you were recording that, I was walking around GDC and pitching to PR and a bunch of folks like the idea of like the MinnMax spotlight that I wanted to get up off the ground. Like, okay, it's kind of like an informative travelogue type of thing, like a candid look at a studio, but fun and loose, and the energy of our community and having community meetups, And so I'm proud that, we got 2 of those out this year, like with the EverQuest one. Oh, thank you, Jen, please. And then the Panic one going to Portland with Kelsey, which is super cool. And I'm glad that stands as like a time and place for Panic in the year 2024. And so, I'm excited about like where that format can go in the future. It's like really a wide open field. And so I think that's going to be exciting for the community and hopefully for us as well. And it's wild because like now I look back at your Dome King Cabbage thing, which you're filming at the same time I was pitching it. I'm like, that's almost like the ideal form of the MinnMax Spotlight. Like that's like a MinnMax Spotlight, but like with 3 times the heart we could ever hope to imagine, from the rest of it. But it's like that's a model for sure. So
cool.
Yeah.
I did a presentation for the Full Indie Summit this year, which was really fun.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
They flew me out to Vancouver. And the last time I did public speaking was deadass like first year university. And it was like several hundred people. And I was really proud that I wasn't nervous. And I was really surprised that I wasn't nervous. So I was like, oh, that's telling about how I feel about myself. That's good.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just like a self-reflection moment.
That is a really, it's an underrated feeling, I think, of when you're doing something that should be really nerve-wracking, be like, I'm not nervous, therefore I guess that's just a sign of...
I'm confident now.
You've transcended.
Right. Like, I was, like a little bit like, when I had that community meetup at Utapils recently, like the last MinnMax one in Minneapolis here, it's like, and I was doing like that bingo raffle giveaway thing, like standing on top of a stool and screaming at like 100 people. I was like, in the back of my mind, all I'm thinking is I should be really nervous right now. And it's like, I wasn't. It was fun. It's like, that's just such a nice, refreshing feeling. Janet, you got one?
Sure. I started a new podcast with my fiance called Games and Not Games. It's half about games, half about not games. So check it out. I think it's really fun. It's a really different format than what I normally do with more game-centric stuff. And then I didn't physically do it, but Galaxy won the MLS Cup. So that's honestly better than anything I'm going to put out there.
That's beautiful.
Shout out. Get better, Ricky.
Check it out.
Kyle and Jeff.
Oh boy. I don't know. I don't think I really have any. It was kind of a weird year for me.
You got a part-time job. What are you talking about? Like,
but sure. I got a job. I don't know. Maybe I'm too pessimistic. Hey, you know what?
Actually, you bounced back from the horror that was Game Informer.
That's true. I am very proud of the 6 stunts video that I did this year for MinnMax book, because I think it was like a deceptive amount of work. Maybe if you watch it, you don't realize how much I put into that. But I really like that video and I like how it came out.
Yeah, for sure. On Spider-Man, you can find it. Yay!
Yeah.
Jeff, close it out, dude.
I made a baby.
Yeah!
That's right.
How?
Forget a book. You made human life.
And the couch.
Yes.
Then the couch. The couch. Yeah.
I'm very proud of the couch.
Imagine the couch maybe took more work. At least.
It did. Probably.
Well, he had
the baby keeps going though. Is the problem? I can take a nap on the couch now, but I'm still getting like 3 hours of sleep because of the baby. So
he had to make the couch.
Make infinite couches when it grows up.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's an investment, long-term investment.
That's the side hustle.
Also, Leo, it's a Jeffem couch, so that couch is going to make infinite babies, if you know what I mean. All right, everybody, there we go.
I don't actually know what you mean.
It's fine.
This is going to be a nice, wholesome segment. And oh my God, Haley. I don't get it. Explain to me. Yeah, oh my God.
All right.
Classic.
Here we go. We got more categories coming up. Best moment of the year. I have a feeling this is going to be a biggie. Sarah, you refuse to live in the moment, so sadly you're going to be bowing out.
Sorry.
But you'll be back for the 210s debate. Yes?
Yes.
All right. You want to clap out? Thank you, Sarah.
Bye, Sarah. Thank you.
Best moment. Game faces, everybody. This is the easy category for the night. This is the one that's always a hop, skip, and a jump. It's breezy. It's beautiful.
No complicated spoiler walls every other segment.
We will be giving plenty of spoiler warnings for this entire section. Best moments from a game in 2024. Jacob, I'll give you the honors, but please, everybody jump in when you're feeling passionate. But Jacob, you seem to be the most in love with this category, so kick it off, dude.
I really like it. What if we just did a infinite wealth section?
I could agree with that.
I have more than one, and at least one is non-spoilery, but then I'm sure there will be others that are spoilery. So
okay.
I have one scene I would like to ask that I be the one to talk about, which I think I've told you guys about. So okay.
Interesting. All right. Infinite Wealth spoilers. Check out the timestamps below. This is gonna hurt I kind of don't want to listen to this, but I probably should. Okay.
The first one that I'm going to say happens in the beginning of the game.
Great.
You've
Love it.
seen. It's the at the beginning. Oh gosh, I need to look up the characters' names. Ichiban is, he's working, he's doing fine, and he really wants to ask out Seiko.
Yes. Perfect.
And he's so anxious, and he does it in this very awkward way, and she kind of walks away, but then she texts him like, yes, I was nervous, but yes, I would like to go out. And he like loses his mind and is running down the street and just like hugging people and like dancing with random passerbys. And it's just so like joyous Ichiban. And then
yes.
If we it's hard because it's like, how long is a moment? But at the end of that date, he asks her to marry him. She again kind of freaks out and walks away. And then the next thing you do is you go hang out with Adachi and Nanba, and they just tell you everything you did wrong on the date. Or he's like, I said I would provide for you, and they'd be like, why would you say that?
But also, that section works so well too, because it's the greatest reintroduction of characters you could hope for. Like, they squeeze so much personality explanation for all of the returning characters, in that section of like, here's what you need to know about all of them, and it's how they handle and coach and act on a date. It's like, it's incredible for getting you back up to speed.
It was the mystery, quote unquote, that I was most engaged with throughout the course of that game, is what is going to happen with those two after that discussion.
Yeah.
More so than Ichiban's mother, I was like, well, yeah, that's cool, but like, what about them?
Yep.
All right, I'll talk about my moment here. So this one's weird, and I don't want to like, I'm going to start this by saying, like, please don't hear this and be like, well, we have to vote for this because otherwise it's mean to Kelsey. So, because it gets a little personal.
Okay.
So there's a part in this game where you and Tomizawa have just kind of like escaped. You had a whole big adventure kind of thing, and you're coming back to Kiryu's hotel room for the first time, like exhausted. And Tomizawa was talking about all of his regrets and how, he's like, I don't know how my life ended up like this. It was just, like I've been a bad person. I want to change. And Kiryu starts giving some like big monologue about how, we only have so much time left on Earth. And like, there's always time to change, but you can't turn back the clock. And it was at this exact moment in the dialogue that my 14-year-old dog, attempted to jump up on the couch, which is like an easy thing for her. She was a big enough dog, and fell, just missed the couch entirely, and was breathing super hard. Just seemed like something was horribly wrong. And this is at like 11 p.m. at night. We take her to the vet, and have, they take her back for tests and have the very hard conversation. They're like, I'm so sorry. It's cancer. You have maybe 3 days left with her. And, I think it's always like, most people can relate to losing a pet. Some people can probably even relate to losing a pet that is, 14 years old, that was with me through like moving to Seattle, getting married, getting divorced, like absolutely everything momentous that had happened in my life. The game stayed paused for these like 2 days that we had left with her. We said goodbye on the same couch I was like playing Infinite Wealth on. And, it took me a good like 24 hours to get back to the game. And I hit unpause, and Kiryu goes, I have cancer.
Oh my God.
It was like, I had paused it at the literal exact time right before he said that line. And so, I just burst into tears and like could not continue for a while. So that was a very impactful moment for me. It's also a big moment for the character. Obviously, you're used to seeing Kiryu as a very strong, capable person who has seemingly no vulnerabilities outside of loving kids at the orphanage too much. Not too much in a weird way, guys. Come on.
We got it. We got it.
Yeah, Leo, come on.
But
still funny.
so it was a big moment for the character, and then for me personally, it's just like it's the video game moment that is going to stick with me forever, just because of the circumstance.
Oh, you're gonna be like a grandma thinking about that.
Yeah.
It's really wild.
Oof.
Mine's
Haley,
stupid.
Sorry.
Let's roll into a stupid one.
You broke
no way to follow that up. I'm sorry.
We're still talking Like a Dragon, right? Like,
Yeah,
this is the
of
whole
course.
Like a Dragon section? Okay, cool.
Yeah. When Kiryu makes his hair cute near the end. I love that moment.
Yeah.
And still, I mean, it's still a really good moment, though, because it's like Kiryu has been in this kind of depressed bags under eyes and like bangs, and him returning to like looking like Kiryu is like an impactful moment in that game.
Yeah.
I audibly clapped my hands and was like, yeah, it feels better.
My one other Infinite Wealth one is pretty late in the game. You take this like long journey up north in Japan as Kiryu, and you find that Majima, Saejima, and Daigo are all just like hiding out in this like cabin in a mountain in like the cold, and it's like these three like titans of the series have all just like given up on life, and Kiryu is there to basically ask them to help him, and they don't. And then you fight all of them, and it's like it's a crazy fight. They are all doing things that their characters do, and also, even though it's turn-based, Kiryu has a thing where he can break into real-time combat, and to defeat each one of them, you actually have to do it real-time. You get their health bar all the way down, but then you have to like Yakuza style brawler punch them down, and it's just like, it is total fan service, but it's just like, what if like the four biggest characters of this franchise all fought each other? What would that be like?
Awesome. That's great.
I have one more Infinite Wealth one, which is the snow side story in Infinite Wealth.
Oh no, my gosh.
Which is another sad one, but it starts, the series is obviously like a blend of hilarious and like the most gut-wrenching stuff ever, and I feel like this side story is just like the perfect distillation of that, which is you kind of see this guy around town, and you see this happen a couple different times where he's like going up to a snow cone stand and he's like, I just want ice, like give me just ice, no flavoring.
Right.
And you watch him basically do that, like, yell at these people, get a bunch of ice, throw it up in the air, and then like be all mad and be like, it's not working. And eventually you do this enough and you find out he's trying to like recreate snow for his wife who is dying. And they saw snow for the first time together, and it was just, she's like, her dying wish is like, I want to see the twinkling snow outside one more time. But they're in Hawaii, so like that's not a thing. So as Ichiban, you end up recruiting it's the same people from the other Like a Dragon game who like dress up in diapers and are like the big diaper baby fetish guys. And they end up helping you by like tearing apart all of their diapers and throwing the like diaper powder up in the air, and it looks enough like snow, and you get this like beautiful touching scene with this man and his dying wife. He's at her bedside while she's dying, and she's like, you did this for me, like it's beautiful, you got me to see the snow one more time. And then it's just like some naked dudes up on a building throwing diaper powder.
That's a perfect side quest. Yeah, that's absolutely. And I feel like I can hear what music is playing in every part of that side quest in my head.
And it's amazing because it's after you've met the guy throwing up ice in the middle, you just meet the diaper guy in seemingly an unrelated story, and like you don't realize that they're going to connect until the very end.
Perfect.
Yeah. There's also like the weather guys too. Use their fan or something. Isn't that part of it as well? Or am I thinking of something else? The guys on the beach who are like using that big fan to make wind.
That's a different.
That's a different one.
I think. Yeah. but also
great.
great.
Ridiculous, yeah.
End of Infinite Wealth spoilers?
Yeah.
All right. Thumbs up. Infinite Wealth. Spoilers over. Well, let's get nice and uplifting here by talking about a cute platformer called Astro Bot, everybody. Astro Bot spoiler wall is up. If you don't want to know what happens in Astro Bot, please look away. Look away, everybody. So the ending of Astro Bot made me cry. It is ridiculous. If you haven't experienced it, some of you out there, the ending of Astro Bot, you fight the big, stupid green alien guy on the UFO in the sky that no one cares about, but whatever, you kill him, it's a fun fight, yada, yada, yada.
Nothing antagonist.
Right. Yeah. And then the big alien grabs Astro Bot and starts to pull him away into the black hole with him. And then all of the bots that you've rescued throughout the game make like a big human ladder, and they go up and they grab Astro Bot's hand. It's like, this is it. This is the big moment where you're paying off all these people that you've collected along the way and robots along the way, and they're going to save Astro Bot. And then slow motion of Astro Bot's hand. Of course, the music's just 10 out of 10 at this moment. And Astro Bot's hand is grabbing onto the saving bot's hand, and then it slowly slips out, and Astro Bot just gets carried away into the black hole.
Oh my God, Astro Bot sounds like astronaut.
It does sound like astronaut. And then the credits start rolling. It just comes up as everyone's mourning the death of Astro Bot. And then it's like, wait a second.
That should be uplifting.
Right, yeah, well, you can't win them all. Because then Astro Bot comes shooting back out like a reverse team rocket, like, ah! And comes landing back on the platform. And everyone's rejoicing until they realize that he's dead. And then the part that gets me is then you need to pick up Astro Bot, and then you see the horde of all the robots you've rescued behind him, and they're all like, ah! And there's some in the back that are really excited, and they start holding up body parts. You then need to grab the body parts and plug them back into Astro Bot to revive him.
And it's you doing it, right? In the same way that you've built the PlayStation, like you are plugging. It feels very like intimate because you're like holding his little body.
Baby boy.
Yes. As you're like reassembling him. Yes, absolutely. And then the final piece is you get like a little...
I was literally thinking of the shaking the baby's hand. Then I was like, is that too much?
And then you get the heart.
I should have known the answer was no. It's not too much. It's just the right amount.
And then you push this heart back into Astro Bot, and then he comes alive, and then it's dun, 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 and the big joyous finale. You're running around. There's a bunch of memory cards just jumping around for the entire credit sequence, and then the credits start playing in full again. But it's just like weird emotional roller coaster. I can't think of any platformer that has like an ending that emotional. It's really weird, but it's super effective for me. Am I nuts? Did you guys get emotional at that too?
One thing I want to shout out from that sequence that you didn't mention, for me, it's not quite the same, but one thing that got me really good in this is that he's like dead and you're kind of shaking him and moving him, and I guess I'm trying to rewatch it now to remind myself, but his limbs are kind of like falling off as you try to like fix him, and they're like falling off one by one. And I think like a lot of video games, especially one that has a really straightforward, simplistic structure like Astro Bot, is as the player I'm like, okay, and then another limb falls and you put it back, another one, and at one point you as like the character trying to fix him just rips the other one off. Like, I want to skip waiting for it to fall off. And that was legitimately hilarious to me. I think that was such a fun play on expectations. It was super cute. And that was probably my favorite part of that sequence for me.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not alone in that was affecting for other people.
It was very good.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that was good.
I liked holding his little dead body.
It was sweet. Anybody else have an Astro Bot spoiler, or should we end the...
I just a quick one that I don't think would really, but I just want to shout out. It's like when it was apparent that I was playing a Loco Roco dedicated level, I was like, because all the other ones, it's like, okay, Uncharted, yeah, that makes sense. Horizon, God of War. I was like, Loco Roco? They made a whole thing. I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah, excellent. All right, spoilers over for Astro Bot, everybody. Who else has got one?
I have a couple for the Alan Wake DLCs.
Yeah, please.
Spoilers for both Alan Wake DLCs. Alan Wake 2 DLCs. All right, so first one, the werewolf fight as Rose in part 1 of Night Springs. That's amazing. That whole section's great because it's really just like rose-colored glasses. Like literally, like the whole screen is always pink and like everything's ridiculous. But then like werewolf boyfriend Alan Wake comes out with a motorcycle, and then you just like fight him as a werewolf man, and it's like so silly, but also kind of a hard fight.
Yeah, and it's like smiling. A love letter / send up of fan fiction and the goofy like romances and ships and stuff, and the twists of like that play into the boss fight of, I'm a werewolf, here's the twist, and my werewolf's a motorcycle too, and the werewolf turns into a motorcycle, or the vice versa, and you're fighting two werewolves. That is a really funny sequence.
Yeah,
really
he's literally yelling things like, I'm complicated. Like, as you fight.
You're just shooting him with like every gun you have, and like she's like giggling as she does it. She's like, you're silly, and you're just like, bah, 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 like shooting this wolfman Alan Wake. I was just smiling the whole time. It was so great. Night Springs was so silly. Like I really loved it for that. And then in the second DLC, when you're going through the lake house, you open the door to this one room, and it's just thousands of typewriters all typing at the same time. And like the whole lead up to this has been like they're trying to replicate what exactly makes those events happen. Like when Alan Wake types on a keyboard, why do things happen? So it's almost kind of like a commentary on AI. Like they're just like, let's just have 1 million typewriters typing all the time. Or like, what's that thing? It's like if 1,000 monkeys typed for all eternity, they'd eventually write Hamlet or whatever. It's like that kind of
times,
energy.
it was the blurst of times. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. But just the sense of weird foreboding when you walk into that room and all you just hear is, and the audio is amazing. It's not just a couple typewriters they like replicated the typewriter sound times 1,000. It's just like tick, 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 and you just walk and you're like, oh my God. I just so remember being like, this game's awesome. I love it.
Spoilers over, Alan Wake?
Spoilers over.
Okay.
Indika?
Indika, yes, Indika of course.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get into it.
Please.
Spoiler once for Indika.
Indika, spoiler warning, everybody.
Far and away, my best moment of the year was the first prayer sequence in Indika, which is when you are pulling left trigger to pray, and it is literally pulling the world together. And as you stop praying, you switch from your prayer, which is just repeating over and over what you've been taught to pray, to calming yourself down and releasing it, which turns the world red, splits it in two, and lets in the voice of the devil
yes,
on loop, taunting you. And you use it to kind of complete a puzzle there of like climbing up to this thing, then pulling the thing open so you have room to jump or whatever. But it is so well gamified, and it is just these infinitely repeating loops on both sides, tuning in and out of the prayer, in and out of the devil's taunts, and my jaw was just dropped at how well realized it was and how weird of imagery it was, and the sound design of the world coming apart. It's just so well done and like shocking.
Yeah.
I don't know, because it's the game has been, a little trippy with the video game stuff so far, but that's the first time where it's like, oh, the devil kind of physically manifests in that crazy way.
Yeah, absolutely. God, that I just beat Indika finally, and going back to the second half, I was like, God, I forgot how bold and weird this game is. But like, do you remember that room that you go into where you walk through a door and suddenly you're seeing the room that you were in, except it's from a different angle? And so basically you're walking through a door and suddenly you're coming in on the same room, like, but you're on the wall all of a sudden, and you can like see yourself in the other room, but you're seeing Satan as just like glimpses in the distance as you're going through and trying to solve, like, okay, I need to move this over here, so when I go back through this room and then drop down here. And that's not even one of the weirdest things the game does, because it is full of bold moments, but like every weird, bold thing that they go for in Indika, like, for some reason, it doesn't strike me as, I think in a lot of other developers' hands, a lot of the creators' hands, they would feel kind of obnoxious and like, isn't this weird for the sake of being weird? It's just this character, and a close up of the character's face as they're repeating this or just singing. Isn't that strange? And it's like something about the confidence of Indika. It's like, I love how bold and weird this is, and I trust how bold and weird it is. It's not you just trying to get attention for it,
No, you can tell it's like they thought about that for years, about that'd be a good representation for that, and then they finally got the money to make it.
Yeah. One other detail about the moment that I like is I was just reading before that moment in my inventory, the crucifix that she's holding on to. it tells you that when she prays, she holds onto it so tight she bleeds, because of course she's, ravaged by these impure thoughts and torn apart throughout the whole game. And then you do that sequence, and when you pull left trigger to pray, it vibrates your controller, and the rumble is you making yourself bleed from squeezing this cross so much when you're praying. It's so crazy.
Do you think Catholic school had a big impact on your enjoyment of Indika?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Hey, I've got one from Indika as well.
Please.
I know what you're going to say.
Janet, I don't want to skip you if you had an Indika one.
Yeah, I wonder if we have the same one. I have like the ending of the game, essentially.
No, I have a different one. So yeah,
okay.
Say the ending.
Yeah. It's not like the very, very last scene, but which also like, some people I'm sure are listening that just are going to play Indika and they're just curious what way to say about it. So definitely like, trigger warning for this game in general is very like triggering. Like it has a lot of like allusions and references to like sexual assault, and like the scene that I'm referring to is in that ilk. So you're walking down, like you get like arrested for the death of this priest or whatever, and like Indika's there and she's walking down the hallway and she's with this guy and he tells her this story about a man, I think his name's like Makar or something, who he drops a chest on his son, and his son is like debilitated with a bunch of pain. He prays for like the pain to go away, and it doesn't happen. He doesn't get any blessing from the priest, and his kid's always in pain, and he kills his kid to like end the kid's suffering, and is told, well, the kid's gonna go to heaven because he never had the chance to sin. And then this guy ends up murdering all these people because he's like, I can like send all these children to heaven. It's this really dark, like messed up story. And I think that's like also speaks to a big through line of Indika, which is like looking at the darkness of the world, but also like the greatness of morality and all this other like stuff that's going into it. Then she gets put in the prison. She like pleads with the guy. He assaults her off camera and is like, oh, well, I'm not actually gonna let you out. Like I just, tricked you into doing this. And she's there. And then during the assault, in lieu of showing the assault, they have her floating in a red abyss, like falling from the grace of like who she was and like all the points you sort of gained from like religion or dialing down. And she's like spiraling like with the devil, who's also like saying all this, kind of like bring up all these different like logical but like messed up points of, things like, you're not honest. A dog is honest. It bites when it's scared and it eats when it's hungry and it sleeps with who it wants to. And it's just like, is this like really dark, just like look at morality and who she is and how also like meaningless things are. He's like, is it wrong that when two people roll a dice, one gets a higher number and one gets a lower number? And like it's just all this different stuff going down. And then at the end, she's like you see like back to reality. And the guy's there and he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna let you out. But before he has a chance to leave and lock the cellar, the devil is there crawling on the ceiling and attacks the guy, allowing you to leave. And when you turn back, what you actually see, what actually happened in reality, is a wardrobe is crushing him.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, that's so freaking good. Like I could think and analyze that forever. There's so many layers to I think what's going on there. And I think, going back to the deeper meanings behind Indika, like there is. And frankly, I have plenty of beefs with the game as a game, but I think there are like some incredible narrative moments and intentionality and intrigue. And I think to add to what you had asked Leo about like personal background, like I do have a background in Catholicism. I was raised Catholic. I went to catechism classes every Sunday. And like a big part of my experience, at least, was that, you ask these questions that like are based in logic, but a lot of the answers you get are like inherently like not necessarily logical. They're about, well, you need to have faith, well, you need to believe, well, one doesn't question this thing. And that's like a big sticking point, I think, for a lot of people who, spoilers, I'm not religious now, I'm an atheist, but it's like that's a big part of that process. And some people come out of that process and they have like a deeper faith, and some people have the opposite happen. I think this game explores that really like nicely and interestingly, with this feeling of like it. And then like the devil's the one asking those questions. And it's like, oh, when you ask those questions, like you too are sort of with the devil. And also like the devil's design, really fucking good.
It's
like
awesome.
also. So it just was like a really moving, like sad, dark, but also just intriguing, layered, come to life metaphor of like you get this story and then you see it back. And I think it itself too, like almost is a moment of, I think Indika storytelling is so like biblical in its nature for telling like a story that is of the Bible, because that's so much of like what Bible stories are. They're like much like, mythology or whatever. They're like these kind of tales that have a layer of like mysticism to them, but like, oh, well, this happened because of this reason. So seeing this like guy, also too, I'm just a fan of when, you know, rapists get their comeuppance. So that's all, I'm always gonna like pop for that in a video game. But like, I think this was also just like, wow, like that's so cool how they really tied all of those thoughts together. And it also just had like a great payoff. Like I think it's one of, despite me not rating Indika super high as a video game, it is like one of the best endings to a video game I've seen. I was so happy I finished it. When I saw like it present me with that, I was like, oh man, like I'm so glad I saw this through. So really cool. That was like probably my moment of the year in a lot of ways. I think it was super, super well done. Really interesting.
I guess I'll do two from Indika, because I do think we do have to talk. We have to talk about like the literal last thing that happens. Which is that one. So after you escape from the prison, the game goes into first person, which is crazy because it has not done that before. And you eventually you know, through a series of events, you go into a pawn shop where your partner has pawned the coudettes, which is this like, you know, religious artifact that you were looking for, and the shopkeeper like chases the guy you were with out, and so you're left alone with the coudettes, and you look in the mirror and you're holding it, and you are just the devil, and you can just shake it, and as you shake it, XP comes out, which you have been gaining by like 10 points at a time throughout the entire game. And you just get so much more of it than you got over the entire game, and you can keep leveling up, and every level up that you do is just, you can level up more quickly. It's just you earn more XP. That's the only thing that you can level up. And so you're just shaking it and getting like infinite points. And then eventually you just have to decide like, I'm done. I'm not going to shake it anymore. But the game doesn't tell you like, now it's time to be done. You just have to make that decision with yourself, and it's
something only
amazing
games
moment.
Can do.
That's wild.
It's just, I love when there's something that happens that only games can do like that.
You're shaking it and going to the menu and assigning points in the skill tree. Like that's when it being a self-aware video game comes to fruition, is in that final moment.
Totally.
The only other thing that I want to bring up from it is when you're in a fish factory, there is at one point that you're knocked into the water, and you climb out, and both you and the guy you're with are like freezing cold, and you get to a furnace, and you both like disrobe, because if you stay in your clothes, you're just going to have hypothermia. And it's just this conversation where like you're separated by kind of a cloth barrier, but it's like Indika is naked and this guy is naked, and it's the first time you've seen Indika's head at all, because it's been covered the whole time, and there's just this like unspoken sexual tension between them, you know, just kind of like Indika's never been near another naked person ever before, and it's just like, it's an incredibly adult scene in a medium that often struggles to do scenes like that, where it's like, it's not overstated, it doesn't it's not lewd, it doesn't kind of like, you know, objectify either of them or whatever, but it's just this kind of incredible scene of two characters being naked near each other.
I think I have one more Indika one, actually. I want to shout out the, I don't like it as much as the one I just gave, but I got to shout out there's a big section of the game that is, is it 8-bit, 16-bit? Like, it's like kind of like a side-scrolly kind of collect coins, very like arcadey looking video game that they cut to. And that's like when you find out like this guy that she had been with, and it's, to me, it's implied that they did have a sexual relationship, but it's not explicitly stated. But her dad, like, he basically has this plan of like, oh, I'm going to steal some money from your dad, and then we're going to get out of here. And she's kind of like, sure. And then the dad catches him stealing and is like, do you know this guy? And Indika says, oh, no, I don't know him. And the dad shoots him, and he's just dead. And it's like, man, now I kind of see. And I think it's like they give that to you late enough that it was such a fun reveal of like, now I see why you really want to be a nun. Because it's clearly like she don't really rock with this nun stuff, but it's like there's clearly there's like guilt, you know, it's that good Catholic guilt, you know, it's like, oh, they really like tap into that in a really fun way. And that moment also was like genuinely shocking, which I think on its face can look a little doofy, because it's like, oh, this like arcade character gets shot dead, and I'm like, oh, you know, but it was genuinely like such a surprise of like, wow, that's like really messed up. And I'm like, damn, Indika, you on that way? Like, oh, like, you know, like, oh, like, I don't know if you escaping these demons, you know, that was crazy, but that was also a big moment for me playing the game.
Yeah.
Good moment.
Chat's pointing out the one I thought we'd all say, which is the bucket scene.
Yeah.
That is the freaking funniest thing ever. I could not believe that scene. Which is just essentially like the gamification of a nun very slowly putting a bucket down a well and then very slowly bringing it back up, and then full animation to grab the bucket, full animation to move the bucket, walk over with the bucket, full animation to dump the bucket, walk all the way back. And then it just is like, it's like crazy, like arcade cabinet graphics. It's like, you did it. Keep going.
And one out of five.
Yeah, 1 out of 5. And you just keep going. And you're like, haha. But then it genuinely takes several minutes to like fill this thing. And I was just like, and it's very early in the game,
super early.
It's just, you're still kind of trying to be like, what is this gonna be like? And as soon as this happened, I was like, oh man, I cannot wait to keep playing this game.
And then when you fill it up, the nun just knocks the whole thing over.
Yeah.
Right.
It was just pointless.
It's a bitch nun who just kicks it over. You're like, oh, okay.
That's religion, baby.
The best.
Hey, end of spoilers for Indika?
I guess.
Indika spoilers over, y'all. Light spoilers for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, everybody. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Jacob, we're
not talking endgame stuff here, right?
I think, yes, not talking the ending.
Okay.
Not talking the ending.
Okay.
It's something that they've shown
roll the dice
in
on this
trailers.
Wednesday, even though I have not done with it. But.
Okay, if you saw a trailer, you probably could have guessed that this is going to happen. But spoilers for Indiana Jones here. Not the ending, have you know. But like the coolest set piece in the game is they showed it in like an extended gameplay thing at some point in a trailer. But for some reason, there's a giant Nazi battleship on top of the Himalayan mountains, right? And that's like a whole level is going to this battleship, yada, yada, yada. At a certain point, Gina your buddy throws a grenade and it goes off on the side of the battleship. And so it's like, okay, so like avalanche, but we're at the top of the mountain, so I guess that wouldn't make sense. And then it's like the coolest cinematic thing in the game where then the battleship starts becomes loose, and then the entire battleship slides down basically Mount Everest, and then you're fighting on the battleship as you can look all around you. You're seeing like mountains fly by, and you're like grabbing the whip and like swinging from one section of the ship to the other. And it's like, it's just one of those things like, I would never think of this. I've never considered this being an option for like an action set piece, but sliding down a mountain in a battleship is so frickin' sweet.
Cool.
So
Sliding is one of the best game mechanics to exist.
Especially when it's a battleship doing it, yeah.
And you're telling me I'm going to get out of that crypt in Rome one of these days. That's
Please,
what's waiting for me.
Everybody just, I know there's a lot of good side stuff, but just keep moving ahead. Get out of the Vatican if you can, please.
I'm almost there, yeah.
Please
That's what
do
Indigo
it.
was saying the whole time.
All right,
Get out.
End of spoilers for Indiana Jones, everybody.
I have like kind of thank goodness you're here spoiler, but it's more like even if I say it, it's kind of a spoiler. I don't know. I guess like ending spoiler for thank goodness you're here.
Spoilers for thank goodness you're here. Absolutely.
If you just sit in the room at the start, you can skip the whole game.
Oh,
so
really?
cool.
Far Cry 4
If you just be a
style.
good boy and do what you're told, you do that. And I played this game before launch, so I was just like, I think I might have been the first human to discover it, because I was just like, this woman was like, just sit there, love, and he'll see you in a minute. And I was like, you know what? And I like took out my phone and like did something else, and I just had it open. And then I looked, like I heard like sound. I looked up, and the guy's like, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Come on in." And then you go in. It's just like, "Thank goodness you're here." And the game's over. I just love when games do that.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Also, great accent.
Thank you. I try.
You succeed.
And spoilers. I don't know.
Actually, no. My thank goodness you're here. Moment for me was when you're finding out the truth about Raj's backstory, the big-headed grocery store owner. It kind of flashes through his life and everything he's been through because he's got such a big head. Everybody's always making fun of him. But then he meets a nice woman and they settle down and they get together, and he's still getting made fun of. And his wife goes, "Don't listen to them, sweetie. I like it." And it's a sweet little moment, and then it hard cuts to her silhouette in the door frame as Raj is lying in bed, and she's saying, "I can't keep pretending anymore. It's too big." With her suitcase. And I'm so used to like playing Steam Deck in bed next to my sleeping partner and like trying not to laugh or whatever, but that was a moment where I was trying not to make a noise of like, "Oh."
Amazing.
I love that game.
All right, spoilers over for Thank Goodness You're Here.
You guys want a Batman one? You guys want a Batman one?
Oh, yeah.
Arkham VR?
Yeah.
Okay, Arkham Shadows spoiler section starts now.
Yeah, so the big thing about Batman is like a lot of the game is actually you are pretending to be a prisoner. Like you actually put on like a fake mask and like put on an accent and like explore a prison as a prisoner, and at night you're Batman doing stuff. And there was like it's like a late I guess it was a twist to me because maybe I just wasn't clocking it enough. But the game is actually a Two-Face origin story. The Rat King is like actually pretty background to it, and Scarecrow is there, but he's not Scarecrow yet. And there is a nightmare sequence, which I was very happy to have happened in VR. I was like, they can't not do this game with us. But the thing, so you're in court at a certain point as the prisoner you're pretending to be, right?
Huh.
And Crane, the Scarecrow, who is not Scarecrow yet, is like you're getting interviewed about this death that happened on the premises that's getting blamed on you, but it wasn't you. And Scarecrow like walks up to you to like do something. He says he's going to give you medicine, and then the prompt appears on screen, which you've been seeing the whole game, to block, right? Like you put up your hand to block and combat. It's weird to see it in like a dialogue scene. I was like, oh, okay. And I put my hand up, and what happens is that thing that Scarecrow was trying to give to you was like poison, and you knock it into Harvey Dent's face.
Oh,
so you
cool.
in the Arkham universe, which I'm as I was playing the game, I was like, oh, I'm actually really invested in Arkham lore. I didn't realize this.
Yeah.
In the Arkham lore, Bruce Wayne disguised as somebody else is who made Two-Face become Two-Face.
That's cool.
Which was like a fun late game thing that I wasn't expecting, even though there is a lot of Harvey Dent in the game. So that was a cool moment.
Yeah,
Fun.
I love that.
Wow.
And you finished that game, right, Kyle?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
It's on my top 10. I really like that game a lot.
Oh, sweet. Hey, let's stay in this universe. Spoilers, everybody, for Suicide Squad. Kill the Justice League. Technically the same universe, everybody. Suicide Squad, spoilers. I thought that level towards the beginning was so freaking cool, where you're being hunted by Batman. Where you're
was cool.
Where you're in the museum that's walking you through basically the history of the Arkham games, because it's like everything that Batman has done. It's like this shrine that's strolled on memory lane for everything that happened in Arkham City and Arkham Knight. And meanwhile, the actual Batman is hunting down the Suicide Squad and trying to kill you. And it actually is scary. And it's so cool to have things from that perspective after so many games of being the predator to be the prey, as also it's tickling the nostalgia of all those games. Yeah. But I thought that was incredible.
Man, that whole sequence, I was like, I remember playing that earlier this year and being like, there's something here. I think Suicide Squad might be something. And then it just like, it never ever gets anywhere close to that.
I mean, I did then look up, again, spoilers, like how do they deal with this? And so canonically, the same Batman you were playing as in VR, that Batman in Suicide Squad, is it true? Like, what's her name?
They just shoot him.
Yeah, they just shoot him in the head.
Harley Quinn just shoots him.
Oh, I don't even remember the specifics of it, honestly.
I think that's what it is. I think she just pulls out a gun and shoots him in the head and he dies.
Yeah.
And
they just leave his dead body on like a park bench.
Right. I kind of like it. Because before that game came out, all we talked about was like, oh, they're not actually going to kill the Justice League. They're going to chicken out some DC crap. So like the fact that they're bold enough to be like, hey, this iconic video game character, let's just shoot him in the head. He's dead forever. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, but sure, the revelation of that is like, that's a fun idea to pitch. Like, what if they actually did it? But is wholly unsatisfying emotionally to like witness that. Like, all of them dying just felt so jaded and mean and like gross. And it was like,
sure.
It's the thing that's like that would be crazy if they killed the Justice League. But it's like the result when you actually witness it is like, yeah, you're just murdering beloved characters in cold blood over the course of like a 15-hour game. And
you didn't like pissing on Flash? That didn't.
No.
that didn't do it.
Well,
for you.
Kyle's a big Flash fan. He says everyone in the world knows who Flash is. It's a big MinnMax piece of lore.
More than Sonic.
He's like, and then for them to pee on him. Hell game.
Also, when that happened, which I didn't get that much further than that in that game, I don't think, but it was like, oh, they allowed this to happen because they're doing a multiverse thing, and then I was right.
Right, but it's not like, I mean, they're doing a multiverse thing, but it wasn't like Kevin Conroy's Batman walks through a portal at the end or something, right? Like,
no.
Okay.
No, there is a multiverse stuff, but it's like all it allows is to like bring a Joker back to life.
And they could never do that with another character.
Yeah. What
there was
bummer.
a funny joke in Suicide Squad where one of the guys, I forgot the name of the character, says, like, shout out to my disappointingly male fan base. And I thought that was really funny. And as someone that's worked in games coverage for a long time, it's like, yeah, I feel you, man. Like, it's them splits is rough. Yeah.
I mean, to say something nice, there are a number of lines of dialogue like that, Janet, that like I actually think were funny. I think Captain Boomerang is a fun idiot.
Yeah.
Like he would have been on.
See, that's who it was, right? It was Boomerang.
I think so. Yeah. Which is like if like Game Informer used to do like big dorks, right? Like, I would have totally been a proponent for him to be on the dork list. Like, he was a fun character that I enjoyed. But, yeah, just the whole plot of that game just really bummed me out, ultimately.
Well, sure. Okay, spoilers over for Suicide Squad, finally. Fun, quick, easy one. Shout out for the beginning of Crypt Custodian. Spoilers for the very, very beginning of Crypt Custodian. But it's a good little gag where you're like a cat that has died and you're in the afterlife and you like, you get your weapon. And you're running, just trying to figure out what's going on. And there's pots everywhere naturally. And so you're journeying through this thing. And then you get to basically the big St. Peter, if you will. And this character is explaining, like, they're walking through your entire life as a beautiful cat and like all the wonderful times you've had with your family and all this. And it's like, this is all great. I don't understand what's going on because you're choosing like where you're going to go, heaven or hell. It's like, everything's looking great. I'm checking all your files. This is all looking fantastic. You've led quite the life. You loved your family. And then the thing that ends up sentencing you to hell is like, wait a minute, did you smash a ton of pots on the way over here? Like, sorry, you got to go to hell. And then that's the rest of the game is you're banished to this hell-like existence as the janitor, all because
So if you didn't do that, are you like, what happened? Is it like
they make you do it. There's like a choke point where you have to a little bit, but it's just a good, simple little gag.
Coward.
Yeah.
That's funny, though.
It is funny. It's a good bit. Good bit.
The game made you be bad, so it's a bad game. No,
That's
I'm kidding. That line of thinking is silly.
Yeah.
Spoilers for Dragon's Dogma 2.
Woo!
Let's go. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a game with a pretty boring storyline. And one of the weird things about it is it starts and you're flying towards the mainland on a griffin, and the title card just comes up and it says Dragon's Dogma. It doesn't even say like Dragon's Dogma 2 on it, and whatever, it says that on the main menu as well. And you play through this whole story, and it's like fine, and you're we got to stop the wrong sovereign from being on the throne. It's got to be the right one. And eventually, you put all the pieces together. You like kill this big dragon. You get to the end. And it's just this like incredibly hollow feeling feast where you're like, you did it, good job, and like credits are rolling and whatever. And then there's this like ghost in the in kind of the crowd of the feast, and you talk to the ghost, and the ghost's like, feels kind of weird, doesn't it? Like, you could go back. Do you want to like do something else? And you're like, I guess. And it sends you back to the beginning of like the final boss fight with this dragon. And I did it like multiple times and was just like, why do I keep ending up at this feast? What are you supposed to do? And eventually I realized that there's an item in your inventory that you like hadn't used the whole game. And if you pull it out on the dragon, it says, stab yourself. You think you're going to like stab the dragon. It says stab yourself, and you stab yourself. And suddenly it plays this cutscene where you and the dragon fall into the ocean, and the ocean is like red tendrils coming up. And then in the middle of the ocean, there's this scene where that ghost from the banquet is like, just so you know, you're leaving the game. Like there's a narrative for you. We made this narrative. You're going, and like all the characters, all the boring NPCs from the game are like, hey, I'm here, come back. And you cast them aside and you keep falling. And then you wake up and you're in this like, truly looks like the aftermath of like a nuclear apocalypse, and you look up and it's the world of the game, and it's just like red and angry and destroyed, and the camera zooms into the clouds, and then it says Dragon's Dogma 2.
Hell yeah.
Like it is like 40 hours into the game, it does a Dragon's Dogma 2 title drop.
Oh, that's excellent.
Was the coolest in the world.
That was really rad.
Wait, so does the game like change at that point? Or
Yeah, that's the end game, and then you have to. The end game is essentially the entire world is being destroyed, and you have to like convince everyone to leave their settlements and like go into this place in the middle of the map, and then you do kind of a separate boss fight and get a. It's kind of like a linking the bonfire thing in Dark Souls, where it's like, okay, this world is ending, but we're making a new one. But it's like it reframes the boringness of the narrative of the game as like an intentional choice that you are supposed to realize is boring.
That's so cool.
Because it's just the world repeating itself, and then this is the alternative thing.
That's great.
Funky.
It's awesome.
All right, Dogma
It's hard
spoilers.
that you can't like tell people. No, it gets because then you just spoil.
I mean, it's like the game is fun
special.
the whole way, but yeah, that story moment is exceptional.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, Dogma spoilers over. Dogma's all done. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a game, everybody. Spoilers for Rebirth. Spoilers for Rebirth. The big Final Fantasy VII one. Not full spoilers for me, at least, but here we go. It's what this game does well, I think, is the cute character moments. And so that's what stands out in a big way. But like, I think a real silly emotional peak for like, yes, this is what we want from the game is when you go to the Gold Saucer for the first time, the big amusement park that's just this big golden towering thing, right? And then you get inside and the owner of the Gold Saucer comes out and it's just this huge over the top dance number where he's like recruiting all the women from the party and they're dancing on one side in a dance battle against a bunch of sexy men. And like Yuffie is like looking at Dio and his muscles just like, oh, like fainting. And they're like throwing dress spheres at people and it's changing their costumes. It is just like over the top joy. And you think, like, okay, you get the idea. And then just keeps building and building on that, where it's like a 4-minute sequence where it's like layers and layers of just more silly, more over the top. Kate Sith is running around with a megaphone all over the place, doing what Kate Sith does best, not throwing boxes. It is just pure joy encapsulated for like a big iconic environment that you're finally getting to in Rebirth. That's just a hell of a lot of fun.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that sequence is wild.
Yeah, is Loveless one for you? Because I mean, I think in terms of like when the fan service was most working for me, I think that sequence was great, where you put on VR goggles and suddenly you and all the party are like, you know, the cast members of this play, and it's, you know, everyone is in big fantasy things, but it's like who you chose are like each, you know, it's like you can kind of have Tifa and Aerith and whatever in different roles.
Yeah.
And then Aerith sings that song at the end that I think is like genuinely a very good and moving song.
Yeah. What got me is when they're like panning around the crowd then, and it's funny that like Sid's like falling asleep as he's watching the play and all that stuff. But then the part where they have like the members of Avalanche, they like see them and it's kind of like, you know, the live stream kind of like conjuring up the Avalanche crew who died in the previous game as being there. Like that part got me a little bit. But yeah, no, it's definitely a cool part. And then just for like stupid, silly Rebirth stuff, of course, is, you know, it's been a question for a long time, genuinely since 2015 or whatever the hell it was when they announced that this game exists, is like, how are they going to do that one scene? Because there's one scene where you're on the boat going to a whole new continent and everybody's in disguise. We all need to dress up as Shinra sailors to make it across the ocean, right? And hide on this boat. And it's the silliest thing where in the original game, you're going around and talking to everybody in their disguises. And then you see Red 13, who's the giant flaming cat dog creature, right? And he's just like arms fully outstretched and he's like, or just like jumping around obnoxiously. He's like, I think I'm hiding in pretty well here. No one's detecting that I'm actually not a human. And then he turns around and he has like the tail sticking out. So it's like clearly just a disaster. So that was always the thing. It's like, how are they going to, like, will the game be so silly that they're going to have a cat dog flame fire creature trying to disguise himself as a human and wear the sailor suit? Like, I just can't, you can't do that with HD graphics. And so you go aboard the boat, you're going across, it's a whole Queen's Blood tournament on the boat, to the point that it's like distracting because you're finding all your party members and they're all in disguise. Got it. You're playing the Queen's Blood tournament and then it's like, okay, big new competitor in Queen's Blood. And the camera pulls up and it's Red 13 literally moonwalking into the shot in a full sailor suit. And then he does like this wild dance. And then he's the big opponent for Queen's Blood. But like, it captures so much of what that game gets right. It's like, God, can they do this? And they lean so hard into the silliness. And it's like, yeah, if you're going to do it, fucking do it and have Red 13 moonwalk into the shot. It's an absurd little moment, but very fun.
That sequence is extra bizarre if you are doing what I was doing, which was like skipping all the Queen's Blood stuff that I didn't have to do. Because it's just like all of a sudden it's like you're at the end of the tournament. I was like, really? I haven't like played at all. And then like Red 13 shows up.
Yeah. And then there's a whole ending to the game. It's not important. Okay, and somebody got something after Rebirth here?
Rebirth spoilers over, right? Unless anyone else
Rebirth. Unless, right? Okay, Rebirth spoilers over.
Quick shout out for a World of Goo 2 moment.
Oh,
nice. They kind of do a big time jump as you're playing through levels, but like I don't know how far into the game, but they're like most of the levels are like kind of classic World of Goo. They add a couple new elements, but then you get to this point where you've been like fueling up this train, and the train is going faster and faster. And it ends up jumping 200,000 years into the future. And when you hit that point, you go to the next world of which is basically just where you select levels. But the levels split up into 3 distinct like tracts, and they are all World of Goo sequels that happened within that 200,000 year time stretch. And one is like a golfing game, so you're like shooting. You're trying to shoot goo balls into holes for golfing. Another one is like this vaporware kind of VR thing where the gravity changes. That's kind of closer to normal World of Goo. And then the last one was called
The Black Stain.
Black Stain, and it's a noir like point and click adventure that you're now playing in World of Goo, and they all like it's not just a one level like throw off thing. Like they all have their own track, and you are going down all of them in this crazy World of Goo 2 game.
That's amazing. I'm not quite there yet, but I really appreciate you bringing this up. This is perfect. Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people got there.
I know, it's a damn shame. People like me are a damn shame.
Princess Peach Showtime.
Princess Peach Showtime spoilers. Here we go.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Leo's the only one who even pretended to take his headphones off.
Hey, I beat that game. We're on the same page.
Yeah, that's true. Peach goes Super Saiyan at the end, like crazy. Like, hello, what? Like, she gets this insane dress and like glows and becomes huge and attacks like with a beam of light. That's insane. That made me just be like, "Whoa!" the whole time I was playing it, because it's so the opposite of that entire game. And I love that so few people have seen that, because I went to play Princess Peach's Showtime.
That's a thing Nintendo games run into often, where it's like these like the sort of Kirby tier games always have like crazy bosses, like final bosses, like. And that's where like a lot of the resources I think for development probably go, but it's like I don't know. I'd be curious to see the percentages on the people that actually see those.
Yeah,
I know, it's true. That's it.
Love it. Spoilers over. Huge thumbs up.
1,000 times resist. Spoilers.
Yeah,
it's time.
All right.
At the very ending, I have 1 hour left.
I won't be spoiling anything that you haven't got to. I think.
Cool.
Okay. That's resist spoilers, everybody.
So it's very hard to even give like a brief context for this game, but a lot of the game is about like revolutions against power structures and how they work or don't work and how they change the world or not. And eventually you find out that the main character, or one of the main character's parents, were actually like protesters in the real 2019 Hong Kong protests. Like that's where they met, is like protesting the government there.
Like because the game takes place in 2047.
And then like 3000 and whatever. But
right,
yeah, they're kind of like
So this is our future. This is not a different universe.
Yes, and that's clear the whole time. But it's like, you realize that like the parents' past is basically our present, which is the Hong Kong protests. And there is this scene towards the end of the game, after which, like in the game, there have been a number of kind of attempted revolutions that have succeeded and failed to varying extents. And it's the parents, you kind of travel back in time and you're watching the parents talk to each other, and the they're both kind of drunk, and the mom is saying like but it didn't matter. Like it just, we revolted, we all turned out, we went there, and what did they do? The government just cracked down harder than they had ever done. Like what, all of us turned out with all of our energy, and this is the result. Why did we do it in the first place? And then your dad in the game says, because if we didn't do it, they would say that this is how it's always been. That like it is, the fact that we did this means that they cannot claim that history has always been this way and everyone gave them license to do it. Like us being there is what defines this as like a history of opposition. And it's just like, it's the most moving writing on just like why you protest. And it really it is kind of the least fantastical concept in the whole game. It's not about sci-fi. It's not about clones. And it just hit me like a sledgehammer.
That's awesome.
I had that spoiled for me in a Jacob Geller video, and it still hit really hard when I got to it in the game. And partially because it's inside this bigger moment of the parents connecting on a deeper level than you've seen them do before. They're constantly kind of snipping at each other throughout the whole game, but this is like them in the story, the visuals, they're inside this future place, impossibly. You're just seeing them in where you've been, where they never, ever were. But it's like the worlds are colliding. But what's happening for them is they have been alone pretty much in their apartment for like years after the world ended. And they're like, what are we doing? What do we want to do? Like, what is the point here? And they decide to just like drink all of their alcohol and dance together. And it's this really sweet sequence of jumping through, watching them dance in all these different places around this. I don't even know what you call the main place. I guess the ship.
Yeah.
If we can have that all be one moment, because it really is one long sequence, it all hits so hard.
The kind of parent flashback realization.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on that note too, like, which is basically in the same sequence, like they have these really like strong like straight to cam shots of like the parents talking to the camera. Like I think they're in the game trying to make tapes that hopefully like get sent to their daughter who's like in this like facility trying to save the world or whatever. And there's just like a lot of great lines from the dad. Like one of them that really stuck out to me was like he's like, say this message to his daughter, and he says, to be honest, when you were first born, it was hard for me to love you at first. Then after a while, it was the only thing I knew how to do. And like that was honestly one of the most beautiful things I've like heard in a game this year. Like it wasn't quite at the level of like Interstellar, that straight to cam sequence, but I'm like, oh, we're really getting there, which also like floors me. Like I'll just look that up on YouTube to toxically feel something. I don't know if anyone else does that with scenes that, move them. But like, I thought that was just really beautiful. So yeah, there's a lot of, I think really nice moments of intimacy in 1,000 Times There's This. And that was definitely up there.
Yeah, right on.
There are so many moments in this game that are best moment that I had trouble writing, like trouble figuring out which ones I even wanted to highlight, because every time you highlight something, it's like, well, but then that becomes even more impactful later after this moment happens, but I do think one of the like earlier ones is just, so you're playing as Watcher, who is basically like a long descended clone of the one survivor of the apocalypse, essentially, who has just kind of created a bunch of clones in her image because otherwise she's the one survivor living forever with nothing. And it's sort of implied, like, so everybody's a clone of this original, of Iris, this original survivor. And, there's like all kinds of intimacy and relationships and everything going on. There's been generations of this. And the game kind of begins with you saying goodbye to someone who has clearly kind of been like your romantic partner through this. And you end up later on, Iris is this kind of like God figure, basically. I mean, everyone just kind of considers her God. Everything she says is exactly as it has always been and what the truth is. And you you start kind of learning the truth about this girl who was a teenage girl, a complicated teenage girl when the apocalypse was going down. And you start realizing, like, oh my God, like, she's been lying to all of us this whole time. She wasn't a good person. And your romantic partner, Fixer, who had left, is trying to, like, talk to you and be like, you need to realize, like, this is all wrong. Everything is not as it seems. And you make the choice to like narc on her, basically, to be like, I am too uncomfortable with this. Like, even though I've seen it with my own eyes, like, I simply cannot accept that this is how it is. And she gets incinerated.
Jesus.
And it's just, yeah. And it's like, it is the game. It comes around like further down the line and hits even harder. But just like that first moment of like, I saw something, this truth was too uncomfortable to me, so I rejected it, and the consequences were the love of my life was incinerated.
Jesus Christ.
And then when you're not sure, like, did that really happen? The information is delivered to you via, like, children's drawings.
Yeah.
Of, like, her skull,
which is, like,
melting
hilarious.
and, like, as driven. Yeah.
Like, slide 1 of her dying, slide 2, slide 3. You're like, oh,
yeah.
God.
It's, like, really violent, which is, like, funny in a messed up way, but then strange, but then also gets more explained later when you see that, like, oh, this is like based on Iris, the All-Mother's like art, and she did this like very middle school like anime art in the back of the notebook kind of thing. And at one point someone's like, can I say something? I hate this art style. Which, yeah, it's just, there's like a lot of really interesting moments. I think for me, another one for 1,000 Times Resist, was probably my last one, is the I think this is at the point where you do I forget if it's at this point. You can kind of do these things. I forgot what they're called, where it's like you're like looking into another sequence of time to like learn from it. There's communions. And there's one where it's like real life footage of just like driving down a highway. And it's just so beautiful. Yeah. It's so stark. I was playing, and this is definitely like a game with like a lot of intense cinematography, interesting shots, like really are like interesting artistic choices. But I was like watching, like playing through that, and my fiance was like, is this still the game? It's like one of those kind of, I'm like, yeah, like, I'm like, if you were 9 hours deep, you would know why this is like, but yeah, it was just really like lovely to witness.
And Janet, that live action sequence comes after literally an hour-long torture scene. Like, it's like the entire level is you being tortured and like your vision like swimming in and out, and it's like horrible. And then there is this scene of like you driving through like the actual Japanese countryside, and it's so
you're just crying
nice.
in real life.
Yeah. Jesus.
It really is like the game is start to finish best moment contenders for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with this. It's like I could name 5 more, but I don't actually know how to rank them, because it really is just every other moment is a contender kind of thing.
Sure.
Like even like you talking about the ratting thing gets so drastically changed later in a bunch of different ways.
Yes.
Like as much as it hits different at the start, it hits different 10 times more later also.
I think too, like something that
1,000
I've experienced.
times more even.
Something I've experienced too, just like with, this is more just generally on the game, but like I think this is a game that gets better the more you talk about it. At least that's been my experience, where I finished it and I'm like, yeah, this is like a really good story, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't really know where I land on it. And then, like, as I keep unpacking it, I'm like, I think that's why we have come up with so many, because the second you name one, you are reminded of a bunch of other things and how they, like, all are in conversation with each other.
Yeah. Totally. I listened to an hour-long analysis of it today, and it was like, there's so many things that happen at the very beginning that I only understand now.
Doesn't resist end of spoilers? Okay. Out of the spoiler zone for 1,000 Times Resist. What else we got? Folks?
This has been such a spoilery one. I feel like usually we have ones that aren't spoilery, but I just can't like think of any that aren't.
Straight in.
It's kind of, it's honestly more visual than anything, but a quick spoiler for Mouthwashing I have to share.
Yeah.
This was like one of my favorite moments of the year. It's just walking, like, and it's interesting too, because the art is just the that eyeball is like usually what people kind of see with that. And if you haven't seen that, you've seen the shot of Curly, like with just his eyeball sticking out after being like obliterated and just covered in bandages. But there's this like incredible scene towards the end as you're like reckoning with everything that's happened, where you're walking around and there's like a lot of trippy sequences, and one of them is like you look down on the floor, and beneath the floor is like a giant version of just the eyeball there. That's it. That's my moment. I thought it was incredibly visually striking and dark and messed up, and also like wildly cool to me. Like I thought that was just like one of my favorite moments in that game.
I also love that he's kind of lightly following your cursor around as you're interacting with him on the table. His eye is tracking the cursor, and then you get to that part and his eye is like following you as you run across over him.
Oh man.
I mean, the place where mouthwashing gets its name, where like you are in a crashed ship, you've been like, you're like, okay, well, the cargo is what we're like delivering. So if we open this, we might not even get paid. But if we don't open this, we might die. Maybe there's stuff in there that can save us. And you open it, and it is literally like thousands and thousands of bottles of mouthwash. Just
as far as the eye can
pointless, stupid thing you could possibly be transporting.
Oh God,
that is so good. And your mind immediately runs away with it, and it's like, oh yeah, there's some alcohol in there, but it's mostly not useful.
Oh God. All right, spoilers for mouthwashing over. All right.
In the video game Stellar Blade.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we need to put spoiler warnings up for this. There's a level that is a space elevator where you get in and you go from the Earth to space.
Awesome.
And just as you're playing the level, it is in real time getting higher, and you just get to watch you like lift from the surface of the planet up until you can see like the curvature of the Earth, and it is so just compellingly like art directed. It really feels like you are lifting off from the planet.
That's awesome. That's what I want from this generation of games. Space elevators, as far as the eye can see.
I have a Life is Strange spoilery one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was hoping you'd mention those.
Life is Strange spoilers, everybody.
The reason why we're so upset with the ending of Life is Strange, because the ending of episode 2 was freaking insanely good. So like just really quickly, it's like your friend dies and you're trying to figure out who did it, and you're going around looking into the mystery and figuring stuff out, and then eventually like your friend Moses is like, I have her camera because y'all took a selfie right before she died. So he like panicked and wanted to have it, but then he realized he was tampering with evidence. He did this whole scene to get the camera back. And then you and Moses go back to your house and you're like, let's look at the last selfie. It's like, oh, that's really nice. And then I was like, oh, there's one more picture. And then you turn to it and it's just, it's Max pointing a gun at the camera. Like she's the one who killed her friend. And Moses has the most human reaction, just like, what the hell? And like, even I was like, oh my God. And then it just like ends the episode. And that's like the cliffhanger it ends on. And it's just like, whoa, it was such a promising freaking moment that I was like, I need to start the next episode like right now. I need to know what's happening. And then it never got any better than that.
It was so good. It's like so wildly exciting, and also like immediately like I want to use this as meme content, but I can't because it's a spoiler for the game, and I have to wait like 10 years to make my Max, 8 jokes that I'm gonna forget. But it's like it's so like y'all respect the one that got shot, I respect the shooter. Like Max with the hand, like it's so good.
She's cold.
And fun.
She's like.
And interesting, and it's
raid the camera,
and so enticing. And I think too, just and we talked about this, Haley, on the spoiler cast, but like shout to the other reveals as well, like the reveal that Safi, like one of the still spoiler zone, one of the other characters who ends up the one that's dead, and like you end up having like a split timeline of like where she's living and where she's dead, and you're investigating this mystery and finding out that she can essentially shapeshift. And that she has her own powers, and then you like have this great conversation. Like those are some like really incredible high points of the game that it unfortunately just doesn't end up landing the plane on. But had they landed it, this would have been like the best Life is Strange game ever, because I think it just did such a great job having intrigue and mysteries and going in directions that you wouldn't necessarily expect, which I think is hard to do in a game that is a little bit on the formulaic side and some of its tropes and things. But yeah, man, they can never take that feeling from us, Haley.
It was good. I was wrapped the hell up in the fantasy.
And then it turns out there's like a Clayface situation, right? Of like someone can like impersonate other people.
It turns out
it's so complicated.
They made it dumb. They messed it up then. They made it so that actually she like goes into their mind and makes you think you're seeing them, but then what's with the video evidence? You don't want to.
Cameras have minds.
If you want to play that game, have them do the conversation in the house and then turn the game off and be like, and they ended it here. And then you have a pretty good game.
The funny people strategy.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. End of spoilers for Life is Strange, everybody. What else we got? Is this the list?
Jake, maybe you can help me. The Erdtree boss that's like deep underground, and then you have to leap like even further underground. He's like I don't remember his name, but he's like
he's the putrescent knight.
Yes, that whole boss sequence is so cool because like you go deeper into the world of Elden Ring than you ever have, and it just keeps going and going and going, and then you hit a point where you have to leap off a cliff and you fall for like, I don't know, 45, 50 seconds or something like that. You're just falling and falling and falling, and then there's like a boss fight down there, and it's like
it's cool because you can see the sites of grace that you've activated on the map, and they're like literally under the ocean. Like you're looking at the map and it's just like ocean, but you have this line of sites of grace that are like going under it.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that was a highlight from Erdtree for me for sure.
Nice.
I mean, also, I guess we should say the Egon who yells barrel in Erdtree is we all love that guy.
Erdtree Yeller Man.
Yeah.
Love it.
Baylor fan.
All right. Is this the list? We have a lot of moments here. Okay.
Aging poorly in the backstage pass chat says, Kyle, Haley, Lorelai?
You know, I really love the ending of Lorelai. I don't want to spoil it because it's too much to explain to spoil it, but I really like the ending of Lorelai because it's a very player-directed puzzle solution that also wraps up the plot in a really fun way, if that makes sense. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense, but like the way you solve that puzzle is like solves the larger narrative of the game in a fun way that I really liked and is really cool.
Huh.
So I definitely want to shout it out and highlight it, but I mean, Indika and 1,000 Times Resist are going to be 1 and 2 here, right? I mean,
That's a good question.
Let's be honest, everybody.
I don't know. I mean, not having played it myself, I think Dragon's Dogma, that sounds cool.
It was very cool to learn about, yeah.
What seems like a slam dunk for you, Jeffem?
I was going to say Indika and 1,000 Times Resist as well.
We have 17 entries from Indika.
I know we do.
Which are the ones?
I can't choose that.
Yeah, I didn't play either.
Indika freaks, what do you want to throw up there?
I like Downfall. I think Jana made a great pitch for that, and it is a really memorable sequence. And a really interesting like part in the game, too. A lot of moments end up being, the start or the end. And that's kind of the second, third.
Yeah. Okay. Great. If we had to choose one from 1,000 Times Resist. And not to say it can't be both, but, that they both can't be from 1,000 Times Resist, I mean.
Do we really only have 2 for 1,000 Times Resist?
Yeah, help me out. What am I missing?
Then we said like all of 1,000 Times Resist.
Yeah, I would put the live action thing in there for sure.
Okay. Yeah.
I think the protests one is what's going to live in my head most.
Yeah.
Especially if we're just like that whole scene with her parents.
I can live with that. And I think too, like that in a way, I mean, there's like a million themes in this game, but I think that's like one of the core of the game. Like that line feels like what the game
1,000 Times Resist.
Yeah, and not just because they said we resisted 1,000. I mean, they didn't say we resisted 1,000 times. That'd be mad cheesy. But like, it's like, this is what the game is about. Even though again, the game's about a lot of stuff. But
sure.
that was definitely a standout.
The main characters either, which makes it extra interesting.
Sure. Okay. Great. I like Dragon's Dogma 2 as a contender. Any other contenders that people would throw into the upper tier here?
I mean, the Astro Bot finale is really is really exciting and fun and joyous. It's a good encapsulation of everything that's so great about that game. And
I want to remind everybody, let's not spoil things again as we're trying to leave it all in the fence.
Maybe something from like a Dragon or that area where I had my headphones off. I feel like y'all probably said some good stuff.
I love the date sequence, which is
the
early
date
on,
is maybe the one that I would pick just because it does seem like that's the most like the game it is. Or it's like that's the thing the game does best.
The snow side quest is the most like the game.
That's
true.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm wrong. It should be the snow side quest.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say the date is like still the high point of the story. I was like waiting to care that much again, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost does
Great, that's one of the parts I played,
disservice.
so hell yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, Backstage
It's
Pass,
done.
Keaton Johnson. Oh, sorry. Not Weirder says nothing from Starstruck.
So I'm saving. I had something written down for best moment, and I actually think I'm going to put it in greatest work of art.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Sure. Interesting placement. Everybody strategizes differently. Okay. Anything else? I like the World of Goo 2 jump.
That's cool.
Arkham Shadows moment sounds cool.
Yes, that is true. That is true. We shouldn't overlook that.
And gameplay.
Yeah, that does seem big.
I want to put the thank goodness you're here big head
Okay.
up there. And I don't think it needs to be 1 or 2, but I think it should be in our upper crust.
Sure.
Yeah.
It did seem really funny. / interesting. I guess I don't want to spoil it, but I enjoyed hearing about it. Yes.
Moving.
Yeah.
Jacob, you seem to have a horse in a lot of these races. What do you see as top 2?
I'm pretty happy with what we got.
Okay. Is it?
Do we go 1,000 times resist for number 1?
That seems good. That seems good to me. Is everybody feeling okay?
Yeah, that works.
I feel like that's good.
All right, best moment 2024, maximum moment, as we say, 1,000 times resist protests, and the minimum moment, otherwise known as the runner-up, is Indika Downfall. Indika's Downfall towards, well, there we go. Great moments, great year. They can only be topped by one thing. Video games are fine, y'all, but what if we talked about truly the greatest work of art of all time for 2024?
Jeff's computer.
Yeah, Jeff's computer who keeps crapping out on us. Greatest works of art of all time for 2024.
Can I do a left field one? Speaking of computers crapping out, this is really specific and random.
Sure.
There's this anime called Spy Family, which is great, super fun anime. They released a film earlier this year, and it was a good movie. But there is a sequence in the movie which looks like your normal, typical anime. But there's a sequence in the movie where the one of the main characters, this little girl, has to not poop. It is important to the plot that she doesn't poop because she swallowed something that the bad guys are trying to get. And the movie for like 2 or 3 minutes just turns into this insane, abstract, bizarre sequence where the animation style totally changes of her just trying to like not poop. And it's like she's like flying through the air, and there's like the poop god is there. It's like it's this weird abstract journey of like what this little, I don't know, 8-year-old girl has to think to try not to poop. And I saw it in the theater with my family, and I was just like, I don't even know what's happening on screen here. This is so bizarre. It's just a very fun, very weird sequence in a movie that I was not expecting.
And what's the name of the movie again?
It's Spy Family movie. I think it's called Code White or something like that.
Code Brown.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
Make that joke.
Yeah, we all thought that joke.
Yeah. I just didn't have the restraint.
Right. I get it. I mean, on the anime front, the movie I enjoyed fine, but that Miyazaki and the Heron documentary slayed me this year. I would put that in there for greatest work of art.
Yeah. Also, animated movie. Specifically, the sequence in The Wild Robot where they are doing like training the boy to fly. Was like, it's weird because it's like the middle of the movie, and I was just like sobbing. And there's this part where mild spoilers for The Wild Robot. It's not really, but it's like, you know, her son is a goose, and she's trying to get the goose to fly, and so she's like running with him as a robot. And there's a part where she like falls down, and you can see that like the robot is like bleeding or like leaking oil, and she's just like, it doesn't matter. It's this incredibly like, I'm literally going to break myself for my child. Oh
my god.
It's like Mom of the Year.
Because my daughter like went back to in-person school this year, which was all about like, all right, let's reinsert into the world, like, right, like, and to watch that movie, like knowing that that's what she was going. Oh my god, that movie freaking destroyed me. I was just sobbing in the theater. So good, such a good movie.
I don't know how parents watch that movie and have the psychological mind to do so. Just seeing
watch it
families
like this,
in that theater,
so no one will kind of like.
Or you wear your MetaQuest 3.
Yeah, right.
I'm watching it separately in here. It's like a big screen.
starts sparking because all the fingers break. I would want to put up the Arcane final season of their TV show.
Right on.
Oh my god, it was so good. Like the animation in that show is top, perhaps one of my favorite like animation style. Like it's a blend of like 10 different things, but also so distinctly Arcane. And plus like the narrative of that show is great, and all the characters are super memorable and good. And then there's just so many good fight sequences that they choreograph to music that are just like, you just stupidly smile the whole time you're watching it. Like in particular in season, in the new season, it's like, I won't spoil it, but there's one in the middle episode of the first batch of episodes. And it's just like, it's so silly, but also incredibly violent at the same time. So you're just kind of like, oh God, like the whole time you're watching it. And it's, that show's great. I feel like it didn't get talked too much this year for some reason, when I think it should get its roses a bit more.
Hundreds of Beavers.
Was that this year?
Yeah, released in theaters this year.
Oh, wow. There we go.
Yeah.
Leo, come on, explain it. People don't know what that is. That's a weird sentence to say.
No, just leave it at that.
Live action Looney Tunes made for no money in the forests of Wisconsin. It's just a live action cartoon with After Effects made to be like black and white, old fashioned, but it creates its own complete visual language. Honestly, very video game inspired, oddly, because it's such a non-verbal plot that they create these weird reward structures that create a through line throughout the movie. It is completely unique and 5 stars and so fun.
It's astonishing. It's also free officially on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like you can just go and watch that movie.
Jacob, the Ueda trailer?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
I've watched it like 3 or 4 times already.
Kyle, this is why I didn't include it for biggest news. I saw you were typing that up there as you did that. I was like, I wasn't trying to be rude and ignore you, but like, I thought we'd give it its flowers here.
I took it personally.
Yeah.
Well, also because it's like that game's probably not going to come out for like another 3 years, so it'll just exist on the trailer as like a short film.
I can't believe they didn't give us the name of the game at the end. It's just like, all right, here's what the creator of Colossus
it's not
is
the
making.
name, but the credits do say Project Robot, which is
but
very
like,
funny because there's
that's a placeholder.
Yeah, totally. But it's funny because it just makes me think of that Nintendo game that got canceled.
Project Giant Robot?
Project Giant Robot, yeah.
This is a worse version of that crappy tech demo. But yeah,
I love the idea of Ueda watching that, like watching the trailer for Project Giant Robot, like 8 years ago, and being like, maybe I can do something with this.
I mean, we should talk about that just for a second. I know it's a long podcast, but like the idea of Ueda going full sci-fi, and it's like basically climbing a colossi and then rocketing its head into the stars.
There's a lot of Colossus iconography in there of like what he's wearing, and oh my god.
Yeah, it's the first time anyone in any of his games has spoken a recognizable language.
Oh, because like the countdown?
Like that person saying like 50 seconds is like, that's the first time there's been like a real language in it, and just like hearing a voice in a Ueda game is really kind of shocking.
That's a weird point. Yeah,
a chilling
absolutely.
voice.
Yeah. It is incredible.
Equal to that, I want to nominate the Conan O'Brien episode of Hot Ones.
That's good.
Which I think is an episode so good that it like irreversibly broke the show, because there will never be one as good as that again, and you kind of realize the facade while watching O'Brien just like destroy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also like, it gets almost philosophical in a way of just like his own compulsions as an entertainer, and just like, I'm going to do whatever is like, I'm going full for it. I've watched so many of those episodes where it's like, you know, some stupid actor who's like, oh, this is really hot.
Right.
And it's just like,
time.
he leans into it 1,000%.
He's just like pouring it in his eyes to make one person laugh.
Yeah, the part that killed me is he was like rubbing it in his hands and then just like taking it, just using it like a hand wash. Like, oh my God, if you have a slight cut on your hand, oh my God, man. I thought like, because I have that hot sauce still from our version of Hot Ones. Maybe you saw it, internet. It was a hot new Show Plus trend. But so I have that here. And so my nephews are over and I was like, okay, I'll put a dabble on your food. Because one of my nephews is a real like Daredevil style. And I was like, oh, actually, we should watch that Conan O'Brien Hot Ones. He's like, I don't know what either of those things are. I'm like, oh, it'll be funny. Just like scrub to it. And I scrubbed to like the worst moment when it's just Conan O'Brien screaming like, I haven't felt this alive in years. I'm finally tumescent. Honey, I'm coming home early. Like this whole like erection. Like, okay, all right, we're good. Never mind. I thought this was family friendly, but maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Art,
I would put
art.
I would put up Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar or Kendrick Lamar's The Pop Out concert. Either one is fine.
You gotta choose.
Not Like Us is like one of the I'll pick Not Like Us. I think it's like one of the most iconic songs to come out of the genre. I think it's like a huge staple in Kendrick's career. It like really put the beef between him and Drake on the map. It's probably the best diss song written of all time. It's definitely most likely going to be the Super Bowl pending legal action from Drake. Don't know what's going on with that. And also it's just like such like an incredible unifying song, like specifically, you know, Kendrick's from LA, like him talking about just that sentiment. And I think, I don't know how reaching it's going to be for other cities and their sports, but it's interesting to see songs that end up being sports songs. Like you got that from the, you know, Fratellis had the like da-da-da-da-da-da. You see that with like, I know the Chicago Blackhawks have that, and you see that in a couple different games. And I think something that can be just so like unifying and transcendent and exciting. Like on one hand, I think some people might look at that and say, oh, like a poppy sports stadium song, but like that song like is so the culture and the moment. It's such like a unifying thing for Los Angeles. And, you know, the music video also had like a lot of that energy as well. So yeah, that's probably, to me, that's like the best one that came out this year. And I think it's going to live for years to come.
A stadium song would have the lyrics "certified pedophiles." Like that is just like people are like screaming along with these lyrics.
Janet, I wasn't going to bring this up, or I was debating it, but since you specifically called out the like music uniting entire sports fandoms and cities and stuff, the Mets had something not nearly as like important, I would say, as this, but the Mets this year had a player who wrote a pop song, a Latin pop song, and then they did a like impromptu concert after a random home game. They like beat the Houston Astros and like united this entire, I've never seen anything like this. Just every person on the team pouring out into the middle of the field while this second baseman is singing a pop song for a stadium full of people. Whoa. And just like stunting on the graves of the team, the Astros, that they beat. And it was like,
and that's the thing. Yes, it hits different when you're like dancing on the graves of your enemies, Kelsey, and you get it. That's what it's all about.
And like just every single person in that organization, like not just the fans, but like the players too themselves, like all clearly singing their hearts out, like surrounding him on the field because they love the song too. Like it was just a really, I've never seen anything like that as a sports moment, and it was really cool.
That's awesome.
Charles Hart's Bohemian Rhapsody about a sandwich.
I also had that written down.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Okay. That was at the.
I was like doing laundry when I was listening to the podcast during that bit where that got revealed, and I genuinely stopped folding and just like listened to the whole song.
The part that I still think about is "I'm just a po' boy." No, God damn it. Yeah, sandwich. His sandwich art. Look, the song itself was fine. If it was muted, it'd almost be the same. But I sent it to Kyle, but I really love that that Coldplay music video, Hear Me Out, that was directed by Spike Jonze and was like the big tribute to Dick Van Dyke. Did you guys watch that? It's like there's like
I ended up I it's funny, I started it, and then when you sent it to me I was like, okay, let me sit down and watch this whole thing. And it's very sweet. It's emotional.
Yeah, so it's basically like, hey, this guy's 99. He's going to die any second now. Like, how can we make sure this guy knows that he's been important to culture and just try and ram basically a funeral for this guy through a Coldplay music video directed by Spike Jonze. And it's just kind of like him dancing out there. But then in the director's cut, they have a bunch of like interstitials and talking to him and just be like, hey, please recognize your wildlife. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, it's been fun. And then like have his whole family rush out there with him. Like, I've never seen footage of that, of someone just like, appreciate the fact that you're about to die. Like, it's really a weird journey to watch. But
I think his 99th birthday was like today.
Really?
Wrong, yeah. Shouts out.
Shout out to Duke.
Van Dyke.
Mr. Van Dyke.
That's right.
Yeah, today, at the day of recording.
Wow.
Van Dyke, there we go. Doesn't look a day over 92.
Kyle, please, we're at hour 5. We need to talk about something other than Dick Van Dyke.
I'm gonna nominate technically a real piece of art. I mean, all of this is real art, but like, not music, not a movie, that kind of thing. They put a new piece of art in on the Brooklyn High Line, which is just like this old train track in Brooklyn that is like a walkway now, and you can see the city, and it's beautiful. It's the piece of art is called Dinosaur, and it is just like a 15-foot tall pigeon. But it is so, in person, it is so effective, and it's even more effective to just see like dozens of New Yorkers who see, thousands of pigeons every single day, all like
love that.
Standing around and admiring this giant pigeon.
I Googled a picture of it, and this is stunning. Like, this is like some like
really cool.
This is like some weird borderline horror movie stuff that like I really like. It's like, yeah, this is very cool. And they travel it around? That's what they're doing?
I don't know. I think they just change out the art every once in a while in it, but It's so good because like where it's positioned, it's like it is overlooking the city too. So you like have this giant pigeon looking over New York City.
Love it.
Wow.
Unfortunately, we don't really like to have art on this list, so sorry, Kelsey.
Yes.
No, we always go with the biggest
art. Sphere.
Like last year was the sphere. The pigeon's pretty big.
That's true.
Structure.
That's a good point.
The song is kind of small if you think about it.
I'd like to nominate the I Voted Werewolf art from Michigan.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, child in Michigan who drew that. That really spread around.
Y'all made us believe.
That's right.
I wonder if it's their birthday today too.
Fleeting moment.
Let's see. I'd like to nominate Leo that time that we shot pumpkins out of slingshots and I made it through the target.
Yeah.
That's not art.
I'd like to nominate.
Did you make it to the target?
Oh, I made it through the target. Yeah, I might have been the only one.
Lying.
I forget.
Yeah, because I watched that and I don't remember.
Don't write that down.
It's on the list, Haley. I didn't write it.
You wrote it.
I'd like to nominate when Ronnie said, how often do you think about Tomba to Auction Powers, and you as Auction Powers said, Tomba's my safe word, so I never think about it.
Okay.
Baby, yeah.
One of the funniest jokes ever.
Might be.
Hey, thanks, man.
Either if we had a worst artistic creation of all time.
Art that should be banished to the depths of hell.
Yeah, it's like greatest doesn't necessarily mean good.
That's
it just
true.
means impactful.
Yeah.
Hitler can be man of the year.
Right.
Kill it with fire.
Do we need to be the doing that? That was the question.
Okay.
We all went right.
Yeah.
He's like, we can all.
Yeah.
I think this is a take we can all agree with. Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
All right. What do y'all like?
Can I rattle off my solo picks?
Of course.
Gonna get popped for?
Yes.
But Leo's favorite art of the year. Angel of My Dreams by Jade, music video that came out this year. Jade, who was part of Little Mix, which was like a pop girl group, pretty regular type songs, good for the radio or whatever. And then she comes out with her debut single music video, Angel of My Dreams, which is just this like body horror attack on the music industry, and yet balanced with her love of it and need for it, with visuals from her coming up as a kid on the X Factor, with her singing like synced up with the vocals from this new song. Marie and I watched this video 10 times together. Angel of My Dreams by Jade. It's so good. Elephant Graveyard, a YouTube channel that has been doing good work for a few years but just popped off this year. Favorite YouTube video of the year is probably his Jerry Seinfeld video. His Joe Rogan one is the one that blew up.
What does he do?
Really good. What's up?
What does he do? What is the video?
It's video essays, but in a very new feeling format. Really dry and sarcastic, and like talking over clips. It's really hard to explain, but as a video essayist, it's so refreshing to find somebody who you watch and listen to and go like, this is a new angle on this type of content, and successfully so funny. Elephant Graveyard, really recommended. Runners ups for favorite YouTube videos. I don't know, James Rolfe by Folding Ideas. My favorite one of his so far. Really good meta look at making fun of James Rolfe. And You'll Never Be Ready by Nathan Zed. Really good motivational 10 minutes talking about things we all go through.
Nathan Zed?
Yeah.
All right, help me out if I'm missing any keywords there. Awesome. Other additions?
I'll rattle off my thing. Sorry.
Oh, that's good.
Thirst Council.
Thirst Council poster.
With child jail.
Child jail. Yep.
And that's all I have. That's my personal list.
Yep.
I'll just rattle off my Starstruck Hand of Time one real quick, because that whole game is kind of like one big work of art.
And if I make is this a spoilers up situation?
Yeah. Let's
spoilers up for Starstruck Hands of Time. You never know.
Yeah, I might take my I want to play that game. I might take my headphones off.
Okay.
So the towards the end of that game, and the game, I'm still kind of like, I'm going to play through it all the way through again, because I feel like I missed some stuff and in all of the things they're communicating to you. But there's a lot of stuff about like, what does it mean to be original? Everything has sort of been done before, and it kind of wrestles back and forth with like whether that's inevitable or whether that's like something you should try to fight against. And it like the end scene, or like right towards the end, is like you have sort of a couple of your friends, like you and one of your friends, have sort of succumbed to this like, no, it's more important for me to be like liked and to have have this like time in the spotlight, or have this acceptance, than it is for me to like struggle and do my own thing. And it's presented in a way where like the world has turned into mold, and it's just this like chaotic castle made out of mold, that also kind of looks like the moon. And you are going around trying to find your friend who basically like is fighting within herself, like regretting the choice that she made to basically become someone her mom wants to be. And you're like going around to all of these houses on this like chaotic mold world while the train that's in the town is like spinning wildly around it. And every time you knock on a door of a house, like a mold person pops out like cuckoo clock style at you and is like just screaming stuff about like how it ranges, but it's like things like, please kill me, to like this is how the world is always going to be, and stuff like that. And it's just this like crazy chaotic scene. And at the end of that scene, you like find your friend, and she has this like internal dialogue with herself where she's like, this isn't who you are, this is just who your mom wants you to be. And she like breaks out of this doll version of herself, and it's insane. It's an insane moment, but I think it's more like the artistry around it is at least as interesting as what's actually going on, and what they're saying. Everything is like clearly made out of real life models. Like someone created this like mold moon thing that you are walking around, because there's like video footage of it.
Oh, then that's like in the beginning of the first trailer, they show the moon thing. Maybe
I don't know if that exact part, but yes, that moon is also like a real life prop, the one you're talking about, with like the rocket on it and everything.
Right. All right, Starstruck Hands of Time spoilers over. That sounds fantastic. Thank you, Kelsey. Cool. Yeah. Did you finish it, Leo?
No, I'm just a couple hours in.
Okay, yeah, I need to get back to it for sure.
It's like 4 hours long.
Yep,
right.
Yep. Or Backstage Pass reminded us, Jacob, Double Fine Psych Odyssey episode 33.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was our greatest work of art of all time, I believe, last year, very rightfully. And then episode 33 dropped. And it's basically just a post-mortem. Oh, sorry. Spoilers over. Haley, sorry.
I was going to say, you started writing other stuff. I was like, what?
Sorry. Yeah, we're talking about Double Fine Psych Odyssey again now, so you might want to take your headphones off. But it's basically it's basically a huge post-mortem on the entire development of Psychonauts 2. And it's just this wild meta thing where it's everyone who's in the documentary talking about the documentary's impact on their lives and them watching the documentary and how they were just screaming at the TV and how traumatic it was to relive through some of those stressful parts of that game's development. So it's just like ultimate snake eating its own tail 6 ways to Sunday, but just fascinating when something is as bold as Double Fine Psych Odyssey. And then on top of that, it's also like a beautiful kind of capstone. Is that the right word? Just kind of endpoint. Because it's like new people who are hired at Double Fine talking about like, yeah, I was hired because of the documentary. And I'm realizing like with everybody going remote, like they're building a new studio and Tim's trying to bring people back to the office, but like it's not really happening. And like the Double Fine that I saw through the last decade or so of these documentaries, like it's gone. It just doesn't really exist that way anymore because of COVID and everybody going remote, and you can't fight change. The end. It's a beautiful reflection on an amazing achievement, I guess is the way I would pitch that. Jacob, I don't know if you had more thoughts.
No, that's it. I loved how it's just kind of like, look, if we're going to make a 24-hour document or 20-hour documentary about something, we should at least then show the people watching the documentary and their reactions.
Right.
You know, it just kind of never ends.
Yeah. Janet, how far are you in Psych Odyssey? I saw you're going through it, right?
I'm still really early. I'm like on episode maybe like 3, maybe 5 latest.
Okay. Stick with it. I encourage you to stick with it.
Yeah, I use it
more.
when I watch it when I fold my laundry. So I'm following Haley's route where I'm just like folding laundry and going through content.
Remind me,
cool. Like
I've been meaning to come visit you with my ketchup collection. Thanks, Leo. All right, what do we all like for greatest work of art of all time? What do we got?
Not Like Us was on my list as well.
Okay.
I think that song is so cool on like a meta level as the culmination of the beef, where a lot of Drake's, you know, it's hard to make fun of Kendrick Lamar, somebody who's missed so very little in his career. But, you know, going like, oh, you know, he's the wordy guy where he makes the little songs for people to feel smart when they listen to or whatever. I'm the guy who makes the hits, whatever. And then to come back with Not Like Us 14 hours after Drake put out Family Matters and have it shatter the streaming records that Drake held of like, I can make a hit if I want to. If that mattered to me, I would do it more. It's such a flex, and it being like a genuinely great song, it works on a lot of levels.
I like the robot.
Oh, the robot. Wild Robot? That's interesting.
I too like the Wild Robot.
Movie.
Also, I like Kelsey's Pigeon also.
I like the pigeon.
Those stand out to me.
Yeah. Pigeon and robot. Okay. Other contenders here?
Yeah, next to Not Like Us.
I really like the pigeon too. There's something about the pigeon, because like pigeons have this really sad backstory of that we essentially domesticated them for like communication purposes and then completely abandoned them, and they can't take care of themselves.
And so now like people consider them like pets, rats, dirty, like they.
But they love us. They, like are very kind to us, and it's just I kind of love that there's like, you can't ignore this pigeon, New York City. Like that's kind of poetic.
Yeah,
it's so realistic.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. There's nothing like a big statue to make you think. You know, you just kind of something to gander at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this Kendrick Lamar as number 1, and then the pigeon art as number 2?
Or flip them.
Great combo.
Are we flipping these?
First, we're deleting Hanson's pumpkin slingshot.
Check the tape. What was that, Jacob?
From the
I
whole
like
thing.
Lamar as number 1. I think that should be.
Yeah.
Yeah? How's everybody feeling?
Great.
Yeah, I like it.
I feel comfy.
All right, congratulations. Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us at number 1. I should probably listen to the song. And then Pigeon Art coming in at number 2.
It's called Dinosaur, by the way.
Pigeon Art. I changed that because I thought that was confusing, but I like it
That's
too.
what it's called.
And it's by, I should know the artist.
It's by A Pigeon.
Also by Kendrick Lamar.
Interesting.
Oh, he's killing it.
Ivan Argoti.
Goaty's
I'm
right.
probably mispronouncing
We're going to that next week. Okay, here we go, everybody.
Before we rattle them all off, for 1,000 Times Resist, do we want to change the name of that to the parent sequence or something in Best Moment?
Yeah, because that is kind of like the theme of the whole.
Yeah.
It's less about the fact that there was a protest and more just that nice scene where they were in.
Okay. All right.
I wouldn't mind Indika being Indika Prison instead of Downfall, because I feel like Downfall has like negative implications.
I don't know.
She does kind of
it
fall.
Is the downfall.
She does
it's
fall.
like her falling down is what's compelling about that sequence.
That is true. If you combine those words in the opposite direction, it is downfall. So
okay,
that's fine.
Okay,
fall down, honey. 2 words.
Wow.
Here we go, everybody. The MinnMax. Are we sealing this book? Are we trapping it in amber?
It's good.
Close that.
It feels so formal.
MinnMax Awards for 2024. If you're just jumping to this point, this is what we ended up with, everybody.
Why did you jump to this?
I love you for doing it. The best thing, the maximum best thing for 2024, the score being on fire in Balatro. And the runner-up, of course, the minimum, is the 1000 times resist voice change. Dumbest thing, GameStop posting AIGI goodbye message on the site.
Allegedly.
It's catchy. Allegedly.
Runner-up is the Concord Platinum jumping. Biggest news.
Every other name on here is perfect. I just had to change the 1000 times resist one.
Is biggest news, Concord getting deleted. Runner-up, Nintendo Pokemon Company suing Pal World. The best game we didn't play. Say it with me, everybody. Caves.
Good.
Good. And the runner-up is Tekken 8, everybody. Plug of the year goes to Sarah's Fields of Mystria. Woo! Best moment goes to 1000 times resists parents. And the runner-up is Indika's Downfall. The greatest work of art of all time for 2024. Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us. Runner-up is the pigeon dinosaur art on the Brooklyn High Line.
Do you think there's a chance in hell Drake likes MinnMax and now he's just pissed?
Probably.
Can't listen to us
like
anymore.
how he's mean-mugging that basketball player on the court for no reason.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, he was really into the Thirst Council until we made that channel.
He loves Jeffem Streams.
All right, here we go, everybody. That is it. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, listening, sharing. If you enjoyed this, if you thought, hey, that's a pretty good look overall at gaming in 2024, thank you. We try. We try and we care. And so if you want to help share people who try and care, we'd appreciate it. Or you can help support this directly by going to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. Again, reminder, if you can't wait to hear the rest of our Game of the Year debates, you can hear it right now. All of our 210s debates, if you jump in at the $10 tier, appropriately named, the Backstage Pass tier, just for 1 month, totally fine. You drop out whenever you want to. Jump in at 1 month, and you can find the unedited streams of all of our huge Game of the Year debates. So that's all going to be in that Discord for you. But again, if you just support us even that $5 tier, you'll get our Game of the Year debates 1 day early and also ad-free in the bonus podcast feed, which is overflowing at this point with all of Haley's wonderful bonus pod episodes from this year and a ton more content in there, including the big final Max spoilers on Metaphor ReFantazio. Haley and Jacob and Kelsey, and then also Sarah for the first half, but they recorded 2 Max spoilers for Metaphor ReFantazio. So if you want even more discussion about that game, I'm surprised that didn't come up the best moments at any point. I guess I thought it would come up at some point. Wow. Okay, maybe you got it all of your system with.
It's tough. It's kind of a tough one for that. Yeah.
Okay.
There's something I should have nominated, but we closed the book.
We closed the book. Sorry, Utopia. But all that is in the bonus podcast feed as well. It's basically like a deepest dive of Metaphor. I mean, they talked about it for 4 hours. That's as long as we talked about Echoes of Wisdom. So you can check that out and unlock it by supporting us. But thank you so much, everybody. Greatly appreciate it. Janet, Kyle, Sarah, Jeffem, Jacob, Haley, Kelsey, Leo. Greatly appreciate your time. We'll be back next week for the real debate. The 210s begin. And I think next week's episode is going to be the most contentious. Like squeezing this down to 20 slots for all the games we played this year. I forget who it was. Yeah, Kelsey and Jacob and Sarah on the last of the episode that we recorded, they're all like, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think this is going to be the tightest
no, I think
squeeze.
It's going to be bad.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad we're on the same page,
I think the one
Kelsey.
after this one's going to be bad.
The ranking, it might. I think the squeeze is, I think we're all going to have moments of like, oh my God, there's a lot to fit in.
Unless we do something real wild in this next one, which we might, I don't know. Like, I think it's
I'm really worried that like we genuinely won't be able to get it down to 20 in that first episode. Then. We're going to have to like leave it at like 25 and just deal with it.
We can't. I am committed to we can't. That's such a terrible feeling.
The sanctity of the pod.
Yeah, we got to seal that book. So we'll figure it out next week. And stay tuned for the Pissy Zone, which you unlock at the $10 tier as well, where Sarah will really let us have it for all the terrible choices we made after she left for this episode.
Oh my God.
All right. Thanks so much, everybody. Greatly appreciate your support. Until next time, be good, have fun, let's go.
AIGI, goodbye.